I'm trying to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole and Chair of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Tuesday, October 26, 2021, and the time is 11:09 in the morning. This hearing is being conducted virtually via the Zoom video conference broadcast platform. It is also being broadcast live on the chairman's website, which is www.chairmanmendelson.com/live. Witnesses who signed up in time to testify should have received notice to register. And if they registered, then when they get here, they will be led in, not to the participant room where we are right now, but they'll be able to watch. And then from there, they'll be led in when it's their turn to testify. We have 80 non-government witnesses, and then the government witnesses, which is the Deputy Mayor for Education at the end. The subject of this hearing is consideration of two bills. Bill 24-80, the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021, which was introduced by Councilmembers Louis George and Robert White on February 18th of this year. The purpose of this bill would be to make the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE, subordinate to the State Board of Education, and provide the State Board of Education with the authority to appoint the State Superintendent of Education and allow employees of the District of Columbia Public Schools to serve on the State Board of Education. The second bill that is the subject of today's hearing is Bill 24-101, entitled the Office of the State Superintendent of Education Independence Amendment Act of 2021. This legislation was introduced by Council members Che, Gray, Henderson, Silverman, Robert White, Nadeau, and Allen, introduced on February 23rd of this year. And the stated purpose of this bill would be to make the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE, an independent agency within the district government, and limit the mayor to be able to remove the state superintendent only for cause. Currently, the mayor may remove the state superintendent for any reason. The bill 24-101, also clarifies OSSE's oversight responsibilities, requiring the agency to verify data produced by local education agencies, or LEAs, and to investigate allegations of waste, fraud, or fiscal mismanagement by LEAs. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education was established, I believe, around the year 2000, and it was amended substantially in 2007 when we changed the form of governance to have mayoral control over public education. Since that time, the State Education Agency, or OSSE, has been an agency subordinate to the mayor while fulfilling statewide functions similar to in other states with regard to education. This bill gets to some fundamental issues of what is the best way to have the best Office of State Superintendent of Education. And that's why we have both of these bills as subject of today's hearing, and I look forward to the testimony. With that, let me turn to colleagues if they have opening statements. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for making time to speak with us today. Councilmember Che and I are on double duty today with an important hearing over in the Transportation and Environment Committee. So I'll be in and out today, and I'll try to be brief. I'm grateful that we have two bills up for discussion today, each different in their paths to the same destination, OSSE independence. We've seen for too long that under the district's concept of absolute mayoral control of schools, that problems get brushed under the rug in the name of good PR. My bill B24-80, the DC State Education Agency Independent Amendment Act of 2021, was co-introduced by Councilman Robert White, calls for the state superintendent to be appointed by the State Board of Education. I believe this allows for sufficient checks and balances between the mayor's leadership of DCPS and the state education agency responsible for oversight of all local education agencies, including DCPS. We've seen from the auditor's report released earlier this year that OSSE isn't collecting longitudinal data on student performance, so we can't track what's working and not working in our schools. I believe this directly feeds the school to prison pipeline as we pass kids along who aren't ready for the next grade. Moving OSSE to be under the State Board of Education will also promote democratic input and transparency into our system. We need look no further than the tumultuous reopening of schools over the past few months to see the harm consolidated mayoral control has done to the public trust and faith in our system. Many parents don't feel safe sending their kids to school. Dozens of schools weren't prepared and still lack the supplies they need to educate our children. Where's OSSE been during all of this? Standing beside the mayor and not saying a peep about DC public schools. That's because there is an inherent conflict of interest with OSSE and the DCPS chancellor both reporting to the mayor. I will say this again, there is an inherent conflict of interest with OSSE and DCPS chancellor both reporting to the mayor. And most importantly, an independent OSSE will promote greater learning for our students. We've all heard talking points that DC is the fastest improving school district in the nation. Test scores are up overall, but what's not said is that DC's NAEP scores were actually going up faster before the mayoral takeover of schools in 2007. We still have massive opportunity gaps in our system that an independent OSSE wouldn't gloss over. The gap between at-risk and non-at-risk test takers on the PARCC test have grown in the past 5 years. In 2019, the last years with scores, only 27% of Black students in DCPS were performing on grade level. That's not good enough. We're headed in the wrong direction, yet we only hear rosy reports from the mayor's superintendent. I've met with the new superintendent. This isn't about her. I also have a great respect and many good relations with the people who work at OSSE. This isn't about them either. I have nothing but respect for them and know they are extremely working hard to help our students. It's about providing checks and balances. That's what this is about. Lastly, my bill would allow DCPS teachers and administrators to be elected to the state board, fixing an inequity from the 2007 law that allows charter school staff to run, but not DCPS staff. It's fundamentally unfair that DCPS teachers can't run for the State Board of Education, but charter teachers can. We need more educators leading our education system. This is an opportunity to fix this. I'm a proud DC public school graduate. I grew up in the old system and served as a student representative to the Board of Education. I also spent a brief time working at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Despite what you may hear, these bills don't turn back the clock to the 1990s. We can build on the reforms that work and fix the things that don't. We can do a lot better than we're doing now. I believe making OSSE an independent agency will help start us down that path. We have an incredible State Board of Education right now. They're plugged into the community, and most of them have been teachers here. Let's empower them and give them more staff and a full-time schedule so they can do the job they're already capable of doing. This bill is about improving outcomes for students who are trapped right now in a system more focused on maintaining its national branding for reform than helping every kid learn. So thank you, Chairman, and thank you again to our witnesses. I'll be in and out of today's hearing as we split time with the DDOT nomination hearing starting at noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Robert White for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you for holding this hearing. We must have a stubborn sense of fairness. These are words of Nelson Mandela that resonate with me. 15 years ago, our schools were in bad shape. Students were tragically behind and city leaders knew they had to do something. People fought to change the trajectory for our students. There were disagreements over the path. That is always the case. And one of the things city leaders did was to design a centralized version of executive control over schools, unlike any other structure in this country. The idea was that consolidating all control over schools within the chief executive would mean clear accountability and would give the mayor the authority to do what needs to be done to correct course in education. The idea makes sense. But today, 15 years later, only about 25% of Black students are on grade level, and we lose over half of our teachers every 3 years. This is not to say that everything is broken, but it is to say that some things are broken and we can't keep running from this fact. If we have a stubborn sense of fairness for all children, we cannot accept that this is as good as we can do. If we have a stubborn sense of fairness, we must come out of our ideological bunkers and come to the table as honest brokers to engage in thoughtful and constructive analysis. Looking at the two bills in front of us, I agree that taking OSSE from under the mayor is a good step as suggested in Councilmember Che's bill. This move is imperative for accountability because the agency assessing the performance of our schools should not report to the person they are assessing. That's like having the inspector general report to the mayor. It will always be in the interest of the mayor to say their policies in this critical area are a success, whether or not they are. This is basic checks and balances. And I should note that an independent state superintendent does not equate to abandoning mayoral control. But I also believe we need to do more, including looking for ways to enable our elected State Board of Education to play a larger role as suggested in Councilmember Louis George's bill. But I'm not here to insist on a particular outcome, but to implore that those of us with an interest in public education get to work. To continue insisting that nothing is wrong here reinforces stereotypes that children of color can't achieve the same academic success as their white counterparts and absolves the government from acting more aggressively. And as uncomfortable as it may be, we have to ask how, in a city where a majority of elected officials are Black, we could treat proficiency rates of 25% as anything but an emergency. It would be enough if this were just about creating opportunities for our children, and that should be enough. But sadly, in our city, this is also about violence reduction. Much of the violence in our city comes from young people whom our education system has failed. We must do everything we can to ensure the system does not continue failing these children. So I hope what we hear today is a thoughtful discussion focused on diagnosing what isn't working so that we can work together to fix it rather than defending what is. Taking a hard look at what's not working for students of color is not the same as a call to return to the quote unquote bad old days. This is a false dichotomy used to shut down critical analysis in a moment where we desperately need critical analysis. In education, we must have a stubborn sense of fairness. And what we have right now is not a fair system working for all children. So I look forward to a thoughtful and meaningful discussion on the most important topic in our city, which is public education and fixing it so that it works for all children. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Nadeau for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. It's been a difficult year and a half for our students, teachers, and parents. The burdens and flaws of our educational system have been laid bare during the global pandemic and revealed just how much work we have to do to serve our students, support our teachers, and help everyone thrive. Here in the District of Columbia, we have an education system unlike anywhere in the world. Mayoral control of our public schools, complete school choice, and a robust charter school sector, deeply engaged parents and teachers, and also great inequity within our systems. But if I had to sum up this complicated system in one word, it would be opaque. The lack of transparency throughout our system is a common theme I hear from parents and teachers. And that lack of transparency is holding us back from helping our children access the education they need and deserve. Some will say these bills create more bureaucracy. Some will question the governance structure, but many more who testified today will plead with the council to make these necessary reforms. Sunlight has always been the best disinfectant for government. In this case, more transparency, more data, and more information is what we need to guide the future of our education system. Thank you to my colleagues for introducing these important bills. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the testimony today.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Che for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for holding this hearing today. Unfortunately, in relatively few minutes, I have to chair a hearing of my own this afternoon, so I'll only be able to stay briefly. As you noted, Mr. Chairman, my bill would change where the district's Office of the State Superintendent sits in our government hierarchy, specifically by making OSSE no longer fall under the office of the mayor. Frankly, this change is long overdue. OSSE is the district's state-level oversight body and has similar responsibilities to other state education entities, such as the Maryland State Department of Education and the Virginia Board of Education and Superintendent of Public Instruction. And like Maryland and Virginia, OSSE broadly oversees the district's local education agencies, meaning DCPS and individual charter programs, and sets state curriculum and school performance standards, does data collection and data analysis on our students, teachers, and schools, and has general oversight and auditing authority. However, unlike Maryland and Virginia, and literally any other state in the entire country, our state level oversight body is subordinate to the head of the school system it oversees. That is, the superintendent's job is to oversee her own boss, the mayor. This arrangement creates a textbook conflict of interest. Unfortunately, the conflict of interest here is not merely theoretical. There have been instances over the years where OSSE has failed to fully and adequately identify and act on problems with our school data. This includes OSSE failing to uncover withheld or misrepresented school data on attendance, suspension, and graduation rates. And in one case, in 2017 in particular, OSSE staff were even reported as explicitly slow rolling release of negative school data because the data would reflect poorly on the executive and it was an election year. This is not a minor problem. If we're celebrating the fact that we have so many people graduating or fewer suspensions or whatever it is, but that's not true, we are going down the wrong path. You can't manage what you don't measure, and you can't manage what you don't measure accurately. My legislation provides a simple solution to this conflict. Make OSSE an independent body so that the superintendent no longer reports to the mayor. OSSE would join several other independent oversight bodies in the district, which include the Inspector General, BEGA, and the Auditor. Each of these offices, as we all know, engage in quality, high quality, impartial oversight, and their independence is a key part of their ability to do their work. Now, this does not undermine mayoral or executive control of schools, but it does qualify absolute control of the schools and provides checks and balances. In fact, making this office independent will strengthen our system overall. It will strengthen our system overall. Now, I imagine some of the witnesses today will say that the legislation is unnecessary, that OSSE's oversight has always been fair and thorough, and even with this conflict of interest, there's really no need to change course. Even if that were the case, but it isn't. And if it were, the issue would still have to be addressed because there is the appearance of conflict of interest. And so the legislation would still be necessary as that appearance of conflict calls into question the work that OSSE does. Unfortunately, I've spoken with many parents who feel that they can't trust the data and information put out by our school system. This causes real damage to the integrity of OSSE and our school data. I hope this legislation can move forward quickly. With our new superintendent's confirmation hearing next month, we have the rare opportunity to reimagine how OSSE works. Establishing OSSE's independence is a key step at this time. But I want to add something here. My bill today should be seen together with other legislation that I've introduced, viewed as a package. I have several other bills which are languishing before this committee. The legislation for today should be read together with those other bills as part of a bigger, more comprehensive OSSE reform proposal. One of these bills would standardize how OSSE collects, tracks, and uses data and makes that data more accessible to researchers and the public. Another would establish common sense supports for students from preschool through college, helping ensure that we're both tracking and supporting our students' success when they need it most. Again, these bills are intended to be viewed overall and to dovetail with one another. It's my hope that this committee will move forward with that other legislation in tandem with my bill before us today. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I regret that I have to chair my own committee in a few minutes. And I have many, many witnesses, even though I know this committee has many, many witnesses. But in any event, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, for holding today's hearing. And thank you to our introducers for moving the conversation forward in education. I'm looking forward to hearing from our public and government witnesses about the importance of strengthening oversight of OSSE and DCPS. I know that so many parents and teachers and families have become increasingly frustrated with the lack of transparency within DCPS, especially during the pandemic, when the stakes could not have been higher and continue to not be higher. Transparency and accountability are crucial for gaining families' trust in our public school system so that more families opt to send their students to their local neighborhood schools. We still have a long way to go, and the conversation that we'll have today are important steps in the right direction. Regarding the DC State Education Agency Independent Amendment Act, I do have some concerns about changing the oversight structure in a manner that is inconsistent with our legislative oversight role, particularly given our unique status as a city, municipality, and state rolled into one. I have enormous respect for our elected State Board of Education reps and the expertise they offer for our schools and curriculum. But I'm also worried about a decentralized education system that could undermine the progress that we've made in educational outcomes and opportunities over the course of the last decade. We do have a long way to go. Regarding the Office of State Superintendent Education Independence Amendment Act, I'm happy we're expanding the conversation and making oversight more exacting, improving our data collection and accountability. And I'm interested to learn more about the timeline of implementing these changes and how it would affect or impact, if at all, the federal COVID dollars our city has received and the current timeline and plan for implementation for our schools. So thank you again, Chairman Mendelson and Council Members Che and Louis George for introducing these bills and engaging in the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. I believe that's all the council members who are present for opening statements. What I'm going to do is call witnesses in groups of 20. And then after we hear from them, we will have a round of questions from members. The first is Jessica Sutter, who's the Ward 6 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Carleen Reed, who's the Ward 8 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Ebony Rose Thompson, who's the Ward 7 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Ruth Wattenberg, who's the Ward 3 representative to the DC State Board of Education. Fraser O'Leary, who's the Ward 4 representative to the DC State Board of Education. I believe Emily Gasoy is not here. She had registered to testify, and I think I heard that she has jury duty, but she's the Ward 1 representative for the DC State Board of Education. Scott Goldstein, who's the Executive Director of Empower Ed. Tricia Senabria, who's the lead organizer with Empower Ed. Betsy Wolf. Jessica Giles, who's the State Director of Education Reform Now, DC. Patricia Stamper, who's a fellow at Empower Ed. Steve Beam, who is listed as a public witness. Mary Levy. Maya Baum, who's a teacher at DCPS. Alexandra Simbana, who is a member of the OSSE Parent Advisory Committee. Laura Fuchs, who's a teacher in DCPS. Christian Herr, who's a teacher. Robert Henderson. Christopher Stewart, who's a librarian at DCPS, and Marcus Batchelor, former member of the DC State Board of Education and former vice president of that board. I'm going to put folks on 3-minute clocks. If you could be mindful of the time. If you're in gallery view, the timer, I believe, is in the top row. Please keep an eye on it. Ms. Sutter, you're first, and good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jessica Sutter, and I'm honored to represent the children, families, and schools of Ward 6 on the DC State Board of Education. When I campaigned for SBOE, I said I would begin and end all policy conversations with the question teachers ask themselves each day: how does this improve student learning? So I ask that question of you. Will enacting either of the bills before you today improve the learning for children in DC? Both of these bills would significantly alter the governance of our state-level education system in the district. Yet I'll note that most council members made opening statements about issues they want to see fixed related to DCPS, our local education system. As we work towards DC statehood, we exist as a city-state with both state and local systems side by side under the common executive of the mayor. State-level education control by the executive is common, despite what you may hear today. In most states, the state education agency falls under control of the governor. In Maryland, the state superintendent reports to the governor. That superintendent is appointed by the State Board of Education, but so too are all members of that body appointed by the governor with advice and consent of the state Senate. In Virginia, the state superintendent is appointed by the governor and serves as secretary to the State Board of Education. Virginia State Board members are also appointed by their governor. DC's current system, a state superintendent appointed by mayor and confirmed by council, has more direct checks on the power of the executive than the systems in our neighboring states. The council reserves the right to directly check the mayor's power via confirmation of the appointee or not. The council also maintains direct performance and budget oversight of OSSE. DC already has strong structure for legislative checks and balances on the executive's state-level education authority. There are absolutely opportunities to improve that oversight and to add in additional checks on the power of the executive without fully redesigning our state-level system. I offer 2 suggestions in this regard. Reinstitute an education committee of the DC Council. This is not to demean the hard work being done by the Committee of the Whole, but as public education makes up the largest share of the DC operating budget, a dedicated committee on education would demonstrate the importance council places on this issue. Second, add a statutory role for the state board to recruit and vet candidates for the role of state superintendent. SBOE members are democratically elected, so requiring the board to identify and nominate, say, 3 candidates to the mayor for consideration would add an additional layer of independent checks and balances without a full system redesign. Redesigning state-level governance may limit the council's opportunities to adjust local education structures like mayoral control of DCPS. I know council has heard calls to action on this front. Given the evidence that DC's public education system has considerably improved over the past 15 years, it would seem more political power play than reasoned policy choice to seize both state and local control of education away from the executive. If either bill proceeds, council will set in motion major changes which will take time, focus, and funding to implement. Is this the highest and best use of our education system's attention at this moment? I ask that you ponder that question and ask yourself what best serves our students and their opportunities to learn and grow. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Sutter. Carleen Reed.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Dr. Carleen Reed, and I proudly represent Ward 8 on the DC State Board of Education. I am testifying in support of the State Education Independence Act of 2021, introduced by Council members Janice Lewis-George and Robert White. Over the last 20 months, cries from the community to reimagine education have been stifled by the chokehold that is complete mayoral control over all public systems of education in the district. Since 2008, I have experienced OSSE through a variety of lenses: former licensee, professional development recipient, former employee, and now SBOE representative. Now is the time to restore education oversight to the people. I'll offer the Nebraska model for education oversight. Their state board, in collaboration with their education commissioner, who is appointed by the Board of Education, set policy, planning, and evaluation systems with the employees of the state education agency as the hands who implement those tasks. Based on the many calls, conversations, and overall outreach with constituents from my ward, as well as engagement with SBOE colleagues, I offer several examples of state-level functions that are responsive to the needs of students, parents, educators, with OSSE being guided by the SBOE. First, the COVID-19 response plan would have been inclusive of all stakeholders versus the disconnected political figureheads that the initial COVID response team consisted of. Second, a comprehensive plan for public education. There is currently no cross-sector plan that addresses our city's goals and outcomes for education. Third, a robust system of a robust system of professional development linked to the previously mentioned plan that supports all educators, which essentially supports all students in the district. Three, a system of accountability that emphasizes supportive schools versus penalizing students for circumstances beyond their control. Four, a literacy plan that is actionable versus theoretical. Five, policies and guidance that treat children with disabilities inclusively instead of outliers. This list could go on, and I can get into the weeds, but each example raised has a common factor. They are functions of OSSE that have not been addressed, yet are urgent to the work of the SBOE. As SBOE representative, individuals who reach out often have two categories of calls. One, an immediate fix of their education circumstances, or two, policy shifts that will improve the outcomes for learners. Currently, the SBOE is not empowered to do either. Instead, we rely on chains of emails that have every contact imaginable CC'd, resolutions to city administrators, letters, and ultimately, we rely on some members of the DC Council who have demonstrated to be allies in education. I ask that DC Council support Bill's State's Education Independence Act of 2021, which restores the voice of people in education. I also ask that the council does not approve the interim superintendent of OSSE until checks and balances have been restored to our system of education. Thank you. And I will send you a copy of my statement.
Please, Dr. Reed, I was going to ask you that. Ebony Rose Thompson.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson, and I'm humbled to represent Ward 7 in the State Board of Education. I also have the responsibility of chairing the board's governance committee, which is a neutral way of saying that my committee is doing your homework and is looking at the issues of who makes decisions about our schools and children. When I heard you were talking about OSSE moving under the authority of the DCSBOE, of course, my ears started to burn. As a committee, we are exploring the following guiding questions. What were the goals of PARA? How have we made progress against them? How are stakeholders experiencing mayoral control? What challenges do we face now? Where are there gaps? And what are we missing? And then what else is out there as far as structure? How does it compare to the uniqueness of DC as a federal district? These questions will be answered over the course of a 3-phase work plan, which includes initial information gathering through expert interviews, a literature review, and community engagements, which will happen over the next 6 weeks. Summarizing what we heard and returning to the public for a second round of engagements. Why? Because good listeners are invested enough to ask if they heard you correctly. And then presenting final recommendations. We are currently nearing the end of phase 1 of our work plan as we head into the fall engagement scheduled for November 15th and December 4th. These will be citywide meetings with the purpose of helping us to answer guiding questions 3 and 4 above. How are stakeholders experiencing mayoral control? And then what challenges are we facing now? Any recommendations absent this feedback and type of engagement do the same thing we did when we shifted to mayoral control. They tell the families, the educators, and children most impacted that what we think is enough and their experience is unimportant. It is easy to think of governance as elevated and academic. It is not. Governance reforms identify who has authority and responsibility. I recognize the topic at many kitchen tables is not governance. Many families and educators could not run down a list of our OSSE responsibilities versus the mayor or yours at the council. My feelings are never hurt when I'm introduced as school board member Thompson. At least 7 agencies touch our schools in some fashion, and despite the promise that mayoral control would allow for greater accountability and responsibility, our system has become more diffuse. It is the embodiment of when everyone is responsible, no one is responsible. Governance is not sexy, but when it goes wrong, the consequences can be downright scandalous. 1 month ago, I came to testify before you about facilities concerns. Later today, I'll be back before you to testify about transportation issues. Our schools not being ready day one was governance gone wrong, and reopening is all anyone can talk about. These are kitchen table issues. There are kitchen table issues that people are talking about, and these are pain points of children, parents, and educators. Neither one of these proposals actually addresses these issues. Give me 2 seconds to finish up. One of the key democratic functions we lost in our nation's capital was the ability of stakeholders to show up and tell us what they wanted, needed, and dreamed of for our schools in front of people who were solely responsible and had the authority to respond. PARA, affectionately referred to as mayoral control, is a local law. Yes, we can and should change it and amend it to address the needs of our children. And as we now begin to revisit our governance structure, we must do with two things in mind. One, a structure that addresses the pain points I listed above, and two, that has a future orientation. Not one framed solely in what we have now or fear of what was, but a holistic vision that will move us forward. Included with this testimony, I've actually attached our most recent governance update to the full board, detailing our work and resources thus far. I hope it informs the discussion around our education governance history and present as we look towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Ms. Wattenberg.
Good morning. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I am Ruth Wattenberg, representing Ward 3. Thank you to Council Members Che, Robert White, Louis George, and others for introducing your bills, and to Chairman Mendelson for holding this hearing. And thanks to my colleagues for bringing their varied expertise here. I favor parts of both bills. OSSE absolutely should be independent of the mayor, which is to some extent addressed by both bills. It absolutely must verify data submitted by LEAs, which is addressed explicitly in one bill. And OSSE absolutely should be governed such that its work is accountable to the public and responsive to the needs of stakeholders. That is addressed in one bill. A few points about each of these, including how these work in other states. First, on independence. State superintendents do not anywhere report to, get named by, or feel responsible to the same authority that names the superintendent or chancellor of a school district that they oversee. Even in the handful of districts that are under mayoral control, the work data and records of that district are subject to regulation and oversight by some mix of a state education agency, state superintendent, and state board of education that are independent of the mayor. The mayor has no standing to influence how or when data is reported or reviewed. No one has any incentive to care about what the mayor thinks, and that is how it should be. In other cities, mayors who control the local schools can promise high school graduation rates will go up. They can put policies in place to promote that. They can brag about increased rates, but no other mayor is the boss of the state superintendent. That has consequences, as we all know. That's why OSSE must be independent. Both bills propose independence for OSSE, but in one bill, while the superintendent would serve a non-concurrent term and could only be removed for cause, he or she is still named by the mayor. In a city known for re-electing mayors, a superintendent could guess that their reappointment will be up to the current mayor who appointed them and is in charge of our largest LEA, or it could be up to the next mayor who could choose to reappoint them or not. The incentive to consider the mayor's interest will continue, even if it's less direct than now. Second, this isn't just about independence. A state education agency also must be accountable and responsive. I want to echo much of what Representative Reed said. Typically, government entities are made, quote, independent with their heads named for non-concurrent terms when their work is specialized, often technical, and is meant to be insulated from public opinion. The Federal Reserve, city auditor, inspectors general. These folks are typically focused on just the facts, so to speak. They are not expected to take public opinion or need into account. To the contrary, but a state education agency, along with its walled off offices that handle data and reporting, should be accountable to the public and responsive to it. We're talking about schools, kids, families. OSSE is responsible for implementing much of the council's newly adopted bill on dyslexia. It interprets DOH regulations on how schools deal with COVID. It needs to be an agency that is positioned to listen to the public and respond. In most other states, the state superintendent must regularly answer in public the questions of board members who are charged specifically with addressing education policy. And that's why I hope you will propose a bill that moves OSSE under the State Board of Ed, as is the case in virtually every state. As you think about this, I urge you to keep the following in mind. As others have said, our DC governance, it will be a unicorn. We are a part city, part state. We do have all of these charter schools. We're going to be different, and we should think about that. These bills check mayoral control. They do not seek to end it. You won't solve every problem with mayoral control with one bill aimed at addressing issues with OSSE. These proposed bills are both skeletal. They need to consider options in detail. But this bill is an opportunity to address checks and balances and consider some areas in which responsiveness could be increased. Please take some time. I believe the original bill proposed by Councilmember White said 6 months. That sounds right. Not less, not more, to consider options. Please take this opportunity to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wattenberg. And we do not have a copy of your statement,
Okay, I will send it.
please. Fraser O'Leary.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This morning, I will be testifying about 2 changes to legislation that will hopefully result in more democracy in our education system. Making the Office of the State Superintendent an independent agency and allowing DCPS employees to run for the State Board of Education. I'm here to testify this morning as someone who is celebrating his 50th year as an educator in the District of Columbia. I'm sure the reason that I was able to last this long in our public education system, both in DCPS and at UDC, had to do with my being surrounded by educators who felt the same way about aiding our students in any way necessary accomplish their goals. That one-mindedness, that everyone rowing in the same direction mentality seems to have disappeared since mayoral control of schools began. In our city, we have several systems that do not communicate with each other. The fact that the chancellor, the deputy mayor for education, and the state superintendent are appointed by the mayor does not open lines of communication. In order for us as citizens to have what we all would like to have, a public education system that could be a model for our country, there needs to be a change in the way educational decisions are made. There are 2 independent offices that work with us on the state board, the Office of the Student Advocate and the Ombudsman. The collaboration is fantastic because we all have the same goal, student success. The legislation that is before you today can be the first step in instituting a shared agenda for educational success. If the Office of the State Superintendent becomes an independent office, then all of the information that is compiled by this office would be accessible openly, and it would be able to fulfill its duties without a political agenda. Another piece of this legislation is to allow DCPS employees to be eligible to run for the State Board of Education. Since public charter school employees are eligible, it seems only right that it is now time to change this rule. Thank you for listening, and I am open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. I believe Emily Gasoy is not here. So the next witness is Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. Today's discussion strikes at the root of every other education conversation our city has. Empower Ed has been engaging in this DC community in this discussion for 2 years, meeting residents where they are, and we've learned a lot. These bills are fundamentally about whether we have the capacity to address challenges in our education system and the ability to listen and change. Let's level set. Even if the council adopted all the reforms proposed today, we would still have mayoral control of schools. We're here to talk about whether reforming this system to add checks and balances would help students. I'd urge you to note the contrast you'll see today. The well-paid and well-connected who benefit financially and politically from the status quo, testifying that despite only 21% of Black students proficient in math, 28% in reading, the highest teacher turnover in the country, that DCPS hasn't met a single capital commitment goal, and that years of scandal show us cutting corners instead of making real progress, that quote, now isn't the time to mess with our education system. And on the other hand, you'll hear from educators, parents, and community members, those most affected by our schools, telling you that the current government system stifles good ideas and prevents progress for those most in need. Who this council listens to will be revealing of who you represent. Do we need systems change for the sake of students? The evidence I just shared says emphatically yes. Even the Mathematica study couldn't negate the facts. NAEP scores were rising faster in the 5 years before para than in the years after. In the 15 years I've been active in DC education, I've seen countless ideas run into a dead end simply because the mayor wasn't on board. From addressing dyslexia and early literacy to addressing teacher and principal retention, teacher diversity, COVID mitigation, and much more. So would further empowering the state board with measured steps improve student opportunities? Clearly, yes. So today we're asking you to advance the State Education Independence Act and amend it in several critical ways to further empower SBOE, to grant them initiation authority where they currently have approval authority, to grant them access to data, to require SBOE hearings and vote before any school is closed, and critically to upgrade SBOE salaries and staffing to make all of that possible, and critically to allow DCPS teachers and staff to run for the state board to solve that inequity. The list I just mentioned proves SBOE is an effective body, even while their effectiveness is intentionally undermined by paying them only $15,000 a year stipends while they have to balance full-time jobs. Despite all this, it's clear that if SBOE resolutions over the past 5 years had the force of law, it's indisputable that our education system would have addressed critical challenges earlier and thus improved student experiences and outcomes. Finally, let's be clear. If para came up for a vote today, the Council Office on Racial Equity would almost certainly advise the council not to pass it and warn of how it would disenfranchise the voices of Black and Latino residents in a public education system that's overwhelmingly comprised of Black and Latino students. We didn't apply a racial equity lens to that decision then, but it's not too late now. Some advance the straw man argument that these bills are some kind of Trojan horse for more radical change. I'd ask them, a Trojan horse for what? Democracy? For Black and brown residents? This is what DC residents want. In our citywide survey of more than 300 DC residents and counting, only 8% favored total mayoral control, while 34% favored a fully empowered school board, but the vast majority favored a system of shared power. Council members, what we're proposing here is not radical. Please see our full testimony where you can see comments from the general public, as well as more about our specific proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you send it, can you resend it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Patricia Sanabria.
Good morning, Chairperson and Council members. My name is Patricia Sanabria. I am a DC native and a proud graduate of DC Public Schools. For the last 9 years, I worked as both an English and special education teacher at DCPS and PCS high schools. I am now the lead organizer at Empower Ed, and I am here today to implore you to support the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act, sponsored by Council members Louis George and Robert White. I graduated from Wilson in 2008, about a year and a half after then Mayor Fenty instituted mayoral control. I experienced the consequences of the silver bullet policy as a student, as the child of a DCPS teacher, and as a teacher myself. I remember the promises mayoral control made to me as a student, namely greater accountability and a world-class education system. These promises were never met. Instead, our governing officials worked to make it look like we were world-class. They did this with multi-million-dollar renovations of our school buildings, which they have not been able to maintain. They did this by implementing racially biased standardized tests, despite the fact that the city serves 64% Black and 20% Latino students. They made it seem like they had increased accountability by theoretically putting one person in charge. In reality, all this did was make it harder for the concerns of our city's residents to be heard. To the people who reference the bad old days, do you even go here? With the Michelle Reed cheating scandal, the attendance and graduation rate scandal, the data scandal at OSSE, the rampant teacher turnover, the ill-equipped school buildings we forced our students and educators into in the midst of a worsening pandemic, I ask you, what kind of days are we in right now? Are we world-class? We are in need of change, change that is truly transformative. The residents of the city and the children it educates deserve improvements that ensure equitable access to resources, funding, varied culturally responsive curriculum, quality teachers, administrators, counselors, librarians, and school nurses, properly outfitted classrooms, and well-maintained technology. We deserve equitable education that is sustainable. We deserve to be part of the decision-making processes and have our voices heard. We can do this by adding reasonable checks and balances into our system, starting with the Louis George bill. We can go even further by adding amendments like allowing the SBOE access to any education data they request from a DC government agency, requiring a review and vote by the SBOE before closing any DC public schools, charter or DCPS, and by making the SBOE representatives full-time or at least well-paid part-time employees of the DC government. Without making these changes, we run the risk of continuing the long history of disenfranchising and disempowering the city's residents. More importantly, we will continue to hurt our children and fail to make good on the promises we have made to them. We will fail to provide them with the opportunities they deserve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sanabria. Betsy Wolf. Is Ms. Wolf here?
Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Please proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you for your chance to testify. I'm testifying in support of OSSE independence as a former teacher, a current parent, and an education researcher. I want to throw back to 2007 to the testimony of Jane Hanaway, who worked at Urban Institute at the time. She's a well-known researcher. Back in 2007, she testified, and I quote, "Governance reform is no magic bullet for boosting student achievement." She continued, "Governance reforms identify who has authority to act in different arenas, but they do not specify what actors or agencies actually do. It is what individuals and agencies do that affects student outcomes." She also notes that student performance gains in recent years have been greatest in large urban systems. So just showing that particular cities with mayoral control have had gains does not say much. Indeed, what do we know exactly? Not much, unfortunately. A recent study from researchers at Mathematica argued that DC showed higher gains than a sample of districts that excluded 4 states, a few counties, New Orleans, Denver, and Newark. Okay, but what exactly was linked with these gains? Was it the magic of the mayor? Was it charter schools? Was it higher teacher salaries that it could have affected the supply and quality of teachers in DC? We don't know. In correspondence with the authors of the study, they stated, "We haven't tried to untangle which forms mattered in this paper." It is very interesting how many people will testify today that nothing should be changed in DC when they cannot testify as to what actually worked in DC. Frankly, this is evidence that the status quo is benefiting many, either professionally or personally. Let me tell you who is not benefiting from the status quo: parents, teachers, students, those without power. Waiting 4 years to unseat the mayor to have any say-so in education whatsoever for the people most impacted by education is wholly insufficient. But I agree with Hanaway's assessment that it's not the type of governance model per se that matters, it's what you do with it. And in DC, what we've done with it is to shut out the voice of people and defer to those with the purse strings in the political capital. DC is also unique that we don't even have an independent state agency. One of the main functions of state agencies is to provide accountability oversight. But how can OSSE do that when their hands are tied by their boss, the mayor, who doesn't really want accountability? Bad news out of OSSE means loss of votes to the mayor. Can't have that. DC is notorious among researchers for the lack of quality data and the hurdles that researchers have to overcome to conduct research in the district. Most of the requests to conduct research by external research are denied by OSSE. Why? Doesn't OSSE want to know what's working? Not really, when it may expose something that the mayor doesn't like. I'm also going to be honest that making OSSE independent of the mayor isn't going to solve our problems overnight. There's a whole culture that probably needs to change. It's going to take time, probably years, for OSSE to build the muscles it needs to do its job. But this legislation is the first step. Hanaway concluded her testimony in 2007 by asking and answering the question, what might DC do to improve student performance? Data systems. Without good data systems, the school district is flying by blind and susceptible to the best guesses of well-intentioned but possibly poor informed advocates. Good information also provides ballast for the system and helps to curb inappropriate political party maneuvering. I think it's fair to say we've been flying blind for a long time. At some point, we're going to have to move on beyond the carefully curated talking points and ask, how can we actually serve our students better? To do that, we need better data, we need information, and we cannot have it under the current system, because if it were possible, then we would already have it, and we don't. So yes, please make OSSE independent of the mayor, but we also need to consider how to mitigate some of the other downsides to the top-down educational governance system we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Jessica Childs.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Jess Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and State Director of Education Reform Now, DC, RNDC. RNDC is a nonprofit organization that fights for a just and equitable public education system. Today, I'm providing testimony in opposition to B24-80 and B24-101 for two reasons. Both bills would make OSSE weaker and less efficient, and all of our elected leaders should focus on changes that put students in the center of our decision-making, close opportunity gaps, and allow BIPOC students to thrive in life, education, and career. Neither bill considers the complex nature of the work done at OSSE, which, if either bill passed into law, would result in a weaker and less efficient state education agency at a time when we need it the most. B24-80 would make the OSSE subordinate to the state board, which has many consequences, including but not limited to the following: OSSE being subjected to votes before doing its job, OSSE being pulled in two different directions by the state board and the DC Council, and OSSE focusing on new processes to achieve its expansive responsibilities during this time. This would make OSSE even slower to respond to urgent issues facing our public education system. And with half the state board members up for election every 2 years, their agenda and focus could change drastically, leaving OSSE stuck in the middle. The solution to red tape is never more red tape. The management and oversight of the OSSE should remain with the Office of the Mayor because it allows the mayor to address education as a whole and not in pieces. OSSE needs the support and collaboration of every district agency to accomplish their work best. Independent agencies are designated as such because they have responsibilities that should specifically remain separate, or oversight requirements are inherently separate from the executive. By definition of the broad array of duties and responsibilities at OSSE, it is not independent, but interconnected by nature. The mayor, DC Council, and the state board must put students at the center of its work and focus on the following. 1, ensure federal funding is targeted to at-risk students, English learners, and students with disabilities, focusing on evidence-based approaches to learning acceleration and ensuring that the funding is spent transparently. 2, measure learning across student groups and schools, replicate what works and get rid of what doesn't. 3, ensure funding follows students. 4, provide elementary school teachers for training in the science of reading. 5, support and grow our educator workforce. 6, attract school-based behavioral health staff to DC. 7, ensure students in the care of DC are learning and students with special needs get the education they are entitled to. 8, allow low-income BIPOC students to attend college for free. And 9, provide safe passage to students and prioritize traffic safety precautions around schools. Thank you for allowing me to testify in opposition to both bills and what we can do to improve the education system.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you would provide it, please.
I shared it, but I will share it again. Thank you.
Okay, please resend it then.
Okay. No problem.
Patricia Stamper. Is Ms. Stamper here?
Yes, I am. Good morning.
Please proceed.
Good morning. As an Empower Ed Fellow, I have gone through my Ward 7 DC community, listening to my neighbors and fellow community members about what DC residents believe that our DC public schools and DC charter schools should do to improve. During these moments of listening to DC residents, several were not aware that we had a DC State Board of Education. Furthermore, several DC residents in my Ward 7 community were not aware that DC public schools system currently does not have any true checks and balances. According to the censusreporter.org, the average age of Ward 7 resident is 35 years old. 54% of Ward 7 residents identify as female. The per capita income of Ward 7 residents is $26,917. The Ward 7 median household income is only $45,318. In Ward 7, there are 26.3% of the population living below the poverty line. Also, 40% of the children here in Ward 7 under 18 live in poverty. Also, another 18% of the Ward 7 residents 65 and over live in poverty. Now, we all know what happened in 2007 with the Public Education Reform Amendment Act, PERA. Some of the other governance reforms was a response to complex political and historical circumstances for the themes are particularly important for understanding the new law. So this law was created because the school system's long experience with expert scrutiny and institutional tinkering, then the continuing influence of the city racial history and politics. Then third, the effects of the city's unique jurisdiction in the U.S. Congress. And number four, the school's district legacy of limited administrative capacity. Therefore, I implore you today for the DC Council to advance the DC State Board Agency, DC State Education Agency Independence Act, and also amend it in several critical ways to further empower the State Board of Education. First and foremost, I beseech you to give the State Board of Education access to education data as requested from each of the education agencies to deliver an oversight role. Also, I'm asking you to require the SBO hearing and vote before any DC public school or DC charter is closed. As an empowering fellow from Ward 7 neighborhood, I firmly believe that when teachers lead, students succeed. I firmly believe that in order to have true input in community and school engagement, that SBOE should consist of teachers and staff of DC public schools and DC charter schools. Currently, SBO representatives are not allowed to be employees of DC public schools or DC charter. In addition, my Ward 7 representative, Ebony Rose Thompson, is democratically elected to be my representative for educational matters here in my Ward 7 community. However, she's only paid a $15,000 stipend to do all of this work. How can true equity happen for $15,000 if we're willing to waste $84,000 on wasted contracts and assessments of our students? Also, OSSE should be held accountable to more than just the current mayor. In conclusion, please take the time, Chairman Mendelson, to reinstate the Committee of Education as soon as possible so the DC Council as a whole, committee as a whole, can have a dedicated committee to educational matters here in the great District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stamper. Next witness is Steve Beam. Mr. Beam here, you're muted. So if you could start over, unmuted, please.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Nice to see everyone today. Parent here of 2 in Ward 6, or maybe 7 or 8, depending on how redistricting goes, but I think that's the next meeting. Regarding the bill before us today, I think it's really easy to frame this as a mayoral control debate. And I get that it's a really sexy phrase around town right now, but I think that does a disservice to what's happening here. I think it's confusing. I think it's sort of I think it obfuscates what we're trying to do. I think independent oversight is a basic tenet of any functional organization. And I think that needs to remain the focus. I just like to stress it's not about mayoral control today. The mayor will still be in control of the schools, whether this goes through or not. This is about oversight and audit. An audit doesn't need to be a dirty word. Audits often turn up great things. You can be audited by the IRS and give you more money back. I would love to see an independent OSSE audit DCPS and find that we're doing a great job here. I think that independent oversight should be something that absolutely everyone is in favor of. Accountability makes us better. There's no reason to hide from it. It makes me nervous when we have organizations that don't want people to look at how they're doing and how they're doing it. I'd love to have independent assessments conducted about how DCPS is doing their job. I think that's important. This is very, very basic oversight. I don't want this to be a referendum on what the current mayor is doing with DCPS. Again, I think that obfuscates the issue. I think this is something that should happen whether or not you like how our mayor is running the schools currently. This is important. I think the testimony that Robert and Mary gave earlier was perfect. I refer you back to that. I think Councilmember Che said she had some other legislation pending. I think we should pass what we're looking at today as soon as possible and get to whatever she's working on. Appreciate you listening to me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beam. I don't have a copy of your statement, so that would be helpful.
Will do. Thanks.
And Ms. Giles, I did get a copy of your statement, so thank you. The next witness is Mary Levy. Is Mary Levy here? I see your name. Mary Levy?
Yes, I'm here. I didn't think I was coming up quite so soon. I'm Mary Levy, and I've studied education governance in the District of Columbia for a long time. I even wrote a short history of it. My written testimony is focused on basic principle of good government, and that's the need to resolve the conflict of interest inherent in having a single official in control of all public education agencies. We tried to break that up 20 years ago in creating the state education office under the mayor to take over some of the state roles performed by DCPS, which was overseeing itself with predictable results. Several years later, however, the mayoral control legislation, PURA, recreated the full conflict of interest under the mayor without establishing any body that was responsible for direct accountability. Nowhere else in the country is there a governance structure so totally closed in on itself, and that's for good reason. I've watched the results for the last 14 years, and unfortunately, the principle of good government that's violated is illustrated. All is not well. We've heard about this from frustrated people in the schools, not just parents and staff, but also a series of reports by the DC auditor. For example, serious managerial failures in school reopening, such as non-functioning ventilation in the face of an airborne virus, lack of needed supplies, inadequate COVID testing, things that the system had months in advance and federal money to deal with. Big inequities in local school budgets, low-income students not achieving well while being cheated of resources intended for them by law, lack of basic budget, COVID, and other information, and misleading statements on all of the above. That's not in my household, by the way.
Yeah, could you pause for a moment, Ms. Levy? Steve Beam, could you mute yourself, please? Thank you. Please continue, Ms. Levy.
You have two bills before you seeking to give OSSE some independence. The Che bill will not do the job because the mayor will only appoint a state superintendent compliant to his or her wishes. That's what mayors do. It's self-protection. It's natural. The Louis George bill with OSSE directly accountable to elected officials, the state board, will allow for some of the accountability now lacking, and I urge you to enact it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levy. Maya Baum. I'm told she's not here. Alexandra Simbana? I'm told she's not here. Laura Fuchs? Is Ms. Fuchs here? If the teachers come later, we'll of course let them testify.
Sorry, hello, is it my turn?
Yes, it is your turn. Good morning or good afternoon.
Right. Good morning. So my name is Laura Fuchs. I'm a proud teacher at H.D. Woodson Senior High School and a resident of Ward 5. I began teaching at Woodson in the fall of 2007. So I've experienced the full weight of what it is like to have the mayor control every agency that has to do with education. Over my 15 years of teaching in DC, I have testified countless times on issues big and small that plague DCPS and the education system as a whole in front of the DC Council, the DC State Board of Education, and DCPS itself sometimes, bringing students along with me to testify. Colleagues, students, and I attended countless town halls, community and union meetings where DC officials are present, worked on initiatives in various offices and the SBOE around education, and done all we can to try and make voices from the classroom heard. But when it comes down to it, the main issue with the current system is the complete lack of true checks and balances when it comes to our schools, which have problems to continue unabated in a propaganda machine that has less than zero connection to the reality that students, parents, and educators face in our schools. Every official has an excuse or someone else who has authority or some overly simplistic reason why, despite being in power, they can't make the changes we want to see. Accountability, depolitization, and efficiency were some of the purported reasons that the council voted to establish a system of mayoral control. Some said and continue to say that voting on something more important than a school board, like a mayor, would mean that we would somehow have more accountability for that one individual. That by removing a school board, somehow we would take the politics out of education. But isn't the mayor political? Anyways, that by having decision-making in one person's hands, we can make quick and effective decisions. But the fact is that one election every 4 years has not achieved even one of those goals. And it is time to find a new pathway forward so that our students get the services they deserve. OSSE is one of the agencies that has been deprioritized by the mayor, as well as politicized. A 1-2 punch that has led to the department languishing with limited staffing, inefficient protocols, and little to no public input or accountability. OSSE has a few areas that are crucial that they must do. And then there's all the oversight that they could be doing if there was any interest in actual oversight. This is especially important for the areas of the school report cards, data, special education services, English language learners, and those applying for DC TAG, just to name a few. OSSE does not have a stellar track record on any of those areas. From late buses to students not receiving their special education services, to ELL money being reprogrammed by schools to meet basic staffing needs, to homeless students being actively discriminated against in DC TAG, there's almost no way to hold these officials accountable. So I am in favor of putting this under OSSE under the SBOE, and I will submit my testimony for the record.
Thank you,
My
Ms.
students
Gibson.
are here.
I was going to ask if you would provide a copy of your statement, so thank you.
Yep,
Chris-
no problem.
Is Christian Herr here?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Please proceed. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So my name is Christian Herb. I've been a teacher for 13 years. This is my 9th in public and charter schools in DC. I'm trying to get some grading done during the last 10 minutes of my lunch break, so I won't take long. I just wanted to share an anecdote from the summer that I think demonstrates a lot of the issues that we'll hear about today. So during pre-service this year, DCPS staff were lucky to hear from Dr. Bettina Love, a leading abolitionist and anti-racist thinker. Towards the end of her presentation, she spent a good bit of time talking about her experience organizing families to opt out of standardized testing, as has been shown repeatedly to be racist. I was excited about this. We use words like anti-racist and equity and progress in schools all the time while changing very little on the ground. And finally, we were being given a concrete goal that we could work towards, a real thing to do. Reducing our reliance on racist standardized tests in favor of real, creative, and thoughtful progress. I was excited. The very next day, our mayor's chancellor started by explicitly instructing us to ignore what Dr. Love had said the day before. Standardized tests weren't an issue in DCPS because we do them, quote, the right way, according to him. Apparently, they're not racist here, because even though we do them the exact same way that everybody else does. I didn't understand that, and I felt it was really sad. Meanwhile, I spent 3 out of my first 13 instructional days with each of my classes this year giving district mandated standardized tests, more than I've ever given before in my career. This year provided us with a rare opportunity to create real progress, and we're instead choosing to double down on the status quo while insisting that everything is fine. Shifting a greater level of accountability and control to a body like the State Board of Education, which is composed of people elected solely on what they bring to education, many of whom are themselves educators, district parents, or both, will result in a school system that is able to truly innovate and that will work better for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herr. Robert Henderson.
Good afternoon. I am Vice Chair of the Ward 5 Education Equity Committee, and though my experience in that role informs my testimony, I'm here as an individual public witness and parent. Of the 2 bills under consideration at this hearing, the Lewis George bill is the one that should be passed, ideally with some amendments. Placing OSSE under the purview of the state board instead of the mayor rightly empowers a body of officials elected largely based on their commitments to education and makes OSSE a more meaningful check on the other education offices reporting to the mayor. Making DCPS employees eligible to run for the nonpartisan office of representative to the State Board of Education would correct an existing inequity. The Che bill laudably aims to increase OSSE's independence, but in this case, I fear it is independence without accountability. The introductory letter for the bill points out the conflict of interest arising from the fact that the state level oversight body reports to the head of the school system it oversees, and notes that this conflict has compromised OSSE's collection and reporting of data about our schools. However, this is not the only such conflict, and thus the implications and the necessary response must be broader than this bill, and ultimately must go further even than the Lewis George bill. I know it isn't on the table today, but we should end mayoral control of schools and empower the elected State Board of Education to exercise meaningful oversight and command accountability from the full range of DC school officials. There are lots of reasons to say that we need to end mayoral control, but for me, it starts with this, and this is more than sufficient. Our school system is highly inequitable and routinely fails to adequately support and serve too many of our schools, teachers, and students. The standard for serving our students isn't, are we doing better than we were 15 years ago? It is, are we meeting the needs of and supporting the thriving of every student right now? And on the latter question, is mayoral control serving that end? I think the answer is no. I do not see the end of mayoral control as a panacea. Among other things, the city must do much more to increase housing and income stability, public health and safety, and transportation equity to more fully support our students. But time and time again, we have seen that accountability to the mayor has led education officials to be unaccountable to anyone else, not to parents, not to this council, and not to DC students. Mayoral control has created and cultivated a culture of mistrust from without and fear from within. Council members, when you ask school officials for a plan for, let's say, school reopening, do you get one? Is it meaningful? When you ask school officials, do you have the technology that you need for every student to participate in remote learning? Or are school buildings ready to receive students with working HVAC systems and roofs that don't leak? Can you believe the answers? I do not anymore. You will no doubt hear testimony today from those who oppose even the first step towards needed checks and balances in our system of school governance. I would suggest to you that those people are likely happy with the status quo because it works just fine for them. But the status quo means that the system is not working for too many others, and that is not just fine with me. I hope you will agree.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Christopher Stewart.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Phil Mendelson and DC Council members. Let me start by saying that my hope and prayer is that you and your families are well during this most unprecedented time in our world, where people are experiencing illness due to coronavirus and others. Our brothers and sisters are forced literally to exit encampments that they have made their homes, and our students, parents, and educators are often at a loss due to mixed messaging regarding our educational system here in the city. I say to you, lean into respite, lean into peace, and lean ever so boldly into love. When we choose to be honest, ethical, just, and have sound and compassionate minds, we are choosing humanity each and every time. We are saying that inequality cannot reside in our city or in our nation's capital. School board members are elected by ward and by the city. These representatives are educators who have chosen a life of service. They are dedicated to ensuring that students, parents, and educators are first, over too often legislative pay-to-play politics. We cannot politic education, nor should we seek to. In making OSSE subordinate to the State Board of Education, we are saying to a city and to a people that your vote carries weight, and you have the power to make decisions. Requiring the agency to verify data and to investigate fraud, including fiscal mismanagement and misappropriation, means that we are choosing checks and balances over a lack of transparency. We want parents, students, and community members to feel a part of the decision process as it relates to each aspect of the city, including the educational system. It's important that we see the value in our residents, that they are simply brilliant. The educational and life experience that they bring to deciding to elect officials cannot be ignored, but too often it is when you have mayoral control or reduced oversight. Now, experience galore does not negate the fact that relationships have fueled appointments. That has contemporary implications that too often can cause unethical and unbiased outcomes. DC State Superintendent of Education, Christina Grant, succeeded Han-Soo Kang, who became the first executive director of Broad Center at the Yale School of Management. Grant, who came from Philadelphia, received leadership training at what was formerly known as the Broad Academy. Eli Broad, who recently passed, was the charter school backer and creator of such efforts. DC Public Schools Chancellor Louis Farabee and Deputy Mayor for Education Paul King, who also came from Philadelphia, received training from Broad Academy. Relationships are key, but shouldn't be essential in qualifying one to receive an appointment. What I will say is our students are so intelligent and they are watching us. We have to ask ourselves, what are we teaching them through our rhetoric and our actions? One more thing, DCPS has librarians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. And Marcus Batchelor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Marcus Batchelor. I served as the Ward 8 representative on the DC State Board of Education from 2017 until January of this year, and was elected by my colleagues as the board's vice president in 2019 and 2020. I want to thank the council for holding this important conversation fundamentally on how our system can better respect and reflect the voices of our families, and more specifically on expanding the independent oversight of the Office of the State Superintendent and the authority of our elected State Board of Education, what they should have in shaping our education policy. I'm here to testify in support of both expanding the independence of OSSE and the authority and oversight of OSSE within the state board. While we know this hearing is not on the broader issue of mayoral control of schools, it is important to point out that DC inexplicably has the most extreme and absolute executive control of schools in the nation, and there's no other state that lacks a state level check independent of those who run local education agencies. Members of the council, and most acutely our families, know the real consequences of this insular and undemocratic control of institutions so close to our lives. The OSSE is an independent is an important institution for ensuring equity of education across our nearly 70 education agencies, and the elected board has already proven its critical role for exposing gaps and advancing real solutions to them. Both philosophically and practically, the work of both these bodies is important, but we also know that because OSSE is controlled by the mayor and the state board has such narrow authority, that work is hard. But the state board has proven that it can do the work. It's proved itself to be a megaphone for the community, a responsible steward of the public dollar and the public trust, and an incubator for change from the grassroots. But very narrow authority has made change difficult. The lack of access to data and information that OSSE collects and no authority for the state board to demand it makes our public role, our public mandate, and our responsibility to our constituents more difficult to fulfill. And practically, issues like our city's real problem with teacher turnover languish for years, being ignored by the state superintendent's office and the mayor and education leaders, while teachers and then the state board rang the alarm for years. And we thank the council for their partnership on exposing this issue as well. But we know that change can't happen so slowly anymore. And we know that the main culprit is the lack of oversight and authority, and the lack of public voice in these education conversations. So just wanted to, while I'll pass on my more lengthier remarks today, I did want to just underscore that both the independence of OSSE and oversight of the state board is important, equally so in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. So we'll have one round of 5-minute round of questions from members. Mr. Batchelor, I don't have a copy of your written statement, so if you could make sure we get that, I'd appreciate it. I wanted to ask Betsy Wolf a question. Your testimony, I was intrigued that you were reminding me from 2007, quoting from Jane Hannaway, that governance reform is not the magic bullet for boosting student achievement. It's rather what individuals and agencies do that affects student outcomes. But then you go on and you're very critical of OSSE, and it seems to be primarily because of data and their, I'm hesitating how to put this, but I'll say lack of integrity with regard to data. But doesn't our establishment of the Research Practice Partnership address much of that concern regarding data? This is to Betsy Wolf. Ms. Wolf, are you there?
I'm sorry, Chairman, can you repeat the question?
Your testimony, you quoted from Jane Hanaway, that governance reform is no magic bullet, and it's what individuals, rather it's what individuals and agencies do that affect student outcomes. But then you go on to challenge the current structure with OSSE, but your criticism seems to be based almost entirely on the issue of data. Doesn't our creation of the Research Practice Partnership address many or most of those concerns?
No, they don't create the data and they don't collect the data. All they can do is clean the data once they have it. And I think if you ask them in a frank conversation, people who are going to be leading the RPP, I think that they will tell you that our quality of data has been particularly bad. So we certainly need more state oversight and better data systems so that the RPP can even work with it. But I'm a little bit worried about the RPP right now because in our current system, no one really wants the RPP. No one really wants someone who they can't control looking under the hood and doing research. That's why they've shut out most research up to now. So I think we have to change the conditions in DC so that the RPP ultimately can have a chance at success a few years down the road.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George, if you have questions.
Thank you, Chairman. I know we only have 5 minutes and we have such a great witness panel, so I'll only get to a few. As Ward 4 council member, obviously, I'm going to start with Ward 4 School Board of Education member, Dr. Frazier O'Leary. Dr. Leary, I want to come to you because you have been an educator in DC public schools for over 50 years, is it? And I want to talk to you about this idea of State Board of Education member, a state board as a DCPS teacher and running for office. Mr. Leary, would you have run for office, or do you know members of DC public schools while you were teaching? Would you have run for office if you could have had the opportunity? And why is it a good idea to have DCPS teachers and other staff on the board?
I guess it goes to boots on the ground. I to be honest with you, if at my point at the last 10 or 15 years, I was coaching, I was teaching, I was husbanding, I was fathering. I really didn't have the time to do that, but I knew I had a lot of colleagues, and there are a lot of colleagues that are still active in DCPS who would love to have something to do with the education system in the city. So I'm sure there are many people, DCPS teachers and probably teachers who would love to have a chance to run for the State Board of Education, but don't have a chance to at all.
Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I want to go to Ward 4 resident Scott Goldstein. Scott, I know you said you Empower Ed conducted a survey. Can you say more about the survey you conducted with the public? Who did you survey, and what were the issues that came up as important? And what did you hear about education system and governance through that survey?
Yeah, thank you. So this is ongoing, and our goal is to get to over 500 responses. We're over 300 at this point. I think it's important. It's about a lot of education issues, one of them being governance. Important to know we didn't do this like a lot of typical education engagement. We didn't wait for people to come to us. We didn't host an education meeting live on Zoom and see the same 10, 15, 20 people show up to it. We interviewed street vendors at their locations on the street. We went into laundromats. We've gone out to festivals. We've gone directly to people where they are on the street. We've gone to outside of schools to interview parents and educators. So we've gone directly to people and asked them the questions. On governance, we asked them the question very simply. Do you favor a system where the mayor has complete control over schools? Would you favor a complete school board model, or do you think they should share power? That's kind of the way that we phrase that. The overwhelming amount of people said shared power. And there's a lot of commentary about that, which we've attached to my testimony. But the overwhelming sentiment is that it's obvious that power should be shared because Americans believe in checks and balances. It's pretty fundamental and basic, right? I mean, people view it as disenfranchisement for power to be taken away when they get to vote for someone. And it's fundamentally unfair that we would never go to neighboring Montgomery County or Fairfax or a majority white district and say, you don't get to vote for these positions. But across the country, that's done in majority Black and brown districts.
Okay, thank you for that. I then want to go to Ebony Rose, who I believe you're the chair of the State Board of Education's Governance Committee. I hope I got that right. You can correct me. And ask you in that role, what sort of operational changes, like making the board full-time or adding more staff, do you see as important stepping stones towards making the state board ready for more authority?
So we have not yet begun to explore capacity and what capacity changes are necessary, because we've been waiting to hear from the public what their recommendations are for changes. I think that Representative Sutter's testimony was particularly helpful because we have a lot of different ways we could tackle this. It is actually uncommon for the same person who is the chief state officer to report to the same person that oversees a local education authority. But our problem is our mayor kind of functions as both like a governor and a mayor because we're a city state. And so the question becomes, which set of those powers do we wrestle? Is it the local set of powers or is it the state set of powers? Now, I will offer that either way, there would be more capacity needed by whatever body enters as oversight, because yes, we are part-time. Yes, we do have a small but mighty staff, but there is a question of like state and local, and I caution us from automatically looking towards other states without doing the appropriate crosswalk of where those responsibilities lay. I did attach a crosswalk that our grad students did that better explains, and I hope the council uses as a resource.
Yeah, no, I appreciated your presentation and testimony that came with it. By the way, I really appreciated that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
What? That's it? That was my time?
Yes, there's a clock. You can see it too. Councilmember Robert White is next.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to everyone from this panel. I missed some of the testimonies because I had an 11:30 meeting. But let me start with what I think is a simpler issue that Councilmember Louis George has brought up a couple times. Does anyone on this panel disagree with the notion that DC public school employees, teachers, or others should be able to run for the State Board of Education? Does anybody have an opposing view to that?
No, I don't. My mom would be a way better state board member than I could ever be as a teacher.
No opposition here.
Okay. Second question, a little more complex. I was talking education governance with Representative Thompson at one point, and she challenged this notion of what does it mean to move away from mayoral control, and it really got me thinking about an independent OSSE. And if OSSE is independent, in my opinion, that doesn't change the structure of mayoral control, because the mayor still controls the schools. Does anyone believe that an independent state superintendent of education equates to moving away from mayoral control? And if you do, if you can help me understand your thinking on that.
I think that an independent state superintendent of education would be extremely helpful for the State Board of Education, because then we would be able to get data that we haven't been able to get, at least since I've been on the board. And I don't think that takes away from the mayor being in charge of some part of the education system, but there needs to be some kind of checks and balance system.
And I will say this is Ruth. I think what this does very clearly is it checks mayoral control, doesn't end it. And it could be an opportunity to limit some aspects of mayoral control that we currently have that are not helpful. For example, around data, as we've heard, it could be a place where concerns about what was going on in the schools, like high pressures around graduating students who aren't ready, pressures on principals not to report suspensions, et cetera. It could be a place where those kinds of issues could be brought.
Councilmember White, this is Jessica Sutter. Oh, I would just chime in and say, I think the question here is, what is the problem you are trying to solve for? And what is the appropriate shift in governance to solve for that problem? What I'm hearing from council members and witnesses alike is a desire for there to be state level oversight of independent school districts, as is true in many other states. Our unique city-state structure means that our mayor is doing both right now. I'm questioning whether it's appropriate to make the shift at the governor's level, having the mayor not in charge of the state in her role as governor, if that's the right fix to the problems you all are identifying, which is wanting independent state oversight of all the many local school districts in our state. So I'll stop there.
I wanted to also, this is Jess, I wanted to also respond to a couple of your questions, Councilmember Robert White. So I think with one of the bills with OSSE being subordinate to the SBOE, I think that having employees of any LEA on the state board, having oversight over OSSE, I think that could raise questions of conflict of interest, much like there would be possibly conflict of interest for DC council members to be government employees as well. I think that's something that should be explored. And then as for OSSE being independent, I testified earlier that OSSE needs the support and collaboration of every district agency to accomplish their work best. And so I think, OSSE does a lot of expansive work in DC with regards to ensuring a high quality education. So they need the support of other agencies to do that work. And so when we think about independence, OSSE being a standalone agency, it works best when they work in collaboration with those other agencies. And that's why the mayor is best used, or the mayor should have oversight over OSSE rather than OSSE being standalone.
I appreciate it. Let me go to Dr. Reed and then somebody else if there's time.
Yeah, I believe watching just some of the other independent agencies, so similar to the Che bill, a lot of our other independent agencies still can't take a stance and really guide certain policies, just me watching outside looking in. And I'll also kind of signal in regards to DCPS employees being able to be on the State Board of Education. It may need to be the model of similar to how council currently is are considered part-time employees. And maybe that can remedy, because to my knowledge, city council members are part-time employees and can seek other employment, which would, I think, lend DCPS teachers to be able to serve on the State Board of Education.
Okay, I have a lot more to hear about this and say about this, but out of time. Thank you all, and I apologize to the folks that I wasn't able to get to you in my time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Councilmember Nadeau.
Sure. Great conversation we're having. I saw that Steve and Scott wanted to chime in. I'm happy to lend some time to them.
I'll go very quickly, I promise. To Robert's original question, I think the issue that keeps bubbling up here is trust. And I'm not sure how we get around that and create newness of that without some sort of independent assessment to build that again. Unfortunately, we've really tied schools to the current mayor, and I think that's tough. With she's had some successes, and she has some stuff that hasn't worked out so well. Independent assessment of that, independent accountability and responsibility would build a lot of trust with everybody in this chat, everybody in this Zoom call across all the wards. It's important that we're able to have people count on us for that. Thank you.
Thanks. And yeah, and I think Representative Sutter raised the right set of questions at the beginning here, which is we should always focus on how does this actually help students, right? And so my answer to that is, what we should be focused on is what are the good ideas that are not happening because of our current education structure. And so when I think of that question, what I see is a state board of education that regularly hears from the community members, that has mountains of testimony. And I see them regularly acting on things like teacher and principal retention, on things like early literacy intervention, on things like teacher diversity, months or even years before action is taken by the mayor. And so that is a direct correlation that says to me that if the state board had that authority or even oversight, or to initiate or oversight over OSSE, that we would actually have the force of being able to implement things that would improve student outcomes earlier. And so to me, that question is, how do we improve student outcomes through this? And that SBOE oversight over OSSE is the key lever to doing that, right? Is to making sure good ideas from the community happen faster, so student outcomes and opportunities improve faster.
Thank you. Ebony, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, my only 2 cents would be, and I do currently serve on the state board. I think the state board has come leaps and bounds. And I think, and I'm really grateful to have the colleagues that I have. I also think it's really important that we are clear about what changes mean, that we not tinker at the edges, and that we really do evaluate if the changes we make address the pain points that people have. When I think about the question of if what it means for OSSE to report to the state board, I do acknowledge that, yeah, it could mean a different entity. I do think we've done great work. I do think we've been responsive. I also think that it does not necessarily solve all of the things people need responsiveness and feedback around. And I think that has to be part of the conversation too. I mentioned that I was here a month ago to testify about facilities. When I look at like facilities in particular, it's a great demonstration of where the responsibilities lie throughout our governance structure. Those responsibilities are held by DGS, DCPS, the DME, you all as the council. That's 4 different bodies that touch a question of if a school gets modernized, if somebody has a leaky sink, if somebody's fire alarm system works, if we have HVAC. Those are the things that also affect students every day. And I do think we will have to make some adult decisions and look at this holistically and say, okay, what do we move where? And my personal position is moving just one office does not necessarily address what are the problems with our governance structure. What we lost when we moved from a local school board, and this is not a question of if we go back to what was, and I can show you what was, I have a picture of it sitting on my desktop versus what we have now. But what we lost was a place that made sense for people to go to say, hey, I'm having this concern, I have this hope, I have this dream, I have this challenge happening at my school. And there is a body that can actually respond to those concerns with the power. That's not to say people haven't come to us and said things that make sense. That's not to say we haven't offered some things that could improve. I am citing that that is something missing from our governance structure that legislation actually could rectify. And I actually think would go a long way to us not experiencing the heartburn and anxiety we've had around reopening. Those are local powers. And so I know that we are currently having a conversation just about OSSE. I'm just pushing us to really look at our entire governance structure to create something that will move us forward so students and families can have a system that responds to their needs.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Charles Allen, if you have questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I missed the opening, so I have a couple of quick comments and will use my time as best I can to get to a couple of questions. I do appreciate you holding this hearing and look forward to all of our public witnesses in this first panel today. I think what I'm concerned about is it's just not working the way it should right now, that over and over we see decision-making that serves a political end rather than a truly independent state superintendent's office, able to focus fully on what's best for students. I had been co-chairing a hearing for the Special Committee on COVID-19 pandemic recovery this morning, so many of those challenges on COVID are on my mind today. So, for example, think about testing and the decision that got rolled out this spring. OSSE rolled out a testing system, never met the bare minimum levels of testing needs to be effective. Why? They set it up as an opt-in program with an enrollment form that forced parents to waive all legal rights if their child was harmed. Who's going to sign that? They didn't. But as we pushed back on it, a lot of questions about this, finally we were able to make a change. Were parents involved in this process at the beginning? Did they get feedback on that form? It didn't seem to happen. It seemed like a direction had come down, and that's what they implemented. I think about the same thing when I'm concerned, as I've criticized, a flawed star rating system that I think punishes our schools serving our highest need students, the lack of a true longitudinal student data system to track our students' progress, ensuring students with special needs being properly served. I just think across the board, what we got is not working the way that it needs to. And does OSSE have the true independence, transparency, checks and balances in place to ensure that our state education agency is both publicly accountable as well as laser focused on improving student outcomes? I think that we hear from a lot of people that say no. To be clear, OSSE is a young agency. It has come a long way in recent years. But that doesn't mean we can't stop and take a look and evaluate what's working and what's not and be willing to ask tough questions and they'll make changes. I did want to ask a couple of questions with my remaining time. I see, my Ward 6 representative on the state board is here, Ms. Sutter, so thank you for being here. And I've heard a couple of people comment about the way, and even though I wasn't here for your testimony, you and I've talked about this before, so hearing that kind of the wrestling of the question of, is the change we're seeking to make at a state/governor level or at a local level, I think are very important questions. And I appreciate you framing that up. And I guess the question I would ask to you then is, I think you've pinpointed the right place where we got to wrestle a bit, but do we think that the status quo essentially isn't, like, we don't want to preserve the status quo. Something needs to change, but are you helping highlight the things that you believe we should be wrestling with in terms of what should change?
Great question. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So I think that at the state level, it is very important to keep the state executive in charge of the largest share of the operating funds for the DC budget. I do think we have checks and balances currently at the state level, and I think there are ways we could augment it, a renovation, if you will, rather than a full-scale modernization of our state level governance system. I think at the local level, what my colleagues on the state board have highlighted is real and true, but I do not think what you're seeking to do with either of these bills will fix that problem. And that is, people who identify issues with their local level DCPS concerns do not have anywhere to go where folks are empowered to act on them, or they have too many places to go, as Ebony Rose Thompson raised around facilities issues. So I think one of the things I would love to see us try to solve for is, how do we give the public a voice in a place where they can go and have authority to, they can go to someone or some set of folks who have authority to respond to them. That to me is the critical problem for which the council should solve, and the reason these bills do not solve that problem at all.
Okay, I appreciate that perspective. I do. With my remaining minute, let me turn to Ms. Wolf, because one of the things as I try to think about, again, what's the genesis of a decision, and then what do we see as the outcome? When I think back, for example, and I heard you when I joined in, you were talking about the RPP. I mean, to some degree, and this is what I want to ask you, it felt like that was really more of a fight, really a referendum on OSSE's, the trust in OSSE's willingness to look critically at data that they already have. And I think ultimately we said no, that we want to make sure that we have an entity that is critically looking at the data, programs, policies. And I wanted to see if that was your take on it. And I was also concerned with your comment about your perspective of just how we'll look at the data. Did I lose Ms. Wolf? Oh no, Ms. Wolf disappeared all of a sudden after all of that, as I watched my seconds count down. All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll just flag that as at least for me, one of my questions. And I would love to invite Ms. Wolf at some point, since she apparently dropped off, to be able to help answer that for us. But I know my time is up, so I appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Treon White. Councilmember Treon White. I'll try one more time. Councilmember Treon White. All right, I'm going to thank all of the witnesses, and there were a couple who were not here when I called them. If they come in, we will try to get to them later. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Those who did not submit your statements, please do so. You can continue to watch the hearing, but you're going to be excused from the participatory room. I'm going to turn to the next 20. Sandra Moscoso is with the Ward 2 Education Council. Max Ewart, who is an ANC commissioner with 1B07. Emily Roederer, Commissioner Salim Adolfo, who's chair of ANC 8C. Kavitha Kasargad Staub. Kathy Riley, who's with the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators. Rebecca Ennin. Julie Payne, who's a teacher. Regina Bell, who's the Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, who's President of the Washington Teachers Union. Sandra Vanderbilt. Shannon Hodge, who's with the DC Charter School Alliance as the Executive Director. Ron Thompson. And then I'm told that from Education Forward DC is Maura Marino. Mary Ellen Kolcheski, Nikki D'Angelo, who's with Democrats for Education Reform, Kishan Putta, Brianna McGowan, who's with the Ward 5 Education Equity Committee, Abe Clayman, who's with the Federal City Council, and Hansel Kang, is listed as a public witness. I am told, let me just check for a second. I'm going to call another 5, just because I don't think we have all 20 here. Thomas Tuck, who's Director of Future Ed at Georgetown University. Steve Bumbaugh, who is Senior Vice President, College and Career Access, College Board. Maura Dundon. Kyle Myers, who's with Democrats for Education Reform, and Matthew Iglesias. So let me go back to the first person I called, Sandra Moscoso. Is she here? How about Max Ewart? Don't see him. Max Ewart. Let's try Emily Roederer.
I am here.
Excellent. Please, when you're ready.
This is going to be, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
This is going to be a little more personal. Most people, let alone parents in DC, have no idea what OSSE is or does. My testimony is based on my observations over 8 years as a DCPS parent and is in support of the Louis George legislation. You cannot fully understand the full weight of some of what OSSE does until you have caught a teacher crying in the hall after administering a 7-hour test to a 7-year-old at a Title I school. High stakes testing isn't supposed to begin until 3rd grade. However, test preparation begins much earlier. From kindergarten on, the pressure began. Teachers would ask, is your child reading at home every day for 20 minutes? My answer was always no. When I make him read, he cries. Finally, in 2nd grade, a very brave first-year teacher finally said, stop, just stop asking him. We'll figure something else out. And they did, and everything was fine. By 3rd grade, my child was reading on grade level and no one ever asked again. My child finished elementary school as one of the top readers, but was slow to read. Patient teachers and parents who loved books saved my child's love of reading. The system I am using broadly would have otherwise quashed that joy. If you listen in unguarded moments Teachers will say things about their classroom experience. Things like, I refuse to teach in the higher grades because that's when the testing begins. You can't do creative things in the classroom. I am not opposed to testing. Assessments are an important role in education. And I've been grateful to the information they have provided in my children's learning. However, based on research, we know that tests are biased in favor of children from higher income households. Half, or according to testimony today, more than half of our city school children don't have that advantage. And yet we have an OSSE promulgated 5-star school rating system based primarily on test scores. There is a direct line between mayoral control and the focus on high stakes testing in schools. Private foundations and curriculum developers have an outsized influence on our mayor, our school system, and our children. Our schools have been reduced to institutions designed to receive tests and curriculum rather than places, to quote the chancellor, of joyful learning. This semester, I'm homeschooling my children until they are vaccinated against COVID. See my prior testimony on the lack of proper ventilation in schools, unmasked indoor lunch, inadequate COVID testing, and weak contact tracing. I've spent a considerable amount of time studying the OSSE website for DC's education standards. They are mostly summaries of what other states are doing, which is fine. The science page, however, is just a link to an ad for a science curriculum. It doesn't expand on what children might need in the face of climate change, trauma related to gun violence, or a once in 100-year pandemic. It just contains an ad to someone selling you something. For me, that's a metaphor for OSSE. It does not currently exist to ensure vulnerable children in education. It exists to ensure children learn to produce outcomes based on the demands of companies that produce curriculum and tests. I'll end with a quote from a DC teacher. The mayor has too much to do already. Let the education people worry about schools. And that's the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Roederer. Commissioner Adolfo, are you here? Kavitha Kasargid-Staub? Kathy Riley.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kathy Riley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Senior High Alliance of Parents, Principals, and Educators, SHAPE, and the facilitator for the Ward 4 Ed Alliance and C4DC. The School Reform Act of 2007 made massive changes. It concentrated all authority for the education of the District of Columbia Public School students, DCPS, with the mayor. I would have liked to see us struggle with more democratic representation at that time, and I still feel that way. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education reports to the mayor, as does the Chancellor of DCPS. It is not a strong system of checks and balances. With the School Reform Act of 2007, DCPS lost a local school board that wrestled with policy and budget in public. DC gained a state board of education with very limited authority. The council has worked to step into this vacuum, but there are still large, substantial gaps. DC aspires to be a state with greater elective representation. For us here in DC, democracy is even more precious with our limited voice at the national level. Democracy is hard, but important. It is time to make some additional changes to the School Reform Act of 2007. In terms of the bills before you, I am not in favor of an independent state superintendent of education like the Attorney General. It's an office with massive responsibilities that should have oversight. The Attorney General, which is the other one I associate with that, is elected and independent. I don't think we want an elected superintendent of education. So the bill put forward by Janice Lewis George and Robert White, I do think has a lot of promise. For many years, both the DC Board of Education functioned at both the state and local board level. This is now separate. While this is a large transfer and would entail a larger staff for the SBO, OE, and more funding, it is a change that I think should be fully considered. Finally, this bill also allows the bill allows DCPS employees to run for the nonpartisan office of the school board. My daughter-in-law is a high school government teacher running for the Virginia House of Delegates. The at-large member of our SBOE is a charter school employee. This is a change that's overdue. The members of the school board are not currently permitted to bring things up for a vote themselves, but must rely on OSSE and thus the mayor. From the beginning, this seemed profoundly disrespectful and inappropriate. Their authority is limited as it is. This could be remedied in the short run. I also believe that DCPS has suffered in the absence of a local board, where policy additions and changes as well as budget are debated in an open forum and votes are taken. The absence of a formal public process has been a problem. This is not included in the Lewis George or Robert White bill, but it should be considered going forward. I welcome the chance to discuss how we can improve the ways our schools are governed. We have now seen how mayoral control is managed under former mayors Fenty and Gray and now Mayor Bowser. It is with this experience in 14 years that we come with the desire to make some fundamental changes. This is something that I would like to work with you to get it right. Bill B240080 is a good start. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riley. Rebecca Ennin, Julie Payne, Regina Bell.
Here. Good afternoon. My name is
Good
Regina
afternoon.
Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. I support bills 24-80 and 24-101. These bills place our state agency under a different entity than the LEAs, which will allow for effective oversight of DCPS. We all know that reopening this school year has been difficult for the entire community. We're in the middle of a pandemic and many schools still don't have properly working HVAC systems, which are critical to keeping the coronavirus at bay. COVID testing and contact tracing have been inadequate. Yet by the end of the first advisory, all kindergarten students will have taken 10 assessments in 44 days, all mandated by DCPS. That averages out to approximately 1 assessment per week for a kindergartner. This testing regime would be perfect for COVID testing, but it's counterproductive for student learning. DCPS managed to make a trying situation even more stressful by coming up with new and more frequent tests for all students. This is taking the fun and joy out of both teaching and learning. I want to be clear, the WTU is not against testing and screening that is necessary to assess student understanding and to monitor progress. But the schedule DCPS has implemented is not productive or sustainable. Testing is not teaching. This testing schedule is contributing to the severe mental health crisis that is overwhelming students and teachers. We need to let teachers teach and students learn. Every student needs the opportunity to find their passion so they can sing like Denise Graves, write like Isabel Wilkerson, become a jurist like Judge Henry Kennedy, explore the natural sciences like Dr. Shirley Jackson, dazzle on the basketball court like Elgin Baylor, or perform like Dave Chappelle. Like many of you on the council, all these people are DCPS alumni, and like you, they found their passion. The current system smothers students, treats them as data points, and inhibits creativity. Much of my testimony might not fall exactly within the scope of these two bills, but it's important for the council to know what the current governance structure has led to. Making OSSE independent of the same executive who oversees our LEAs won't solve all problems, but it'll allow for an independent guidance and oversight of our schools, which is critical for student health and well-being and success. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Ms. Pogue Lyons.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacqueline Pogue Lyons. Thank you. I'm Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union. Thank you for allowing me the time to discuss why the WTU strongly supports these two bills. The Office of the State Superintendent of Education, or OSSE, should be independent of the State Board of Education and should be allowed to appoint the State Superintendent of Education. In turn, OSSE should be an independent agency within the district's government. Support for independence has nothing to do with who presides over this city. It has everything to do with checks and balances, accountability, and not allowing whoever is the mayor to have near total control over our public school system. We know what can happen when there are no checks and balances over DC public schools. These horrors date back to Chancellor Rhee, whose regrettable tenure led to a series of scandals over the intense pressure on teachers by this chancellor to show high student achievement. Weak oversight resulted in serious problems that persist today, such as the overuse of high-stakes testing and assessment of our students, an extremely flawed and biased impact evaluation system that continues to contribute to high teacher turnover and principal turnover in the district. And lastly, the inability of DCPS to meet its capital commitment plans and goals. When agencies are independent of the mayor, the public has more opportunity to weigh in, to be heard, to support or oppose a policy, or even propose something new. Keeping a form of mayoral control of education in DC goes against the grain. 90% of school districts nationwide have elected school boards. In Illinois, every school district but one, Chicago, is set to have an elected school board for its public school system. Credible research has shown that mayoral control of school districts doesn't improve schools. For example, a 2010 study from Rutgers University's Institute of Education, Law, and Policy said it was unable to establish conclusively that the change in governance had any relationship to improved performance. Parents and the public deserve accountability and a system of checks and balances. And they deserve a state board of education that has teachers as members. Bill number 24-101 would allow DCPS employees to serve on the board. Educators would provide a much needed voice from the classroom. We should be doing everything to ensure that our school district has the governance, policies, programs, and services that will help our students thrive and make DCPS a place where students want to learn and teachers want to teach. I strongly urge passage of these common sense bills. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Lyons. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide that.
Yes. Thank you for your patience. We'll do that.
Thank you. Sandra Vanderbilt, I don't think she's here. Shannon Hodge, who's with the Charter School Alliance.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. I want to begin by saying clearly up front that while there may be a need at some point to review OSSE governance structures, now is not the right time to consider such sweeping changes. Right now, OSSE plays a critical role in making sure all our schools provide safe in-person learning opportunities and follow DC Health's health and safety protocols. This should continue to be OSSE's focus, not preparing for changes to its bureaucratic structure. Frankly, our school leaders, who would be responsible for their school's responses to shifts in OSSE structures, have enough on their plates. They are in totally uncharted territory, having to be both educators and public health officials. They are exhausted and understaffed, but after 18 months of responding to this pandemic and its shifting demands, they remain dedicated to showing up every day to ensure students are safe and receiving the education they deserve. The last thing they need right now is unnecessary change, more upheaval, and more bureaucracy. Significant progress has been made in our public education system thanks to the reforms of the 1990s, including instituting mayoral control. DC schools were ranked among the worst in the country, but a recent study of the impacts of school reforms in the district found that school choice and coherent governance have driven DC school progress and student achievement. And a critical part of that governance is a strong state education agency. And while it's undeniable that we have more work to do, particularly in supporting students at risk of academic failure who have fallen even further behind their peers during the pandemic, we should look to build on the progress we have made and focus on solutions that will result in improving student outcomes. Changing OSSE's structure does not accomplish that goal. There may come a time when we will need a serious examination of our education governance system, but any changes should be made carefully with significant stakeholder input on implementation. Instead of changing OSSE's structure and oversight in isolation, without regard for how such changes could upset public education in the district, the entire ecosystem needs deep study. Fortunately, the Council, in partnership with Mayor Bowser, has already created a mechanism for such a study. In March 2019, this council created the Independent Research Practice Partnership to conduct independent education-related research that will support improvement in the district's public schools. We encourage the council not to abandon a structure it established just a couple of years ago in favor of upending OSSE's governance during a pandemic. Instead, we strongly urge the council to allow the independent RPP, which is removed from politics, to undertake studies to inform any shifts in OSSE's structure that the council considers. As an alternative to the bills before you, the council should focus on ensuring that the RPP is operational and operating to achieve its critical mission of supporting improvement in the district's public schools. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Ron Thompson, whom I think is not here. Maura Marino.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Council of the District of Columbia. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Maura Marino, and I'm a Ward 1 resident, a former teacher, and the CEO of Education Forward DC. Education Forward DC is a nonprofit organization that launched in July of 2016 with a mission to ensure that all students in DC get a great public education. Our launch came at a time when DC was experiencing momentum propelled by a deep focus on our students and significant changes made to strengthen our schools. During our first 5 years, we've seen DC's public schools and the policy environment that enables their success produce greater academic achievement, more support for students, particularly in mental health, increased resources, and expanded quality options for students and for families. Though we've seen significant progress, make no mistake, DC schools are not serving all students well, and we remain committed to the critical work to ensure that every DC student can thrive in life with the opportunities to make educational, career, and family choices that they want to be happy and successful. Even before the pandemic, data and feedback indicated that DC schools are not serving all students well. Students furthest from opportunity too often lack equitable access to high-quality school experiences that meet their needs. Pervasive and systemic racism is embedded into the very fabric of our current educational structures and leads to disparate educational outcomes for Black and Brown students. And it was these students who have disproportionately shouldered the academic and social disruptions caused by the switch to remote learning. Furthermore, families continue to feel unheard and left out of the decision-making process. DC's challenge in the years ahead is not only to recover from the negative impacts of the pandemic on our students' success, but to recapture the momentum that has led to the progress our city has seen to date. We need to lay the groundwork for a reimagined school experience to support students' holistic needs and expand access for students furthest from opportunity to close remaining gaps and fully serve our students. This will require us, all of us, but particularly the city's education leaders, to emphasize 4 things. Increased support for school leaders in making data-informed decisions, particularly for increasing racial equity. Unified citywide school growth planning to unite public and public charter schools with their communities. Funding all of our schools equitably. An intentional commitment to engaging parents and families as co-equals in education decision-making. The conversation we need to have right now is what our students need and how we can effectively serve our students. The focus we need right now is on working collaboratively towards shared goals for our students' futures. Great care should be taken when pursuing structural changes in our city's education leadership. These could lead to instability with no guarantee that students will be the ultimate beneficiaries of that change, and greater difficulty in holding any one entity accountable for our education system. The progress we have made is incomplete, but it is a strong foundation for further improvement. Many thanks for this opportunity, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. And I don't have a copy of your statement, so would you please provide that?
I will.
The next witness is Mary Ellen Golczewski. I believe she's not here. Nikki D'Angelo.
Yes, hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and the DC Council Committee of the Whole. My name is Nikki D'Angelo. I'm a Ward 5 resident, DCPS parent, and former DC's charter school teacher, and former DCPS Central Office employee. I'm testifying on behalf of Democrats for Education Reform DC, where I'm a community organizer. And I'm testifying in opposition to Bill 2480, the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021, and Bill 24-101, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education Amendment Act of 2021. It is my hope that this testimony offers a unique and helpful perspective. Considering that our schools are focused on finally educating students in person, the DC Council should not contemplate these bills during the COVID pandemic. Since March 2020, our education community in DC has been stunned and traumatized by the impact of COVID-19. As a single working parent, I can't begin to explain the pressure that was relieved once our students were able to go back to in-person learning. However, as the DC Council has heard from DC residents at length, our school communities continue to battle with the impact of COVID-19. Each school community has a unique set of challenges ahead of them. Still, there are a few issues that I've seen come up district-wide. The vast need for facilities improvement, the need for accelerated learning, mental health supports for many students just returning to school, COVID testing at schools, and general logistical issues like school lunch. Considering these challenges schools face right now, OSSE should be entirely focused on supporting schools during these unprecedented times, not adjusting to a new structure. Additionally, DC has experienced much needed progress in education, as recently reported by Mathematica. In this report, findings concluded that since education reform efforts began in the 1990s until 2017, DC schools are improving outcomes for students. NAEP scores for math and reading in grades 4 and 8 have seen steady rises during the last few decades of dedicated school reform efforts. We should be building on that progress by driving educational equity and expanding access, targeting resources, and providing enhanced support for students considered at risk and students with special needs. We have a massive opportunity to continue progress and right structural wrongs by investing in systemic change that directly improves outcomes for students who have been historically ignored. This should be our focus. Concerning Bill 24-80 especially, the operations and work at OSSE is very important and works best with a narrow direct connection to the Office of the Mayor. An additional layer to OSSE's role does not benefit children and will put the superintendent and her staff and pull the superintendent and her staff in many different directions. Further significant oversight of OSSE as an agency already occurs via the elected members of the DC Council. And OSSE under the state board would subject the agency to management of both elected bodies, which is burdensome and distracting. Concerning Bill 24-101, independent agencies are designed as such because they have responsibilities that should specifically remain separate, or oversight requirements are inherently separate from the executive. By definition of this broad array of duties and responsibilities at OSSE, it is not independent, but interconnected. Like many educators believe, every day is an opportunity to make change. Let's focus our efforts on making improvements for our children so we can continue equitable progress for decades to come. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. D'Angelo. Kishan Putta, I believe he's not here. Brianna McGowan, is she here? I don't see her. I'll give it a second. There she is. Ms. McGowan?
Hi, sorry, just got promoted as panelist.
Sorry for the confusion. Please proceed.
Hi, everyone. All right, I'll jump right in. So good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Brianna McGowan. I am the Communications Officer of the Ward 5 Education Equity Committee and a proud resident of Ward 5. I am here as an individual public witness today. Though the two bills under consideration at this hearing both put forward a path for OSSE independence, Councilmember Louis George's bill and Councilmember Che's bill, I believe the Louis George bill is the one that should be passed. I apologize for the sirens in the background. I feel strongly that placing OSSE under the State Board of Education instead of the mayor is the right move. The SBOE is a body of officials elected largely based on their commitments to education and to our communities. It would also make OSSE more meaningful and effective, and most importantly, build trust with families and educators. Also allowing DCPS employees to be eligible to run for the nonpartisan office of representative to the State Board of Education would balance the existing inequity in which employees of public charter schools are eligible to run for this office, while DCPS employees are not. I would also like to add that this bill is just the first step towards a more balanced educational system. And though I appreciate the intent of Bill B-24-101, Councilmember Che's bill, I agree with Robert Henderson, who testified earlier. I too am concerned that the effect would be OSSE independence without accountability. Mayoral control of DCPS has reduced transparency and has not reduced education inequities. We can strengthen education accountability by having our state education agency, OSSE, report to our State Board of Education rather than to the mayor. There should not be executive control of both state and local systems of governance. Mayoral control, I mean. We have routinely witnessed that accountability to the mayor has led education officials to be unaccountable to our communities and to DC Council even. I ask that you pass the bill that places OSSE under the State Board of Education, freeing OSSE from mayoral control and providing accountability from our State Board of Education. This is an opportunity to correct inequities and begin to build trust that we desperately need in our education systems and governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCowan. Abe Clayman with the Federal City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing today. My name is Abe Clayman. I'm a Ward 4 resident, and I work at the Federal City Council on Education Initiatives. Before joining the Federal City Council, I was a teacher and principal in a DC public charter school for 12 years. I was also an A&C commissioner for 4 years. I understand firsthand how the current system is supporting student progress. Dismantling that system will put student progress at risk. The Federal City Council supports the district system of mayoral leadership, council oversight. It has proven to be successful. No other urban district in the country has demonstrated more improvement over such a long period. This year, as students and families face unprecedented challenges during the pandemic, the council should not dismantle a model that is working. While there is more work to do, the district has made steady progress, including in the following areas. Enrollment in the district's public schools has increased 22% since 2001, from 76,000 students to 93,000 students. Steady improvements on the NAEP, commonly called the nation's report card, have made the district the nation's fastest improving major city school system. Since 2010, high school graduation rates have improved from 58% to 70%. And finally, innovative educators and parent communities have partnered to create new, high-quality DCPS and public charter schools, including Montessori, dual language, early college, and single-sex programs in both sectors. The council should not pass proposed legislation that puts student progress at risk. The council should preserve the ability of the mayor to select the superintendent and manage the office of the state superintendent of education for a few reasons. First, it avoids dysfunctional political fights. An elected school board has governed DC's public schools in the past. This structure created a deeply politicized, corrupt, and dysfunctional system that did not deliver results for students. The current system has a clear line of accountability. Voters know the mayor and can hold him or her accountable. Third, there is clear financial responsibility. When the mayor appoints the heads of agencies, she knows that she must fund those agencies appropriately to achieve their goals. And finally, OSSE can collaborate with other agencies. To succeed, the superintendent needs to collaborate with DC Health, DCRA, and other agencies of the government that report to the mayor, enabling them to work closely together. Contrary to how others have framed opposition to these bills, we know that the mayor and the council should accelerate, not draw back from education reform. Instead of dismantling a model that is working, the council should take 2 actions to support students now. ensure that oversight bodies have the authority to verify the accuracy of data and investigate inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading data. The DC Public Charter School Board already does this for public charter schools. OSSE should have similar authority over DCPS. And second, support the work of the new DC Education Research Collaborative housed at the Urban Institute and provide funding for research-based programs that support students, particularly low-income students and students of color. Our students are making progress under the current system. More needs to be done. As you consider this legislation, we urge you to support that progress and not dismantle a proven model. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Hansel King.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Hansel Kang, and I had the honor of serving as the State Superintendent of Education for the District of Columbia from 2015 to 2020. I'm pleased to join you today to share this testimony on Bills 2480 and 24101. I will share a portion of my testimony aloud and have submitted the full testimony for the record. As DC's state education agency, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education plays a critical role in sustaining, accelerating, and deepening progress for all DC students. Shifting the governance structure for OSSE is not a course of action that should be taken lightly, given its unique role, complex set of functions, its history and trajectory of performance as an agency, and the urgent work that lies ahead for all of us in better meeting the needs of students and families. Many of OSSE's functions are similar to those of other state education agencies around the country. However, OSSE serves a much broader age span with responsibility over the district's early childhood care and education system, as well as supporting adult education programs. OSSE also provides more direct services than most other SEAs, most notably student transportation services for students with disabilities. When OSSE was formed, the agency took on a wide range of functions that were previously spread across the district government. Much of OSSE's first years were focused on bringing together these diverse and complex functions and addressing legacy compliance issues, and with some success. Even so, in my early engagement with stakeholders after I joined the agency in 2015, I heard a great deal about ongoing concerns and ways in which OSSE was not yet fully fulfilling its role to support student achievement outcomes across DC. OSSE has made significant strides to improve the fulfillment of its mission over the last 6 years. We took important steps to improve access to information and data. For example, local education agencies and schools used to receive special education information for newly enrolling students only after the school year had begun. Since 2017, they received this information up to 4 months earlier, allowing them to prepare for supporting students from day one. The progress that OSSE has made was possible because of the broad alignment, coordination, collaboration, and investment in the agency's work by the executive with oversight by the council, a structure that would have weaker cohesion under the proposed legislation. There is no doubt that there is significant additional work that is needed to continue to improve outcomes and close gaps between student groups along lines of race, income, and disability status for OSSE and for all parts of the DC education system and the community at large. But given what I've experienced firsthand about the years of work it takes to fully implement and realize a change in governance long after it is codified in legislation, and given the footing that OSSE has found in recent years, I would urge this council to continue to focus on how we can continue to better support students and families within the structures that exist, rather than upending them once again. Thank you for this time today and for your partnership throughout my time as DC's State Superintendent of Education. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Thomas Tuck.
Hold on. Hi, I'm not Tom Tuck. I'm his Associate Director at Future Ed, which is a think tank at Georgetown University. We're focused on educating disadvantaged children. Tom has written extensively about the evolution of DC's education sector since 2007. I've worked alongside him for 5 years, and I've lived in DC for 21 years. My children were either in a DCPS school or a charter school from 2002 to 2017. So I joined Tom in saying there's no doubt that the city's education infrastructure is far better today than it was in 2007, when an ineffective state board and a constantly changing cast of DCPS leaders couldn't calculate daily attendance, much less educate students. It was a time when new hires often didn't get paid for months. Do textbooks sat in warehouses instead of in the classrooms where kids needed them? Elementary schools, many of them didn't teach music or art, and high school electives were often rare. And the system was hemorrhaging students to charter schools. Since the advent of mayoral control, DC has raised standards, expanded and strengthened its curriculum, transformed its instructional systems, and introduced a host of new school options, raising student achievement in the process. The charter sector, which is one of the nation's most vibrant, has strengthened its oversight significantly. And DCPS and the charter sector have come together for a unified state-of-the-art enrollment system that makes it easier for parents to navigate and find the school that's best for their child. Bills 2480 and 24101 would put these improvements at risk by returning substantial education policy authority to the DC State Board of Education on one hand, and by unmooring the Office of the State Superintendent of Education from the city's elected leadership on the other. The improvements in Washington's public education system in the wake of mayoral control and the well-known opposition among some state board members and their allies to these reforms that led to the improvements suggests that Bill 2480 would serve the city's students badly. Similarly, Bill 24101 would subject OSSE to a wide range of political pressure and make it easier for opponents to dismantle the reforms while diminishing the organization's capacity to coordinate with other city agencies under the aegis of the mayor's office. Nor is it clear why the council would untether OSSE in the name of independent oversight, just as they're establishing a research partnership with a range of highly regarded Washington-based education organizations to conduct independent research on the city's education sector. Neither Bill 2480 nor 24101 would help OSSE do its critical work on behalf of Washington students more effectively, and that should be the sole basis for any change in the agency's governance. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. And could you state your name again?
Yes, it's Phyllis Jordan, and I'm Associate Director of Future Ed. Tom was at a memorial service, which he hoped to make it back in time, but did not.
Okay, thank you. Steve Bumba, I don't believe you're here. Maura Dundon, I don't believe he's here. Kyle Myers with Democrats for Education Reform. I don't believe he's here. Matthew Iglesias. I don't believe he's here. Interesting. I got a note that even though we had more than 80 people who signed up, but there are quite a number who have not shown up. We're going to see, I think, even fewer with the next. So we're moving a little quicker than I thought. I have two questions. The first is for Regina Bell. And I just really wanted to ask you for more information about the testing. I was struck, you said all kindergarten students will have taken 10 assessments in 44 days. I'm assuming assessment is what I think of as a test. Am I correct? Ms. Bell, are you there? Regina Bell? Ms. Pogue-Lyons, can you speak to this?
Yes, I can. Teachers are tasked with giving students beginning of the year assessments. We call them BOIs. And we've been getting lots of teachers who've reached out to us to say that they seem to be spending more time on assessments than they are on teaching a lot of the times, especially as we realize that kids have been out for a year and a half, but we're finding that teachers are doing lots of assessments on their kids every single week. And it's taking a lot of time out of what they should be doing after coming back from a pandemic, which is teaching. And there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of concern because many of the things that they need to take the test are not readily available. So a lot of times they have to hand do the test instead of doing it on their laptops. Also, because there is a strain and a shortage of teachers, many of the support that they need in order to get those assessments done, it's not there. So
My time is going to get eaten up. So
yep, I'm sorry. And Ms.
How long
Vice President
does,
back.
yeah, I see that. How long do these assessments take? Is it a half an hour or a couple hours?
It depends on the support that you get. If you have all the equipment that you need, the laptops, if you have support, because you have to, in many times, especially early childhood kids, you have to pull them out individually. So something that should take 10 minutes can end up taking 30 minutes, depending on what you have or don't have in order to do the assessment.
And I'm going to have to move on. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kang. Hansel Kang, are you there still?
Yes, hi, Chairman.
Hi, it's good to see you. So I wanted to ask you, how do you were state superintendent. I'm looking at some testimony that was given earlier today. Let me see. One of the main functions of state agencies is to provide accountability and oversight, but how can OSSE do that when their hands are tied by their boss, the mayor, who doesn't really want accountability? Bad news out of OSSE means loss of votes for the mayor. Can't have that. DC is notorious among researchers for its lack of quality data and the hurdles that researchers have to overcome to conduct research in the district. Most of the requests to conduct research by external researchers are denied by OSSE. Why? Doesn't OSSE want to know what's working? Well, no, not really, especially when it may expose something that the mayor doesn't like. So you're outside the government now. You're free to speak. What was your experience and how do you respond to that testimony?
I would say several things, Chairman. So first of all, I would say that OSSE took very seriously our responsibility to be forthright and candid about both the areas of progress we saw among student groups, but also where there were significant areas for ongoing growth and improvement. I think if you look at the reports that OSSE produced each year around attendance, where we had to come up with a new category for extreme chronic absenteeism to highlight the serious concerns that exist among our students and the way in which we are all supporting our students. If you look at the reports we produced around discipline, if you look at the really candid landscape around access for students with disabilities, and the important gaps we were highlighting through those reports, I think you will see that we did not hesitate to be honest and forthright about the challenges that exist. We also fulfilled dozens, if not hundreds, of data requests every year from researchers, as well as from local education agencies, from other district government agencies and others. To the extent we were not able to fulfill some data requests, it was either due to our ultimately limited capacity and prioritizing those requests that were closest to serving students, or because there might have been data that didn't exist. So I'm not able to speak obviously to specific concerns without knowing which ones, but in general, I would say we certainly worked hard to fulfill the data requests we were able to, and I think we were absolutely forthright about the challenges that remained in our education system.
Well, did you ever feel pressure from others in the government with regard to data?
No, if anything, I think we put pressure on ourselves to try and improve in our capacity and our management of data to be able to both fulfill the requests that we saw from our stakeholders on the practitioner side even more quickly, as well as to be able to meet the needs we were feeling from other government agencies that were seeking to also support students. The UC's data is extra complex. I will fully acknowledge that, but that does not come from, that comes from the fact that we have so many, one, we have a highly mobile student population, which is common among urban areas, but we also have more than 60 different local education agencies serving that same student population. So when students move schools, they are often crossing local education agencies and therefore maybe crossing different types of data systems and data collection methods. That makes DC unique among other state education agencies. We worked very hard to put better management structures in place so that we could manage the quality and the flow of that data, and we made improvements over time, but there is still work that needs to be done. And I know certainly at the time that I left the agency, we were looking forward to the potential of the new research practice partnership and working with others to continue to improve our data infrastructure.
I'm over my time, but thank you very much. Let me turn to colleagues. And Councilmember Lewis George is first if she is here. I don't see her. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you so much to this panel. Ms. Hodge, I want to engage you on your testimony. You said now is not the time to change the governance structure. In my testimony, I cited the proficiency rates of Black students, something I see as an emergency situation. If now isn't the time, when is the time? What is the time? What does the right time look like?
Thank you for your question. I think we're talking about two different things. Now is absolutely the right time to address the issues that you raised. Changing governance won't do it. I think you have to ask what you're willing to lose in student achievement in the process of making changes to governance, which will take years to recoup where we are. But I absolutely agree. And from my experience as a school leader, from my experience at the Alliance, working with school leaders, everyone feels that now is the time to improve student achievement. Moving OSSE or changing OSSE's governance structure isn't going to do it.
Okay, what are we doing to improve student achievement? No, let me ask this. What do we lose in student achievement if we change this aspect of governance structure?
If we change these aspects of governing structure, what we're looking at is changing systems. What we're looking at is diverting school leaders and teachers' attention away from what's happening in school buildings on a day-to-day basis at a time where they're already struggling to focus on teaching and learning during a pandemic. What you're asking is for schools to change how they have been operating for the last several years, to abandon potentially growths and improvements that OSSE has made for the sake of moving a government agency. And I have not spoken to anyone who thinks that that will lead directly to student achievement. There's a long list of things we can do to improve student achievement. Making OSSE independent won't do it.
Well, where's that long list? That's what I'm trying to get, right? Like we have all these hearings and people say, no, don't do this thing. Don't do this thing. But nobody's saying what to do.
I beg to differ. If you talk to school leaders, they will tell you all the things that they're looking at. If you look at the continuous education plans that are on OSSE's website, all 69 of them, you will see the tremendous list of things that school leaders, teachers, educators, and others are doing to improve student achievement. Not one has identified changing OSSE's structure as a hindrance to improving student achievement. That information is out there. It's just not political, and so it doesn't get the attention that it deserves.
Well, I don't think a lot of people, I don't know why changing OSSE's structure is so political. So I don't want to kind of give folks the impression that, anything that gets discussed in a hearing is political and the things that aren't discussed in the hearing are not political. I guess what I'm saying is I've been on the council for 5 years and I just don't see a sense of urgency. People say there's urgency, but like there's no proposal for anything substantial to change. But there is a substantial problem looking both at the achievement outcomes for students of color and the teacher turnover. These are substantial problems. And so people are saying we are going to somehow meet these substantial problems without doing anything substantially different. And I'm always left asking myself, how?
This council put in place the perfect structure to answer the question in the way that you want it in the Research Practice Partnership. The partnership hasn't even gotten started yet, and we're already abandoning that as the place to go for information about how to improve student outcomes. The council has to make sure that that partnership is operating and operational. It's not going to come in disjointed bills passed through the council. It has to come from data-driven improvements and data-driven research.
Okay, so not piecemeal legislation from the council, but a comprehensive proposal from whom?
The comprehensive proposal that's informed by research. And that is my understanding of what the Research Practice Partnership is supposed to do, and to help guide key decision makers across the city about what will actually bring about change. And that partnership was intended to be divorced from politics in order to make that sound change throughout the system. And we absolutely have to get to the point where that partnership is in effect and able to inform legislation that comes before the council.
So the part of the role of the partnership is to develop a comprehensive plan?
It is to inform comprehensive plans.
Okay.
Right now, what we're going on are what people assume will happen, but there is not information specifically on what will actually drive changes in student improvement. And so it's entirely possible that the recommendations before the council will have nothing to do with student outcomes.
Okay, so if it informs comprehensive plans, then you think the council should wait until after we have how much information from the Research Practice Partnership before we engage on this?
I think it depends on what the partnership says, because it's entirely possible that the partnership results say that it's not anything that's going to happen in the council that will improve student achievement. It may be teaching and learning improvements. There may be other policies that could be already implemented by OSSE and PCSB and others to improve teaching and learning. It may not be legislation that does it. My concern is that we haven't even given the partnership the chance to say what will actually improve education in DC.
All right, I think we're kicking the can down the road, and you suggest in your testimony that we need a serious examination that should include stakeholders. I see a lot of stakeholders in this hearing, but all our hearings keep saying, don't do this thing, don't do that thing, and we can't move to the next step of saying what we should be doing. We've got to move to the next step of saying what we're going to do instead of saying what we're not going to do, and there has to be a sense of urgency about it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Ms. Hodge, did you want to say something more?
Yeah, I just want to say we absolutely have a sense of urgency. The conversations may not be in hearings before the council. So I would absolutely invite anyone who's here to talk to school leaders, to talk to educators who right now may be too busy teaching and guiding learning to testify, to actually find out what they think will drive student achievement.
I want the record to be clear that a lot of us talk to teachers and principals on an ongoing basis. So they are part of our conversations. And to your point, Ms. Hodge, a very important part of this conversation. But again, I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that council members are not engaging teachers or school leaders.
All right, let me see. I don't believe Councilmember Nadeau is here. Councilmember Allen, are you still here? Councilmember Charles Allen. Let me try Councilmember Trayon White. Are you here? Then I'm going to thank all the witnesses. A few of you, I asked if you would make sure we get copies of your statements. And a couple of you, I've gotten statements since you testified. Thank you. You're all excused, and you can continue to watch the hearing in whatever the room is that we call it in Zoom. And I'm going to call the next group of witnesses. We have a significant number of no-shows, so I'm going to just keep reading until I have about 15 or 20 witnesses. Timothy Durgan, Thomas Bartholomew, Matthew Picorni, Ben Demers or Demers, I think it's Demers, Mark Simon with Empower Ed, Michael Hamilton, Chioma Aru with Chi Born Free Inc., Meredith Walsh, Joseph Cox, Sally Schwartz, who's Executive Director of Globalize DC, Ashley Simpson Baird, who is the Research and Policy Consultant for Brea Public Charter School, Allison Fansler, who's President of KIP DC, Duncan Chaplin, who's with Mathematica, Dwight Davis, Donald Hentz, Founder and Chairman of the Board of Friendship Public Charter School, Chris Pensakowski, who's co-founder and executive director of Lee Montessori Public Charter Schools, Sarah Lewis, who's interim CEO at Achievement Prep Public Charter School, Charis Sharp, who's executive director of Lamb Public Charter School, Marquita Alexander, who's executive director of Washington Yu Ying Public Charter School, Katie Phillips, who's with Empower Ed, Jokesia Manigault, that's Jokesia Manigault, Boswayne Shaw, who's a teacher, Maxine Jefferson, who's also a teacher in DCPS, Emily Heaton, who's executive director of Breakthrough Montessori Public Charter School, Michael Greer, who's with the Ward 8 Education Council, Renee Davis. Let me pause for a minute. I'm going to keep going on the list. I think I said Renee Davis, Ambrose Lane, who's chairman of Health Alliance Network, Shane Strickland, special education teacher, Faith Gibson Hubbard, Robin Appleberry, Mark Histed, Armand Cuevas, who's a teacher, Sophia Barada, Gabriel Dubose, and James Tendarek, who's also with Empower Ed. Let me note for the deputy mayor, assuming that he's watching, that I've gone through listed all 80 witnesses. We are going to see what's going on with our sign-up system, that we're getting so many folks who are not showing up. If anybody comes in while we are with this panel, we'll let them in. Let me just double check with staff again. All right, so we have a lot of no-shows. Let me see. I have Timothy Durgan, who I think is not here, and Thomas Bartholomew, who I think is not here. Matthew Corney, who I think is not here. Ben Demers, I don't believe he's here. Mark Simon, I believe you're here. So why don't you proceed, and good afternoon. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the DC Council. My name is Mark Simon. I come before you today as a former teacher, DCPS parent, national education policy expert, and a longtime observer and supporter of public education in DC. I'm a resident of Ward 1. There's no other city or state that set up a mayoral control the way we did. Nowhere else does one individual have so much complete control over public education policies, and also complete control over what data to even collect and then release about what's working and what needs improvement. This was a huge mistake in 2007 when the law was written, and we've been paying the price ever since. The recent DC Auditor's report on OSSE documents the impact on students of its lack of independence. Every other state that took federal money to create a student information system built the recommended longitudinal system that tracks individual students year to year, their scores, grades, and other data, except DC. That data would be crucial right now to help understand individual student learning loss during the pandemic, but in DC, we can't. OSSE only collects snapshots of this year's kids compared to last year's, even though they're different kids. It's misleading and a rosy picture. If OSSE was independent, they would have used the recommended approach instead of being satisfied with rosy snapshots. I want to thank the DC Council for its Budget Support Act, which starts to fix some of the glaring problems documented by the DC Auditor. But the question remains, why did 3 successive mayors allow OSSE data to remain so opaque? There's a structural fix needed. I watched your faces on the DC Council when scandals broke in 2015 and even before that in 2010, uncovered every time by the press after the fact and too late to prevent it. Graduation rates were fabricated, suspension rates were fabricated, test scores were jimmied. I remember your words, Chairman Mendelson and others. You said, we've been lied to. Members of the council were outraged when the scandals broke, and I could see that you were genuinely outraged at the manipulation. In 2015, some of us clamored for independent education research, and very slowly, there have been steps to create an RPP. And Chairman Mendelson, I thank you for that. but it's been designed with too heavy a hand by the mayor, who opposed it and now wants to ensure no independent voice on the research agenda. No one's abandoning the RPP, as one of the previous speakers said, with these amendments. On the contrary, these amendments, these legislative amendments, particularly the ones sponsored by council members Louis George and Robert White, are the least that you can do. It doesn't end mayoral control, far from it. It simply corrects an embarrassing mistake in the original legislation and allows for a sliver of check and balance in the system. It separates the mayor's power to set the education agenda from OSSE's power to tell us what's working and what isn't. According to a 2013 report from CAP, mayoral control takes a wide range of forms in cities across the country. After these amendments pass, DC will still have one of the highest degrees of mayoral control in the country. If the DC Council fails to pass this modest but crucial amendment, you will, with eyes wide open, be complicit in the destruction of democratic control of public education in our town. The public demands independence, transparency, accountability, and democratic control of at least a part of the information we rely on about how our schools are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. I believe Michael Hamilton is not here. Chioma Oru, I believe, is not here. Meredith Walsh, I believe, is not here. Joseph Cox, I believe, is not here. Sally Schwartz, I believe, is not here. Ashley Simpson Baird.
I'm here.
Nice to see somebody actually. Please speak.
My pleasure. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Ashley Simpson Baird, and I'm a research and policy consultant for Berea Public Charter School, DC's first school chartered to serve parents and children together in a unique two-generation program. Our distinct high-quality model exists in DC in part because of the expansive definition of public education, but also because there is strong oversight as well as reasonable flexibility. We have sites in wards 1, 4, and 5 and serve more than 900 infant, toddler, pre-kindergarten, and adult students annually. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on these important OSSE independence bills. Through this testimony, I will emphasize why now is not the right time to consider this momentous transition, as well as preliminary work that needs to occur before then. Personally, I have worked in DC education since I started teaching here in 2005, 2 years before this body created OSSE under then Mayor Adrian Fenty. We all can agree that there have been highs and lows over the past 14 years, but today DC education is overall at a better place than it was in 2007. I agree with the premise that giving OSSE independence could potentially strengthen its oversight role, and I see it as an accomplishment that DC is ready to move OSSE into being an independent agency. However, now is not the right time to make administrative changes that may disrupt schools' ability to be squarely focused on addressing unfinished learning and supporting students and families without some intermediary work. There's no evidence to indicate that making OSSE an independent body would have a direct impact on students, which during this time should be our greatest focus. Conversely, some of the additional new oversight responsibilities delineated in B240101 may actually duplicate the work of the DC Public Charter School Board and require more staff time and resources from individual LEAs, time and resources that are not being put towards students. Before OSSE is made an independent agency, there needs to be a thorough review of the roles and responsibilities of OSSE and the PCSB to eliminate these redundancies. Additionally, while we're incredibly pleased and impressed by Dr. Christina Grant, she has not technically been confirmed and will have less than 1 year in her position in the if the agency becomes independent in June. We think that she'll be better able to oversee a smooth transition when she has spent more time in DC and is better acquainted with our education systems. Regarding consideration of putting OSSE under the State Board of Education, that body is not currently structured to oversee an agency. Its members were not elected for that purpose, and their policies would need review and reform before that transition can occur. For these reasons, I urge you to give more thought to the work that needs to happen before this transition can occur and consider pushing the timeline back by at least 1 year. I recognize that DC may be ready for OSSE's independence, but now is not the right time. As we continue to recover from a pandemic that has been devastating for so many in our community and schools, Our top priority is to make sure our students and their families are supported. We're confident by working together to solve the problems impacting us right now, BREA and other charters will benefit the city, our students, and communities we serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I do not have a copy of your statement, so if you could provide that.
No problem. I emailed it earlier today. I can send it again.
Okay, we can look for it, but maybe send it again. Thank you. Allison Fansler, is she here? Yes.
I am here.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Allison Fansler, and I'm in my 16th year as the president of KIPP DC. We operate a network of 21 schools across the district that educate nearly 7,000 students in grades pre-K through 12 at 7 campuses located in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to express my concerns regarding choosing this moment to change DC education governance. And second, to ask the council's suggested expansion of OSSE's authority does not apply to charters as it is duplicative of the public charter school board's work. This is the wrong time to consider changing governance structures. Over the 20 years that KIPP DC has educated DC students, we've lived through multiple iterations of education governance structures, all of which are imperfect. We've had a strong and stable and consistent approach in recent years, which has contributed significantly to our ability to collaborate, to respond to the pandemic. We are open to exploring the question of whether change to the governance structure would have a positive impact on students, but right now is not the time. Right now, we are focused intently on the very acute and concrete issues in front of us, returning students and families to in-person school in a consistent and healthy way, ensuring that we have quality teachers in front of every student every day. And right now, what students and families need the council to do to help schools solve, what we need council to help schools solve are concrete issues like how to attract more teachers to DC, improve nurse coverage, and help get students safely to school. Second, we oppose the proposed expansion of OSSE's oversight of public charter schools to include verifying data and investigating allegations of waste, fraud, or mismanagement. Expanding authority in these areas does not make sense for charters as it duplicates work already done very well by the DC Public Charter School Board. We understand the intention behind expanding OSSE's authority as proposed. For charters, however, this authority already lies with the DC PCSB. Blurring the lines of accountability between charters, their authorizer, and OSSE is expensive and duplicative. I also echo some of my colleagues' statements around the work that we look forward to engaging with the RPP, and we're excited to have that leadership there and ready to go. And we think that that place and that entity will help guide us towards the questions around governance and other issues that will help us make good decisions as a city moving forward. Thank you, and I will be here for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fansler. Duncan Chaplin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Mendelson, fellow city council members. Let me put up some slides here. I cannot share. It would be helpful if I could share my slides, but not necessary. Is that possible?
We're gonna, not me, we, whoever the we is gonna figure out how to let you share slides.
Okay, I can talk for a while and then whenever that becomes possible. So yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity to present comments about the impact of the 2007 DC school reforms and student achievement. Very impressed with the quality of thinking that's going into the legislation you're considering today. So I'm really honored to be part of this process. I'll be repeating testimony I gave at this DC State Board of Education in August and September of this year, and then certainly available for questions.
I'm told you can share slides now, but be mindful of the time. You're probably going to go over your 3 minutes. Try not to go too much over.
Yeah, I will definitely try not to. Let's see. Gosh, so bad at this. Slideshow. Current slide.
Your first page.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay. Now I have to get out of that and oh shoot, I can't get to my notes. I see the problem. Okay. So DC implemented a number of school reforms in 2007, and I've gotten out of slideshow, current slide. Included the impact system for teacher evaluation, a new centralized authority over charter school growth, and the unified school enrollment system that came in most at the end of that period. The results of our study suggest that there were important improvements in math and reading achievement by grade 4 and in math by grade 8. And that was based on those NAEP test scores that probably many of you are aware of. It's a nationally run test that includes a very large sample in DC and going back, in fact, back to the early 90s. So we were able to capture that data going all the way from the early 90s up until around 2017. So many years before and after these reforms took place. This is the key slide I wanted to present. So Mr. Goldstein spoke earlier about concerns that the growth in DC before 2007 was already quite high. And I just wanted to point out that while that I think is roughly true for reading, in math, I think there was a bit of a decline in the growth in the years leading up to 2007. And then it sort of picked up again. Now, I wouldn't take that evidence by itself as strong proof, but I think if you combine that with the fact that we estimated what I would call a counterfactual, we said, well, what, based on what happened in other states and in similar jurisdictions at this time, what would we expect would happen in DC? And that's the dotted green lines in these pictures. So the black lines are the performance in DC, the dotted green lines are what we would have expected based on the performance of other areas. And as you can see, DC did quite a bit better. Now, what kind of story might you tell there? Well, I could certainly imagine NCLB having noticeable impacts. And you really see that in the grade 4 math that really kicks off in 2000. So it makes a difference, but things slow down a little bit. And then the DC education reform kicks in and things pick up back up again. So I think those are not necessarily what happened, but that's our best guess right now. And we really looked pretty heavily at a lot of alternative explanations, obviously gentrification. And more recently, we've been even thinking about some of the childcare stories that people have been telling. So our sense is that more likely it is those reforms. Of course, this doesn't speak directly to mayoral control. I think that's something for the council to weigh, the degree to which some of these accountability and choice reforms might be affected by mayoral control. But I think regardless of the outcome of the legislation, these data patterns are things that would be valuable to keep in mind. And I'll cut off there and say thanks again. Well, Mathematica is an organization that tries to do nonpartisan research. We were funded by the Arnold Foundation for this particular project, and they have certainly been involved in accountability reforms over the years. But I did want to stress that they also fund research that is not so helpful for some of the reform efforts that they're interested in. So for example, while they did research on Baton Rouge, they supported research on Baton Rouge, Louisiana recently that showed that the impacts of reforms there did not seem so positive. And so I do think that they're interested in having an unbiased picture, and that's why they hire researchers like ourselves to do the research. And Mathematica has certainly produced a lot of research that, some of which, in particular in the area of charter schools, some of which looks positive and some of which doesn't look so positive. So I think our goal has been throughout to really give policymakers the best of evidence available on what works. And I'll close out there. Thanks. I can't hear you. Is the volume, am I supposed to be still speaking or? Oh, Chairman Mendelson, you're on.
Muted.
Mendelson, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chaplin, yes, mute yourself. Dwight Davis, if you would begin.
Yes, sir. Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed council members. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dwight Davis, and I am a native Washingtonian, proud product, and former employee of the District of Columbia Public Schools, where I served as a teacher for 9 years and English and language arts coach for 1 year, an assistant principal for 3 years. And up until last year, I served as principal of Brown Education Campus for 4 years. I am also the proud father of 4 loving boys, ages 25, 15, 13, and 6, all of whom are students or alumni of the DC Public and DC Public Charter Schools. I want to give a shout out to our Ward 4 council member where I grew up. I am here today to share my disagreement with Bills B-2480 and B-24-101. Our educational ecosystem is making progress under our current governance structure, and a detour at this moment, particularly during a pandemic, has the potential to jeopardize that progress. As a Washingtonian, I have learned and taught within DCPS prior to mayoral control, and it was a very different system. Simple requests required countless hours of waiting and completing duplicative forms at 825 North Capitol Street. Academically, there was a little too much autonomy and not enough continuity. Different teachers use different curriculum materials that scholars may or may not see the next year. With regard to teacher observation, they rarely happen. When they did, there was not an opportunity to discuss what was observed, and there was no opportunity to receive constructive feedback. The feedback provided was either a list of errors to be corrected or the affirmation, "Great job, Mr. Davis." Under the new governance approach of mayoral leadership with council oversight that began in 2007, things changed. There were greater levels of accountability for teachers and administrators, increased transparency from DCPS central office, the Public Charter School Board, and OSSE, and greater opportunities for our scholars in both DCPS and charter schools. Case in point, having your teaching credentials is now non-negotiable. DCPS educators receive high-quality curriculum guidance and training, and many schools across the district have finally been renovated. Some of these changes have been led by DCPS, some in the charter sector, and some by OSSE. My point is that OSSE has improved in tangible ways under 3 mayors, each of whom has been required to take full responsibility along with council for OSSE's success. There was a time when count day was a disaster. Instruction would be disrupted and even completely halted for half day so that auditors could come into each classroom and count each scholar in person. It was maddening. Today, the process is completed via an electronic document review that does not require auditors disrupting classrooms. Another example, schools now receive special education and language information for newly enrolled students with disabilities and for English language learners 4 months earlier than we used to. And as a principal, this information is and was critical to being able to staff my school properly. Previously, we did not receive this information until August or September. Now the information is received as early as April. For our schools, these changes were unprecedented moves that filled our scholars with pride and many educators with hope. Now, I don't want to romanticize these changes or give the impression that everything has been perfect. No, they have not. There were some difficult moments, and I'm sure there will be more difficult moments to come. That is just the nature of progress. It requires us all to embrace the pains of change. My point is to say that where we are today is far better than where we were years ago as a result of these bold changes. The DC educational ecosystem is full of great choices and a model for many school districts across the country. We have much more.
Mr. Davis, you're 2 minutes over your time. If you could just.
I'm gonna sum it up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna sum it up real quick, okay? We just need to celebrate. As a father, I'm proud of my city. Three of my 4 boys speak fluent Mandarin. And despite the difficulties of the pandemic, educators are doing their best to make our schools the best that they can be. be, particularly in this difficult time. It is my opinion that we continue to remain in our current structure and look for ways to empower our families. Thank you so much. And I apologize for the overtime.
Thank you. Donald Hens.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
It's good to see you. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. It's always good to come out of the woodwork once in a while. I'm Donald Hens, founder and chairman of Friendship Public Charter School. Friendship was established in 1997 and opened in September 1998 on 2 campuses with more than 1,000 students enrolled. Today, we have 15 schools on 9 campuses with more than 4,700 students. Mr. Chairman, as a 48-year resident and taxpayer of the District of Columbia, I can remember the darker days of public education in our city-state. At the time, the state agency responsibilities were housed in DCPS and functions carried out in such a haphazard and political fashion. I was the first person to testify before this body as it was constituted then to establish a separate state agency. Its responsibilities were to make federal funds fairly distributed to both DCPS and charter schools. While I am not a fan of the vast bureaucracy that has morphed into OSSE, I frankly am surprised that this conversation we're having this conversation today. With our community struggling through a pandemic, with students, parents, teachers, and principals struggling just to keep their heads above water, it would appear that the last thing we need to do is upend the very city agency responsible for managing and coordinating the city's response to COVID and put it under new and inexperienced leadership. For me, this simply sends chills down my back as I remember the old, ineffective, inefficient, and politically motivated Board of Education. Some of you are so new to the city that you have no recollection of what a mess it was and why we made the change we did. Maybe after we've overcome the ravages of COVID would be a much better time to consider this legislation. I urge you to reject these bills at this time. Please don't make our jobs harder.
Thank you, Mr. Hens. Chris Pensakowski.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Pensakowski, and I'm the Executive Director of Lee Montessori Public Charter Schools. Since we opened our doors in 2014, we've been able to offer families, first in Ward 5 and now with our second campus in Ward 8, an opportunity to choose an educational model that's different from other options in their community. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Lee Montessori has been able to grow and thrive in the communities we serve in no small part due to the current ecosystem that provides both high standards and significant flexibility. Indeed, my co-founder was a DCPS Montessori teacher in one of several programs that has since been shut down. And I'm here today to express my hope that DC Council will allow this ecosystem to persist through a strong oversight by the DC Charter School Board, Public Charter School Board, and with OSSE continuing in its current role. Since the reopening of schools this fall, I've been insistent that our schools go back to basics, providing high quality instruction that allow our students to be successful before the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, in developing our reopening plans, we were asked to develop new strategies to support children in recovering from their long absence from in-person learning. My response was and continues to be, if we knew how to dramatically improve student learning, why weren't we doing that before COVID? With this in mind, we have continued to identify each child's individual needs, provide an individualized approach to improving their academics, and do so with a strong focus on social emotional literacy. To support the continued success of Lee Montessori and other high-performing schools in Washington, D.C., Council should not dismantle a proven governance model, but rather invest more in a system that works. The D.C. State Education Agency Independent Amendment Act of 2021 would require the State Board of Education and to appoint the state superintendent that would make OSSE an agency underneath the state board. OSSE is already a complex organization that ensures that schools receive federal funding and that we are compliant with the myriad federal and district policies and regulations. This legislation would effectively dismantle the current system of governance and would jeopardize the progress we have made in recent years by the children we serve. The significant improvements in student outcomes that we've seen, along with the growth in enrollment in all public schools in Washington, D.C., are due in large part to the leadership and vision of the D.C. Public Charter School Board, of OSSE and its current design, and of the other structures that exist under mayoral control. Under this leadership, schools across the district have been held accountable for delivering the results all of our children deserve. But it's been an iterative, evolutionary process. We've seen shifts toward more positive, empowering models where social emotional literacy is recognized as being as important as academic proficiency. I would encourage council to identify ways to improve the culture within schools by encouraging the adoption of restorative practices or by supporting children's ability to empathize, and others by incentivizing schools to implement curricula that focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I encourage DC Council to double down on strategies that have yielded significant positive results for children, to build on our success, and to continue to invest in proven methods for improving child outcomes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pensikowski. I'm going to skip ahead to a teacher. I got a note that she's going to have to leave. And that's Sophia Barata, and then I will turn to Sarah Lewis. Sophia Barata.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Good afternoon, council members. Today I'm here as a teacher to discuss my personal experience with school governance in Washington, D.C. I have testified at Board of Education meetings and listened in on others as I continue to hear teachers and parents share their frustrations, disappointment, and requests. Most of these hearings end the same way, with representatives sharing their concerns and frustrations, but unable to do much more than make suggestions to the mayor. The same people who are being heard by those with no power are being ignored by those with the ability to make changes. Countless teachers have expressed their fears and questions in town halls and meetings where DC Public Schools refuse to share or answer the questions. We are not being heard beyond the Board of Education. One part of these bills involves allowing DCPS staff to serve on the Board of Education. One specific time I feel this would have been beneficial was back in April 2019. All extended school year schools were visited by the Office of Talent and Culture to discuss the loss of pay and cuts made mid-school year. When we pointed out that doing this was a violation of the terms of our contract, we were told it was our, quote, personal choice to stay with the district moving forward. This was the first major incident that I noticed that DCPS was not held accountable for their actions. And I believe if we had teachers serving on the board, this unfortunate treatment would not have gone unchecked. When DCPS sends out an email with factually incorrect information, or the mayor holds a press conference contradicting what teachers are expressing or seeing at schools, who is holding them accountable? When reopening began, the chancellor touted how all schools have safe conditions for returning to in-person learning. Yet we're still seeing and hearing from teachers about filters that are either not working or not present. I believe that having teachers on the board would also hold them accountable to that as well. Just 2 weeks ago, the mayor sent out an email claiming to provide a substitute teacher to each school this year. Another promise to the public. And I believe that I believe that having a teacher on the board would help hold everyone accountable to that. As a teacher in a RISE school, a 1 or 2 star school, I am being held accountable for a system that I had no say in. Why do teachers and principals have to take responsibility for our allegedly failing schools, but those in charge of school governance do not? It is my hope that regardless of whether these bills pass or not, that the public will gain a voice and that there will be a system in place to hold everyone accountable, not just the voiceless and powerless. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brada. Thank you for taking some time out of the teaching day. Sarah Lewis, who's interim CEO of Achievement Prep.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I am Sarah Lewis, Interim CEO of Achievement Prep, serving the Ward 8 community, families, and scholars currently pre-K 3 through 3rd grade. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you regarding the Independence Amendment bills before you today. Similar to some of my colleagues, my concerns are twofold: poor timing and isolated consideration of these bills. While this shift may need to be discussed at some point, the timing of this move is concerning as we are still navigating school during a pandemic. Right now, OSSE plays a critical role in making sure all our schools provide safe in-person learning opportunities and following DC health safety protocols, et cetera. The priorities now are most clearly nursing, enrollment, maintaining safety guidelines. And as a school leader, I can certainly attest to these being totally uncharted waters as being both educator and public health official on a day-to-day basis. Wrapping our mind around another major change and being as active as we would need to be and desire to be in the steps to achieve these changes seems untimely. OSSE needs the support and collaboration of every city agency to do its best work on behalf of students and families, including federal grant and general funding, oversight, normed teaching standards, and more. And moving the agency within the DC government under the elected State Board of Education would separate it from those other agencies. I would implore you to take time.
Please continue.
Certainly. I would implore you to take time for deeper research on the implications of this change on public education in totality and not in isolation. We also cannot minimize the work of the Public Charter School Board and OSSE as it stands to improve student outcomes, working to improve school culture across the district, and working to improve normed accountability metrics. It is imperative that we take into account the iterative process and progress made under OSSE's current design. Daily, we are attempting to support students who have been victims of a pandemic that resulted in huge loss, both academic and emotional. So I am not saying there does not need to be a review, but it does need to be studied and further coordinated. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. And I don't have a copy of your statement, so if you could make sure we get it.
I will resend it.
Thank you. Charis Sharp, who's Executive Director of LAM PCS.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members and staff. Thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Charis Sharp, and I serve as the Executive Director of Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School. LAM's mission is to create a self-directed learning environment in which children build a foundation of knowledge essential for a lifetime of learning with the goal of biliteracy in English and Spanish. We do this by using the Montessori model to foster independence and a love of learning through highly individualized bilingual instruction. I am fully in support of you and every stakeholder in the city working to improve our students' experiences in our schools. I think it's important for us to constantly review what we do and how we do it to ensure that this happens. As a school leader, I also believe that now is not the right time to consider such sweeping changes to governance structures for OSSE. We are still actively in the middle of a pandemic, and OSSE is playing a critical role in working with the DC Department of Health to establish, review, and adjust the operating guidelines and requirements for our schools. Our school needs OSSE to continue its focus in this critical role. I strongly oppose Bills 2480 and 24101. In my experience, the more the educational system is separated from politics, the better. While oversight is critical, adding SBO to the mix would make the system conflicted and burdensome. At the same time, full independence would disconnect OSSE from other governmental departments and diminish its ability to support the schools. When we are through with the pandemic, and we should take some time to really look at the system and figure out what is working and what isn't, and then analyze the potential solutions before we move forward with input from the entire community. I value our open and ongoing communication regarding building a strong public education system and how we continue to serve students well. Please reach out if you have any questions or need any additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp. Marquita Alexander with Washington U Ying.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is Makita Alexander. I'm the Executive Director of Washington U Ying Public Charter School. Our school is located in Ward 5. We serve 569 students from pre-K 3 to grade 5. I've had the honor of serving our community for the past 13 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the pending OSSE Independence Bill. OSSE governance is an important issue that deserves to be carefully examined. However, in the midst of an ongoing pandemic, I want to strongly recommend that we focus on the health and safety of our school communities instead. We need to find better ways to support staff, students, and families rather than make an administrative change that could further disrupt DC schools' ability to focus on student achievement and improve outcomes. As a school leader, I'd like to share why I think we need to stay focused on our own LEA right now, and instead of the intricacies of OSSE independence. Since the start of the school year, we've noticed that our students' social emotional development has been basically static since March 2020. Although they've made progress cognitively, their social emotional development has not caught up. For example, our first grade behavior and social emotional abilities are at a similar development level of our former pre-K 3 students. And we're seeing this across the board, where students' maturity levels are up to 1.5 years behind. We feel like our focus should be on working with teachers to find ways to meet students where they are emotionally and intentionally plan opportunities to nurture them and their learning capacity. I recognize that the OSSE Independence Bill is worth considering at some point, but once again, now is not the right time. As we continue to recover from a pandemic that has been devastating for many in our community and schools, our top priority is to make sure our students and their families are supported. I want to share with you just a couple of issues we're facing. The first is inadequate staffing and logistical support. The current staffing shortage is impacting our entire sector. This is most evident in our aftercare program. Our students are grouped in grade level cohorts to ensure safety. This kind of grouping requires twice as many staff members. And for the very first time, our aftercare program has a wait list. Our parents are needing to make hard decisions in order to find safe care for their children. Our most pressing and ongoing challenge we're facing is with COVID-19 management. While I'm really excited that our positivity rate for the past 2 weeks has been 0 and we don't have evidence of community spread, it has been a Herculean effort to keep school going this year. Managing COVID-19 is a full-time multi-team job. To help keep our community safe, Yuying tests more than 80% of our community weekly. Keeping our campus safe and COVID-free is an ongoing logistical marathon. I think rather than to rethink DC's governance structure, let's work together to solve the problems impacting us right now. I thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. I don't have a copy of your statement, so if you would provide that or resend it. If you
Will do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe Katie Phillips is not here, and Kesia Manigault is not here. Baswain Shaw, I think, is not here. Maxine Jefferson, not here. If you are here, speak up. Emily Hedden, Michael Greer, Renee Davis. That brings us to Ambrose Lane Jr. It's good to see you, Mr. Lane.
Good to see you, Chairman Mendelson. How are you?
I'm fine, and yourself?
Great. Let me go ahead and get started real quick. My name is Ambrose Lane Jr., and I'm here to testify in support of the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021. Am I already down to 1 minute and 19 seconds?
No, the timer was set wrong.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just wondering. I'm here to testify in support of the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021. I am a Ward 7 resident, a former officer in the Ward 7 Education Council, current chair of the Health Alliance Network, and the parent of a 7-year-old that attends a DCPS school. The 2007 experiment of mayoral control of DC's education system has run its course, is antiquated, and has met with only mixed results. If DC is to become a state, as professed by DC's community and elected leadership, then DC must ready itself by transforming its institutions and agencies whenever possible to reflect state models. We as a city must move toward democracy, not remain stagnant in the hegemony of autocracy. Though mayoral control is convenient, it is autocratic. This legislation begins the process of reflecting a state and more democratic governance. In addition to granting oversight of OSSE, it allows DCPS employees, including teachers, to serve as State Board of Education members. My testimony here is meant to augment this legislation with the following suggestions. 1, grant the State Board of Education the sole authority to create as well as implement all policies that govern the education of our children. 2, allocate $5 million and make the State Board a full-time office with a salary of $90,000 and a minimum of 2 staff members. 3, make as part of the ward State Board of Education member responsibilities the creation every 4 years of a ward-based education plan that would include the input of ward education leaders, parents, and stakeholders. This plan would then be synthesized into a state plan with checks and balances for equity and resource distribution. 4, give the State Board of Education sole authority over school modernizations, school building use disposition, and school closing authority. 5, grant teachers that file to run for the State Board a leave of absence authority until elections so as to retain good teachers while encouraging civic duty. 6, elect our state superintendent as is done in at least 7 other states, making them accountable to the people. 7, elect the charter school board as well, making them accountable and more directly responsive to the needs of parents and residents. 8, the chancellor would be hired by the State Board of Education and would serve at their discretion with duties more aligned with that of a chief operations officer. 9, the Deputy Mayor for Education would work with the state superintendent and continue to advise the mayor. And 10, separate the education budget from the city budget. The education budget would then be constructed and presented jointly and only jointly by the state superintendent and the State Board of Education and voted on by the DC Council. The mayor would retain veto power. Thank you. And that is my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. I believe Shane Strickland is not here. Faith Gibson Hubbard.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good.
So, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Faith Gibson Hubbard, and I am a proud Ward 5 resident, DCPS parent of 2, the former president of the Ward 5 Council on Education, and also former DC education professional and a scholar of our public education system here in the District of Columbia. In 2015, I was appointed to be the very first Chief Student Advocate for the District of Columbia, establishing the Office of the Student Advocate as an independent office inside of the State Board of Education. And I have to tell you, that was quite a complex task, but I'm so thankful for the amazing staff that I had and the support of the community that made that possible. But one of the things that I realized as a resident of the district and also as an education professional within the district is that our current public education structure is very complex. One of the first things we did in the Office of the Student Advocate was to create a presentation to help families better understand how to navigate public education in the district. And one thing that's very clear is that while our leadership around education is very centralized, the responsibilities are extremely diffused. And that makes it really hard for families in order to get their concerns addressed. While the State Board of Education has definitely made huge strides, and so has OSSE, I do fear that the complications that we have between our city-state structure won't fully be addressed by either bill. I think it's definitely the right time for us to reconsider where we are around public education structure and a space for transparency, responsibility, and the voice that families, teachers, and all stakeholders want in public education. But I do worry that if we don't think just beyond our state functions, that we'll also continue to let families down. Many of the issues that we continue to see during COVID and even before really require a greater attention to collaboration and comprehensive planning within our LEAs. and also finding ways at the local level for parents to have voice. As a DCPS parent, while I can go to my public school and tell them what I am thinking, I often struggle to find ways to have greater voice within my particular LEA when it comes to facilities or anything else of that nature. And that's continuously what I've also heard from other parents. So I would also urge that while we are at a place where we need to rethink our public education governance structures, we also have to make sure that we're very careful to look at both the state functions and the local functions in ways that will really help to address the issues that families have so commonly raised. I would also encourage just the oversight capabilities that we already have that we often don't seem to exercise as ways that could also work to address those concerns. Educators and families deserve voice, and that has been missed so many times within our system. I would also further say, I'm so excited about the opportunity for DCPS teachers to have a seat at the table around our public education governance and wholeheartedly support their ability to be a part of the State Board of Education. So with that, Chairman Mendelson, I will make sure to submit my testimony for the record. And thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Robin Appleberry.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, everyone, for holding this important hearing. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Robin Appleberry. I'm a parent in Ward 4. I've lived in DC for over 20 years, and my kids have attended our neighborhood public schools for over 7 years. Based on my family's experiences and the core principles of democracy, inclusion, and accountability that I know all of you embrace, I urge you to support the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act, sponsored by Council members Lewis, George, and White, as well as sensible amendments to realize its goals. Mr. Chair, when you disbanded this council's Committee on Education almost a year ago, you stated that every member of this council is now responsible for education. I agree. You and others on this council speak often about your commitment to equity in education. I applaud that commitment. And many of you have spoken powerfully about why statehood is critical to democracy and justice for DC. For example, last March, Chairman Mendelson testified to Congress on behalf of this entire body that independent, locally elected representation is, quote, the only way to ensure a system that is sensitive to community values, and the only way, quote, the only way to give residents a full, guaranteed, and irrevocable voice. I agree. And those same commitments and principles should compel you to support the moderate and sensible reform proposed by the Lewis George legislation. At the heart of many of your statements to the people of this city and to Congress is the notion of checks and balances, the idea that power is unjust and unsustainable without transparency, accountability, and perhaps most important, the participation of those directly affected. But that is exactly what we have with unchecked mayoral control over schools. Families living the reality of public education in DC have no reliable information and no real voice in the policies that shape our children's health, safety, growth, and well-being. And let's be clear, the majority of these children and families are Black, Latine, recent immigrant, or otherwise in communities subject to vast historic and continuing inequity. So when we call for equity, but we oppose accountability to those most affected, we are performing, not leading. Reopening during the pandemic is a perfect example. At every decision point in the last 19 months, the mayor has obscured, mischaracterized, withheld, or even refused to collect essential health data. She has infantilized, disempowered, and discounted the lived experiences of children, families, and educators, and misled the public and this council about the critical factors such as building safety, digital resource distribution, behavioral support services, staffing, and more. The message to me from the mayor, chancellor, the DME, and OSSE throughout the pandemic has been crystal clear. We know better than you what is best for your child. And not only should you trust us to decide that for your family, you should not ask us to explain ourselves, to show that our commitments are being met, or even to share the data on which we rely to make decisions. Experience has made plain that without the accountability and oversight that only a representative and independent body can provide, the mayor and those who report to her answer only to this council, which cannot possibly serve as a close and comprehensive check on that consolidated power. Even when this council identifies a serious gap and musters the collective will to act, its ability to remedy the situation is profoundly limited by procedure and by bandwidth. We can look at the recent emergency legislation enacted by this council just a few weeks ago, which did not even manage to ensure that any student living with a medically vulnerable family member can learn virtually until the child can be vaccinated. Would anyone here feel comfortable sending a member of their household to spend all day, every day in a building that may or may not have adequate ventilation with hundreds of unvaccinated kids who may or may not be wearing masks properly and who may or may not be following COVID cohorting protocols, and then come home every night to live with a household member who's undergoing cancer treatment? If that's not what we would accept for our own families, why do we accept it for anyone? And why, most important, why is emergency city council lawmaking our only means of addressing these major issues? This is just an example. Whatever your views on reopening, and reasonable minds absolutely can and do differ on that, I hope we all agree that decisions affecting children and families should be made not for children and families, but with us and with transparency and accountability. Elected representatives with real oversight authority are the only way to provide that. Just as we don't want federal representatives from Utah or Florida telling us how we in DC can live, love, and keep each other safe, neither should our schools be run in secrecy by a handful of people who don't meaningfully answer to the people whose lives they affect. Chairman, I'll try to wrap it up quickly here.
Okay.
I want to emphasize that simply making OSSE into an independent agency is not enough. We need real checks and balances. And I disagree with others here today who suggest that we should let the problems continue when kids and families are suffering more than ever, that now is not the time. I actually think that argues in the exact opposite direction. Look, education is at the core of what the city is and can be. It's not a perk of a robust economy. It's not a luxury for the privileged, and it's not a consumer good for the savvy. It's a human right to which every single kid in this city is entitled. And it's the only way to become a city that thrives. And no amount of streeteries or slogans or sleek condos will save us if we give up on inclusive democracy and excellent, equitable education for all. By any measure, that is not what we have right now.
Thank you.
Just one last paragraph, and I promise.
You're 3 minutes over. So
I understand. I just want to say that by any measure, this is not, in your words, a system that is sensitive to community values and that, quote, gives residents a full, guaranteed, and irrevocable voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Appleberry. I'm going to skip ahead for a moment because I have a couple of teachers. James Tendarek, I believe you're a teacher.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Tendarek, and I'm an ESL teacher, an Empower Ed Fellow, and also the Commissioner for ANC 3F07. I'm here to support Councilmember Louis George's bill on OSSE and why it will help DC schools regarding OSSE, State Board, and teachers. I spent this last weekend at the Teacher Voice Festival with Empower Ed, which I saw some of your faces at, which I thank you very much for attending. I spent the time discussing our current education governance system using an activity where people had to fill in missing pieces of our current system using a flowchart. After completing the activity, I discussed how people felt about our current system. Overwhelmingly, people did not like how our mayor controls everything in our schools. I heard people compare our current system to a monopoly. Many people did not like how one person has so much power without any, quote, checks and balances. When I asked them if they can move one piece of the charts, the majority of answers said they would move the state board to the top to help govern our schools, particularly and for OSSE. Many people felt that because their state board is a group of people, along with their publicly elected, they'd be the best people to help run our DC government system and OSSE. This is something that I absolutely agree with, and I've seen from my work as an Empower Ed Fellow and as a teacher. Especially with the pandemic, we have seen our leaders continue to fail our schools. This is mainly because of our mayoral control of schools. With OSSE falling under the mayor, they have to keep their priorities based on one person, which is not democratic at all. We have seen during this pandemic how our mayoral control system doesn't allow voices like teachers, parents to be heard, and our system desperately needs to change. But I will say keeping OSSE independent will lead to problems as how do we check for checks and balances or being held accountable, which is what I've been hearing from other people as well. They must be held accountable for their actions, which is why having it under the state board will do this. The state board will ensure to make sure their priorities fit within the DC education system. There are public elected officials who are, according to many community members, as quote unquote, more qualified than the mayor. These are literal words I was hearing this past weekend. I urge you to pass Councilmember Louis George's bill. It's time we not only continue providing oversight for OSSE, but finally give State Board our respect by providing them a chance to transfer real legislative power in our DC education system. There is no better experienced group of people, and they deserve a chance to be given the opportunity to do so. And I also have here, if people have questions, I have the flow chart that I use, as well as some of the charts that people made, so I can share my screen and show that during the questioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't have a copy of your statement, so if you could provide that.
Will do.
You could include with that the flow chart.
Love it.
Mark Histed.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council, and thank you for inviting me to testify today. I am a DCPS parent in Ward 1 with 2 children in our local public school, and I'm here to testify in support of OSSE governance reform. I'll start by saying my kids' educational experience is most influenced by their teachers. We know that great teachers make a great school. Yet this year, teachers and parents have told me about problems in our schools this year on testing, on ventilation, on maintenance, on purchasing and communications. I will echo Ms. Gibson Hubbard, who spoke here and referred to parents feeling like they do not have a voice. For time, I just want to focus on one of these issues today, diagnostic COVID testing in schools. I will say my knowledge of problems with this comes from contact with upwards of 36 DCPS parents across the city and several DC Council staff members over the course of the last few months. Despite assertions from DC leadership that rapid testing will be available to schools for students or teachers with COVID symptoms, I've been often told that students are being sent home and asked to arrange their own testing, or that they need to wait, often for several hours, for an offsite individual to arrive with a saliva test. I believe, as far as I can tell, the saliva test is not a rapid antigen test, but instead a PCR test. My inability to gather these facts about DCPS diagnostic testing underlines the pressing need for more oversight. How is it possible that parents have been unable to obtain such basic information that affects their children's health? I also understand that some schools' PTOs have arranged weekly surveillance testing outside DCPS. Leaving this action to individual schools' PTOs leads to inequity across the city. DCPS should be doing more for all schools, but it has been hard or impossible for parents and others to advocate for this because it has been hard to find out what is actually happening. I see the core problem is that information like this about testing and others is not publicly available, and it's an oversight issue. When you have organizations and agencies tasked with running and overseeing schools, reporting to a single office or individual, in this case, the mayor, it just creates a structural incentive to prevent release of information that might reflect poorly on school management. One other point, a major argument that's been made for mayoral control, which I agree with, when established here and in other cities, is that having a single high visibility individual, elected official, run schools creates democratic accountability. But democratic accountability cannot happen without information. The public and voters need to know what is happening in schools if they are to hold elected officials accountable. Adding the checks and balances that are being discussed by these bills will benefit all children, and I support governance changes like the Louis George bill that will improve accountability across both the public and charter systems. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Histed. Gabrielle Dubose.
Yes. Hello, I am here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Gabrielle DuBose. I grew up in Ward 4. I'm a DC public school teacher and a fellow and board member with Empower Ed. I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, and the committee for hearing my testimony today around a better governance system for both DCPS and PCS schools in DC. Also, thank you, Mayor Bowser and Chancellor Therapy. In the midst of the reopened challenges, I am glad for the return to my classroom. My students are amazing. Today, I want to focus on a system of checks and balances missing from DC's governance that can be addressed Even in the current pandemic environment, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. Viable solutions have come up in testimonies today. However, none more important than the attention to Bill B 2480, DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021, introduced by Council members J. Lewis George and R. White. The Lewis George bill offers a comprehensive approach to shared roles of leadership and responsibility, i.e. checks and balances. The bill places OSSE under the SBOE instead of the Office of the Mayor. The bill states the SBOE will appoint the state education officer instead of the mayor. The bill allows DCPS employees, including teachers, to serve as SBOE members. The Lewis George bill seeks to solidify the people's voice through confirmation of who and what the state board already is to many stakeholders or constituents of the DCPS and PCS school systems and communities. The bill recognizes the significance and the need for the authority of the SBOE, a body of educators, to officially impact how education is governed in DC. The SBOE has an overwhelming audience of DCPS and PCS stakeholders that regularly testify about the inadequacies of the current mayoral governance education system. Those persistent testimonies confirm that our public schools truly are our schools, our voice. Honoring shared value for the state board is the same type of request that Mayor Bowser makes when testifying that DC deserves a voice and representation in the Senate when it comes to DC statehood, the governance of DC. Similarly, the State Board of Education, a board of educators, deserve to have their voices and a greater measure of the people's voice represented in the governance of public education. The mayor makes it clear that DC is the only capital city among the world's democracies without voting rights in the national legislature. Today, many of us are asking that the State Board of Education be given oversight and power to help bring checks and balances to our DC education system to advance good ideas many stakeholders support that affect what happens in the schoolhouse. We are asking that the Lewis George bill proceed to markups and votes, giving governing authority to the SBOE and confirming that the people's voice is heard. As I stated, I am with Empower Ed. Today, we brought the people's voice with us. We conducted a citywide survey where only 8% of DC residents that participated support total mayoral control. 52% favored shared power with the SBOE, and 30% favored the return to a fully empowered school board. I urge the City Council to fully support Bill B 2480, DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act of 2021. Our children, kindergarten through 12th grades, deserve a qualified variety of education experts, and again, I say education experts, who support their growth in education for our future, our schools, our voice. And I thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Ms. DeBose. The last person who I don't think is here is Armand Cuevas. Okay, he may, we'll see how it goes. So we have, I want to thank everyone for your testimony. I'm going to have some questions and then I'll turn to colleagues. I forgot to mention, Mr. Histed, when you testified, I don't have a copy of your statement. So if you would provide that, we would appreciate that. I had a question for Mr. Chaplin. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but what I took from your testimony is you weren't taking a position on either bill, but you were trying to show that the research shows that what do I want to say, that there have been improvements to educational outcomes and that there have been, I'm not sure if it's greater or at least as great outcomes with educational improvements since mayoral control as before mayoral control. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, and I would go a little bit beyond that to say, we were trying to use the data we had from outside of DC to estimate what would have happened in the absence of those reforms. And our estimates suggest that, especially in math, those improvements were greater than what we would have expected. And so it appears that most likely the choice and accountability reforms that were implemented did have important impacts on student outcomes.
Thank you. And I was just handed Mr. Histed's statement, so we do have that. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Simon. Thank you, Mr. Chaplain. I want to let me see. I want to begin with this. In your statement, you said if OSSE was independent, they would have used the recommended approach instead of being satisfied with rosy snapshots. Now, I have to agree with you that the data has not been as longitudinal as it needs to be, but it's not clear to me that just because we would change the reporting structure that therefore OSSE would be better with its data.
What I was trying to say is that the avoidance of collecting obvious data that other states collect, and the best example is the one I gave of failing to set up a longitudinal system and choosing to only collect and release data about these kind of snapshots, comparing this year's kids to last year's kids. The only reason that one would choose that is political. The only reason that I can think of that.
Okay, so it's the only reason you can think of, but could be, so let's say it's embarrassing to the mayor, but it also could be embarrassing to OSSE, or it could be embarrassing to.
Well, that's true.
Educators.
That's true. And I'm not trying to suggest that the legislation being proposed is a panacea. But I am suggesting that 3 successive mayors have all avoided the kind of data collecting and public transparency that I think a state board of education would be under a lot more pressure to allow.
Well, I don't know that that necessarily follows. I do agree with you that the data is, what do I want to say, is shortcoming, is we need more. But, you know, and I only have like a minute left. In 2007, the reason for the change in governance structure was accountability. We have accountability now because the mayor is responsible for the deputy mayor, for OSSE, for the chancellor. The only thing arguably she's not responsible for are the public charter schools because the charter school board is independent. So we have accountability and we don't like some of the things we're seeing. But that's what comes with accountability, is that it's clear that if we don't like how the reopening was handled, we can blame the mayor for it. Or if we don't like the way the testing is being done, we can blame the mayor for it. So what I'm hearing here in testimony from others, and I'm just using this opportunity for a brief back and forth with you, is, well, we don't like what the mayor's done, so let's get rid of her. But then we risk going back to the same accountability confusion before. Who's responsible? Is it the state board or is it the mayor?
Well, if I could just respond, I don't think we've had accountability. I think the opposite. And Mayor Fenty served 1 term and was unelected, largely because of education. Mayor Gray served 1 term and was unelected, probably, you know, for a range of issues, but education was a piece of it. So the public voted no. We'll see, you know, Mayor Bowser is going to be running in an upcoming election, so we'll see what the result is. I don't call that single vote every 4 years accountability. I call it the opposite.
All right, I'm out of time, but I wanted to see where that conversation went. Let me turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George, are you here? I don't see her. Councilmember Robert White. We may get to this pretty quickly. I don't see any other council members here. Let me see. Councilmember Lewis George, Councilmember Robert White, Councilmember Allen, I think he had to step away. Councilmember Trayon White. I do not see any other council members. So I'm going to thank all the witnesses. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, which to tell the truth might end up being more like 7 minutes. If there are some witnesses I called, we have about 35 who were signed up. I think there was a campaign to sign up people. I think that's why we have a large number of no-shows. If any of them are here, I'll call on them and then we'll go to the deputy mayor. So we're going to recess for, I'm going to say until 3:18. And anybody logged on, don't log off. We'll come back at 3:18. I'm reconvening this hearing at 3:25. And there were no additional witnesses, meaning witnesses whom I called who weren't here, who have shown up. I was just told that one witness did show up. Why don't we hear from him, and then we'll turn to the deputy mayor. We'll forego questions of him, but I'll let him give his statement. Armand Cuevas.
Hi, yes, this is Armand Cuevas.
So please proceed with your statement.
Okay, perfect. So sorry, I'm a little dyslexic. I just finished a meeting. I'm at school right now. So hi everyone, my name is Armand Cuevas. I am a Ward 1 resident and a Ward 5 public school teacher with students spanning almost all 8 wards. This is my 5th year in DCPS, same school, 10th year in education overall. I love living here, I love working here, and even though I'm not from here, as much as possible, I plan on making DC my long-term home, and I'm very dedicated to my students, my families, and the community and education. With that, I know the educational structure as it stands does not serve the community as well as it could. I'm here to advocate for the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment, where the student board of, sorry, I got distracted, where the SBOE goes to oversee OSSE alongside other changes. Now, I'm not an expert right now. I'm still learning about it, and I'm constantly doing research on mayoral control of schools. But we've seen research proving that it does not work as well as it should. And the trend that most districts with Black and brown students are under mayoral control is troubling and just straight up racist. Like, do we not trust the parents of our students to make decisions about who oversees our children's education, especially if they're students/parents of color? Why can't our elected SBOE have direct oversight over the family students that vote them in? Now, this bill I know doesn't shift completely away from mayoral control, and I heard the arguments how that transition away from that needs to be gradual, especially given that the SBOE doesn't have that capacity just yet. But these are steps needed to move towards an educational system that is in the hands of the people and overseen by educational experts, i.e. the SBOE, who are elected by the people. Yes, I know we elect the mayor, but that's just too much power in the hands of someone who doesn't know enough about education or has a million other things to worry about. Tons of other school districts across the nation put power in the locally elected boards of education. So why is DC any different? Why can't my students and families have that power as well? There are issues of logistics I've heard, but logistics can easily be fixed given time. At the end of the day, if we are to be democratically run and if we are to serve the people, then the people need to have that power to vote for who oversees their schools. As a teacher, I'd like to be able to vote for who oversees my schools, my students, my entire district. I'd like my parents and guardians of my students to do the same thing. This transition is the check and balance that we need. Now, again, our district might look good on paper based on certain metrics, AKA, oh, our test scores are increasing. But at the end of the day, our students are more than test scores. They are their enjoyment of the learning, their feeling of safety, their feeling of inclusion, learning beyond reading and math, their involvement in extracurriculars and civic engagement, and so on. We've seen time and time again the criticism of standardized tests being called traumatic, classist, and racist. So to use this test that's criticized for those things to measure the success of a mayoral control in a Black and brown school district only furthers that cycle of oppression, a cycle that we need to fight and stop as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas, and I appreciate that we were able to accommodate you. You taught until just, you're teaching and you taught until just now, so thank you so much. Because you're the last witness, we're going to forego questions. We're going to go to the deputy mayor. So I'm going to call now Paul Kine, who's the deputy mayor for education. When you're ready, why don't you begin?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the community. I am Paul Kine, Deputy Mayor for Education, and thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today on 2 bills that would significantly shift the governance of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, both B 2480, the DC State Education Agency Independence Amendment Act, and B-24-101, the Office of the State Superintendent of Education Independence Amendment Act of 2021. The District of Columbia has a unique governance structure that reflects its dual status as a city and a state. In education, the district is divided into 69 local education agencies, encompassing 249 schools that serve over 93,000 students. We afford our LEAs autonomy to make school level and day-to-day decisions on curriculum, scheduling, and staffing, as we believe these decisions should be made in close partnership with students and families. However, there are important district-wide functions and policies governing all LEAs and schools in the district. Many of these functions are quite common across states, as is the structure of a state education agency under the executive. For example, the administration of the statewide assessment, the implementation of statewide accountability systems, data reporting, and teacher licensure, among others. These functions are conducted by OSSE, the district's state education agency. However, many of OSSE's roles are also unique to DC and respond to specific needs of our jurisdiction, such as administering the school lottery, My School DC, providing bus service for students with disabilities who require transportation accommodations, regulating childcare facilities, and responding to local needs around early literacy, restorative justice, and community schools. OSSE has a significant footprint in the education sector and an approved budget of over $360 million and a staff of almost 2,000 dedicated public servants, and it does its work well. Over the past several years, OSSE has been a stable and positive force in our education system, and its improvements have been noticed in our community and by this council. We believe that the important value this agency brings to our schools is supported by the existing governance structure authorized by this council in 2007 with the passage of the District of Columbia Public Education Reform Act of 2007, or PARA. That law prudently positioned OSSE within a unified education cluster under a streamlined governance structure led by the mayor. As Deputy Mayor for Education, I support and guide education agencies, including OSSE. Further, as an executive office, OSSE is supported by the Office of the City Administrator and works in partnership with a team of strong sister agencies. OSSE's governance structure is important to its effectiveness. First, the current governance structure ensures alignment. The existing governance structure facilitates streamlined decision-making and alignment of priorities and resources towards a district-wide vision for education. This alignment fosters problem-solving and allows OSSE privileged access to other executive partners. This alignment has been indispensable during the pandemic. While all governments have been challenged by the public health emergency, DC has responded decisively and taken bold action to keep residents safe. The pandemic demanded collaborative and nimble action. Agencies across local and federal government have had to work together to respond to the crisis. OSSE has worked closely with DC Health to translate health guidance and provide supports to implement critical public health measures in our schools like testing, contact tracing, and notification. This alignment contrasts with the challenges of coordinating between DC Health and independent schools on COVID-19 safety protocols. Moreover, OSSE has distributed federal funding to support our COVID-19 response and recovery efforts. This level of coordination, response, and relief would not have been possible without OSSE's current governance structure. Second, the current governance structure ensures accountability. Accountability for the agency's performance rests with the mayor in tandem with oversight responsibilities conducted by this council. Under the current governance structure, little that OSSE does goes unexamined. OSSE is accountable to the executive and legislative branches of government, and most importantly, to our constituents. OSSE participates routinely in oversight hearings and roundtables, with 15 and counting in this council period alone. OSSE testifies in many hearings on legislation where public witnesses share their perspectives and make their voices heard. The superintendent meets with the chairman and council members at their request and prioritizes timely responses to written inquiries from legislative staff. The team takes great care to prepare for council hearings to ensure council members and residents have the most comprehensive answers to their questions and concerns. This often includes supporting materials for the public record. For example, OSSE submitted nearly 300 pages of narrative responses with 22 attachments for the most recent performance oversight hearing. OSSE also produces and submits nearly a dozen statutory mandated reports to Council annually. OSSE utilizes considerable resources to be responsive to oversight requests, and it leads to better governance. We have a system of checks and balances that is working. Third, the agency is accessible under the current governance structure. In addition to its work with Council, OSSE engages the State Board of Education on a routine basis. This includes presenting at monthly working sessions when there is business, public remarks from the superintendent at monthly public sessions, standing monthly meetings between the superintendent and SBOE leadership, and availability of staff to respond to constituent needs. OSSE has also conducted forums and engagement on important issues like the statewide OSSE plan and the DC school report card. OSSE fields constituent requests on a daily basis and provides direct assistance on important programs like DC TAG, the Re-Engagement Center, and OSSE DOT. Our current governance structure and the proposals contained in the bills we are debating today were contemplated fully in 2007 through the Public Education Reform Amendment Act. When the Council passed legislation authorizing our existing governance structure for public education in DC, Council members and community members recognized that our education system was in a, quote, state of emergency, unquote, due to poor performance and mismanagement. PARA was passed by the DC Council in order to bring greater coordination, accountability, and improvement to student outcomes. While we remained steadfast and upfront about our areas for growth prior to the pandemic, we were making undeniable, clear progress towards improving student outcomes. Over the past decade, as a sign of family confidence in our public schools, enrollment reached an all-time high of over 94,000 students right before the pandemic, up over 23,000 students since the 2007-2008 school year. With your support, we have a nationally unrivaled universal pre-K system for 3- and 4-year-olds that serves nearly 14,000 students. We continue to increase per-student funding and make investments in the modernization of school facilities, which were in serious disrepair a decade ago. And as the Bowser administration prepares to enter its 8th year of leading this great city, much of the progress has occurred under the mayor's watch. We have made larger gains than any other state in the than any other state in the nation in student outcome data with NAEP, with particularly strong gains for Black students. And we have made steady gains on our statewide assessments across all student subgroups. The gains in student learning and performance are real. They are not hype or spin. And where we still face challenges, we have been direct about those challenges. Through all of this, OSSE has been a vital part of an extraordinary improvement journey that has benefited all students, all children, and all communities across the city. A journey that is a consequence of the governance improvements implemented in 2007. The 2 legislative proposals that we are discussing today would fundamentally disrupt our collective progress, as well as the progress of future administrations. While we may disagree on the nuances of education policy, surely all of us here today agree that fundamentally, our education system as currently structured under mayoral control with council oversight has made exceptional, nationally ranked strides. Furthermore, particularly given the current climate, any version of these bills would destabilize our education system in the very moment when we need stability the most, as we navigate the myriad challenges brought on by COVID-19. OSSE is central to our recovery efforts and an essential partner in our work to provide every child in Washington, D.C. with a high-quality education from cradle to career. These bills and any subsequent changes to governance structures are a distraction to leadership and staff who are responsible for essential education functions and will divert resources and attention from the urgent work of supporting children, families, and educators. This is the time to work together with relentless focus to keep our schools open and safe and to finish the fight against this pandemic. To be clear, in 2007, the council dealt with the same issues we are discussing today. We believe the council got it right then, and current efforts to reverse course on OSSE's governance structure are misguided. I will now provide some brief comments on the 2 legislative proposals before us today. First, on the DC State Education Agency Independence Act of 2021. This act abolishes OSSE as an executive agency subordinate to the mayor and places the agency in its entirety with the State Board of Education. This bill states that all staff, expenditures, and assets would be transferred to the State Board. The SBOE would be under no obligation to retain staff, including the superintendent. The SBOE would select the superintendent without any input from the mayor or this council. To be clear, the executive strongly opposes this approach. Moreover, this legislation leaves several key questions unresolved and raises many philosophical and practical concerns. First, the proposed legislation ignores numerous operational concerns. The bill does not outline specific duties of the State Board of Education or the roles and responsibilities of the board under the new structure. This leaves open a great degree of uncertainty around how key functions of the agency, such as residency reviews, the enrollment audit, teacher licensing, monitoring of federal grant programs, will be governed, operated, staffed, and funded, especially since this SBOE has no appropriations power under current law. Secondly, this bill removes the coordinating power and alignment with the education cluster that has been key to OSSE's success and opens a Pandora's box of new issues, challenges, and questions related to OSSE's complex, interconnected work and governance. It is worth noting that in 2007, the council debated putting the SEA under the SBOE and decided against it. The council felt that if the state board controlled OSSE, it would create a, quote, unacceptable, unquote, situation in which the SBOE and the superintendent would effectively, quote, oversee, unquote, the mayor. We believe that council got it right then, and the logic still stands. Third, the proposed governance structure infuses more politics and competing interests into decision-making over OSSE's work, which is not the solution to our common priority of supporting students. Moreover, we do not believe the current configuration of the State Board of Education has the right balance of ward interests and citywide interests. Under current law, the SBOE is composed of 8 elected ward members and 1 elected at-large member, unlike the council, which has a chair and 4 at-large members in addition to 8 ward members. While representation from our diverse and vibrant wards is an asset, education is a citywide function and needs a citywide lens, vision, and coordination. 1 at-large board member would not be reflective of this important need. By comparison, under its current structure, OSSE via the mayor is responsible for and accountable to all district students within the public school system, regardless of politics, ward, race, or creed. The SBOE in its current configuration plays an important and meaningful role, and its board members and staff do a good service to our city. The SBOE's feedback, advocacy, and partnership has influenced key policy changes, including OSSE's new plans to release educator workforce data and changes in the initial development of the STAR framework. And the body has important approval powers governing OSSE's policies on graduation, attendance, academic standards, assessment, and accountability. This is an appropriate role for the SBOE that is working and meets the needs of the district. Beyond the flaws in the proposed legislation, the timing of it is of great concern, as we strongly believe this is not the right time for a seismic shift in education governance. The COVID-19 pandemic has set us back. This type of deep structural change would cause great disruption when we should be collectively focusing our resources on students who need it the most and allowing schools to regain as much normalcy as possible. This is not the right policy, and this is not the right time. As for the OSSE Independence Amendment Act of 2021, which is the second bill before us, this would seek to make OSSE an independent agency and add additional investigative powers to the agency's authorizing statute, a move that the executive also strongly opposes. This bill similarly would create great destabilization from the change in governance structure and take away from OSSE's core strengths, rooted in its interconnectedness and alignment with the citywide education cluster and vision. Furthermore, the legislation has many details that we believe require much deeper consideration and deliberation. First, the bill is unclear regarding the selection of the superintendent. DC Official Code 38-2601 states that the superintendent is appointed by the mayor with the advice and consent of the council for a 4-year term. The bill does not modify that language, but changes the definition of the state superintendent in DC Official Code 2601.02 by striking the phrase appointed by the mayor. The bill sponsor should make this important distinction clear as to the intent of this change. The bill's sponsor should also specify whether the superintendent can only be removed for cause, as the mayor currently has the authority to remove the superintendent for cause. Moreover, the bill does not specify the timeline for any transition or the changes in the functional capacity of OSSE and the expertise and resources that would be needed to execute the changes. Furthermore, the addition of investigative responsibilities for the agency regarding inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading data and financial waste, fraud, and abuse is unnecessary and shifts the mission of OSSE in counterproductive ways. Sometimes there is a need for an investigation, just like the one OSSE conducted with graduation and attendance issues in our high schools. However, these expansive and broad audit duties would leave our schools in a state of perpetual investigation, shift the agency's mission, and require a substantial redirection of resources. OSSE has made great strides in data collection, transparency, and oversight. OSSE provides considerable technical supports to LEAs to submit their data efficiently and correctly. OSSE builds tools to help stakeholders use data in meaningful ways. Over the past several years, OSSE has expanded its data collection to include attendance, discipline, and now educator workforce data. OSSE has engaged the public on data that it wants to see and has built powerful tools like the DC School Report Card, which presents transparent, comparable information across DCPS and charter schools, and numerous data reports available online. Per council legislation, OSSE will be submitting a plan that includes work to build a system of course codes, an early warning system, and an improved electronic data warehouse that can expand our data capacity. This work is underway and on track and a meaningful step in the direction we want to go. In terms of financial oversight, schools are subject to extensive audits of their financial records. In addition to the auditing work done by the Public Charter School Board, the DC Auditor, and other entities, OSSE monitors all grantees, whether federal or local, on the use of grant funds consistent with applicable laws. And together with this council, we have worked together to implement common financial reporting standards used across all schools. And OSSE will soon be reporting on school expenditures to provide even more public transparency. OSSE will continue to improve aspects of its work in the areas highlighted in the bill, specifically around data and school financial transparency. However, changing the governance structure in this way is not the answer. It is a distraction from the critical recovery work in front of us and will have many unintended detrimental consequences, including upending critical functions that our schools and students need to regain momentum after COVID-19. In closing, we recognize the need to continue making improvements, but the bills before this body today do more harm than good. We are excited about the vision of OSSE's new leadership and look forward to a fair and timely confirmation hearing in a few weeks. The challenges that we face are significant, and the work that OSSE has underway is critical. Leading our work on high impact tutoring, ensuring our schools have supports to fight back against COVID-19, supporting mental and behavioral health supports for students and staff, getting the city the high quality data on the academic performance of our students through the statewide assessment after a 2-year hiatus due to COVID-19, stabilizing and strengthening our early childhood sector, accelerating outcomes for students with disabilities, and expanding access to more data. We must continue to make improvements and execute these priorities without dismantling a structure that has generated concrete, meaningful results over the past 14 years. We must continue to work together, especially in this very challenging moment, to focus on our city's recovery efforts. With the deepest respect, I urge you to carefully consider the 2 bills before the committee today before taking action and reconsider this approach and this timing. Let's not relitigate decisions already made by the council and turn back the clock, but rather focus together productively on our recovery and a continued trajectory of progress. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kine. We will have at least one 10-minute round. You want, Councilmember Lewis George, you want at least one 2-minute round? Is that what you mean?
I need at least 2 rounds, not those 2 minutes. Come on, 1 round. We got 2 bills.
Actually, I think I'm going to try something a little different, and that is we'll try a 15-minute round. And that doesn't mean we won't have a second one. We'll see how it goes. If it's just the two of us, we can go on and on for a while.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
I hear a voice, but I don't see a face. Deputy Mayor Kine, thank you for your testimony. I want to say that at the outset that listening to the testimony of the previous roughly 45 witnesses, there was quite a bit of frustration that was being expressed. Some of it, well, I'm going to put it this way, quite a bit of frustration expressed, which could be laid at the feet of the decision makers who are responsible for school governance today. Frustration over how reopening was handled or communication. I heard some testimony about that. I hear a lot of testimony or comments over the different hearings about communication, access to data or lack of data. And I have to say that I think that, I mean, there's nothing that we haven't heard before, but I think the existence of that frustration is what underlies a lot of this demand for changing the structure. The rub is this: in no other state does the state level oversight body report to the head of a school system it oversees. OSSE reports to the mayor, I think indirectly through you. The mayor oversees the system. In no other state is it like that. And I'm not quite sure how that's a good thing. Can you speak to that?
Certainly, Chairman, and thank you very much for the question, and thanks for this chance to weigh in on the bills. I do think that Washington, D.C. is a unique city-state, as we've heard from many of the witnesses, and I do think we've gone through several versions of governance. And it's not clear to me, in any event, that the current proposals are necessarily better than the one we have now. And what is clear to me is the one we have now has shown remarkable progress on multiple fronts, which is undeniable, both in terms of learning gains for Black and Brown students, enrollment gains, new transparencies, new structures in the city like our lottery, our strong early childhood sector, and so on. In other words, I think it's fair to say that there are many strengths related to the current system. It is not a perfect system. And like you, I listened carefully to the testimony today, have engaged over the course of reopening with many constituents, and there are many, many concerns. Each of those concerns, it's our job to address, and we're working hard to address those things. I did hear challenges today that related to management issues, that related to DCPS, that related to some charter functions. There were some that related to OSSE's conducting of testing programs. There were some that related to communications and so on, as you've said. But in no instance could I draw the direct line through to a belief where a change in who runs OSSE would actually have made a specific difference to the concern that was raised.
Well, there are two bills. One of them, the one that Councilmember Che took the lead on, would simply change a word. Instead of saying there's established the Office of the State Superintendent of Education under the mayor, it would say there's established an Office of State Superintendent of Education as an independent agency. Nothing else changes. But your testimony, and you said this a couple of times, would create great destabilization. I'm not quite sure I'm seeing that. So you talked about things like alignment and accessibility, but I don't see the great destabilization. That ended with a question mark.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, I will reiterate, I think, a central point that you'll hear from me today, which is I think the burden of responsibility for proving why we should make a change is on those proposing the change. The perspective I have is actually a very simple one, which is that the current system is very strong, but imperfect. The current system has delivered remarkable results in many, many areas, which are simply based in facts. The current system, I believe, has a remarkable number of checks and balances already within it. I think listening to some of the testimony today, residents might be surprised to learn that we have strong checks and balances in this system. We've got mayoral authority, we've got council oversight. It was interesting to me that neither Councilmember Louis George nor Councilmember Robert White used the term city council in their opening remarks when they were deriding the lack of checks and balances. We have many checks and balances. The Public Charter School Board oversees charter system. They have closed schools for financial mismanagement. We have an auditor. We have an inspector general. And so we have a state board that actually has a job to do, which is to approve many specific policies that are put forward by OSSE. And so I do believe we have a system that is strong. There are clearly ways that we can strengthen it. And we don't need to make this kind of change. In terms of the disruption, I think one of the, I'll use the word kind of quiet aspects of the second bill that you're describing is that simply changing the word does not make this a simple process. So where does OSSE sit? What are its relationships with executive agencies? What are its relationships with my office, with DC Health, if it is independent? And I think creating that kind of silo doesn't actually encourage innovation from spreading quickly. I think it creates more barriers to the work that we have to do together as a city because it is off on its own, like the Inspector General's office, for example. And
well, we recently made the Commission on Arts and Humanities independent. And about 7 years ago, we made the Attorney General independent. I think that was actually 10 years ago. One could argue, well, where do they sit? Where does the Attorney General sit? Or where does the Commission on Arts and Humanities sit? But actually what we see, well, I'll put it this way. When we make OSSE independent, I don't think it's, I think the issue here is that from your perspective, you now have less authority over it. That's really what's fundamentally at issue, not where it sits, but that you have less authority over it.
I think that's a slight misreading of my position. I would say that my concern is that you no longer have the alignment that you've got when you have an executive agency. So for example, in the pandemic, DC Health is working hard to try to ensure we've got testing across the city. It realizes it doesn't have the capacity or needs additional capacity to run testing programs in schools. In the current structure, we were easily able to transition that to OSSE, which then stood up a testing program in schools. If you have an independent entity, you have no way of assuming that that will happen. They have to decide whether or not they agree, they may not agree, so you can't do that. Early childhood education, a mayoral priority clearly as it is for council. We work very closely to ensure that we understand what has to get incorporated in the budget through the mayor's budget process. We understand the kinds of ways in which we need to engage with that sector. And all of that we're able to do because of this remarkable alignment. The reinvention of high school is another example.
So you're stating the positive. When you have unified power, there are a lot of things that can be done. That's the positive. There are also things that could be blocked. That's the negative. So just as with the pandemic, the executive was able to act with greater coordination to get the things done it wanted to get done, there might have been some things like, let's say, I don't want to get too close to home here, but so let me just say hypothetically, with regard to reopening and allowing more students to do virtual learning. But if OSSE wanted to go there, it couldn't go there because the executive, my point being that by having unified authority, you can emphasize the positive, that which you can get done, you can get it done better, but you're overlooking the negative, which is what I think a lot of witnesses were speaking to, which is that the executive can block ideas as well.
Well, I would suggest respectfully, Chairman, that you just offered a perfect example of the kind of complexity and new barriers the system would create. So if the mayor decides that she, in this instance, is committed to reopening schools for all students because that's in the best interest of all students, and DCPS is going to do that, and you have an independent OSSE that disagrees, what is the chaos that will ensue? That doesn't make the system better. It doesn't ensure that families will have more of a choice. It simply ensures that you've got two entities that are now feuding as you're trying to open schools in a pandemic.
Possibly. But, you know, we have an independent attorney general. The attorney general used to be was a subordinate agency under the mayor. And when we made it elected, I'm aware of the fact that the Attorney General legislation is legislation I authored, and the Independent Commission on Arts and Humanities was legislation I authored. There's a theme here. And when we made the Attorney General independent by making the position elected, it now became incumbent on the mayor as well as the Attorney General to work collaboratively, which they've done. And I would say we have a better product because we have the mayor who can feel very strongly about certain positions of policy in the government, and the Attorney General who can feel strongly. And so you have multiplicity of voices. And out of that, if they're working together, you get a better result, a better product. And I think that could be true as well with OSSE. You have an independent state superintendent, as is the case in every state, yes, subordinate to the governor, but there's no LEA that's subordinate to the governor. They're subordinate to the local authorities. And so we have an independent OSSE that is looking at some, what do I want to say, best practices in education that maybe the mayor wasn't thinking about. The mayor's got some other ideas. So she has some best practices, and the two work together collaboratively. Why isn't that a better outcome?
Well, in the first instance, Chairman, I would suggest that the current structure allows for more deep collaboration and idea sharing than you would see in the version that you're describing. And secondly, I think that considering the Attorney General's office an appropriate analog for OSSE, which delivers innumerable direct services to residents and engages deeply with all 67 of our LEAs on a daily basis, is inappropriate. Meaning OSSE has a very specific kind of role and function across the system, some of which is to hold LEAs accountable, some of which is to provide all kinds of services to them, including the ones that I mentioned in my testimony. So it's not the case that we need to stand up, in my opinion, a new kind of watchdog organization or entity in the system. We have those already, including, respectfully, City Council, including the auditor, including the Inspector General, and very, very importantly, it was mentioned probably not enough in the testimony, the Public Charter School Board, which plays that role. And I think what we have now is a system which allows exactly for the collaboration that you want. I engage in it actively, daily, across these entities.
I think OSSE data is one of the more critical problems. When I say OSSE data, there was quite a bit of testimony that was critical of the, how do I want to put this, the data keeping that OSSE has done. I could put it a little differently, and that is the shortcomings in the longitudinal data system. You disagree with the increased investigative powers being given to OSSE. So what more can OSSE do beyond what you included in your written testimony within its current structure to improve its data collection, transparency, and oversight?
Thanks for the question, Chairman. And I know collectively we've been through this conversation several times. And actually, I feel, I don't want to sound Pollyannish, but I feel very proud of the improvement journey in data collection and transparency that OSSE has gone through. And I'd encourage, again, residents who are uncertain about this, I encourage residents to simply visit the OSSE website, where they will find literally hundreds of reports, downloadable, the DC report card, which contains hundreds of data elements on all aspects of schools that allow residents and families to compare across schools, the STAR report card, we provided strong rebuttal to the auditor's findings on OSSE's data infrastructure. And we have produced for you in various forums a clear roadmap for the ways in which we are working to improve that. And I'm happy to share some of the data improvements that we've made if that's of interest. The automated data transfer, a statewide student information system, visualization applications, the sort of additional key data applications that we've stood up, our statewide longitudinal education data system, and so on and so forth. We are now producing teacher data because this is of interest to the state board and to city council. I mentioned that we are currently in the process of fulfilling the obligations of the bill that you passed, and we're excited to do so on course requirements and the early warning system that council believes is actually going to help improve outcomes for students. So these are all areas in which OSSE not only continues to produce strong data, but is excited to continue to improve. And by the way, just on this topic of data, I will push back very, very firmly on those colleagues who testified that we somehow are opposed to the RPP. I mean, Chairman, you and I, Councilmember Grasso, Superintendent Kang, developed that together. I've been a strong proponent. The mayor is deeply enthusiastic about it. We are going to be sitting together around the table in early December for its first meeting. So these are ways in which OSSE is happy to share its transparent data, to engage in improvements, and to make sure that the city council and the public have what they need in order to feel confident in our education system.
My time is up. You are correct that we work together on the RPP. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. I want to go actually straight into that data point. Thank you for that segue, Chairman Mendelson. Deputy Mayor, I sent you some questions around data last week, and one of the functions of OSSE is monitoring. And so basic data is important. And I hope you can answer them fairly quickly without a drawn out answer, because I sent them last week. So I think we can get a few word answer. If not, I'm going to have to reclaim time. From the questions I asked you, how many kids dropped out last year in DC public schools?
In school year 2019-2020, 2,700.
Okay, and in DC public charter schools, how many students dropped out last year?
Oh, that is the total for the public school system.
That's charter and public together.
Yes.
How many current 9th and 10th graders are on track to graduate? And that's both for DCPS and charter school.
We actually collect that at the LEA level, so we don't have an aggregate view of that across the city. So if you want to submit a data request for all the LEAs, we'll be happy to do that. This is something, by the way, that we know will be addressed by the Common Course standards that we are actually standing up with OSSE that you'll hear more about in coming months.
Great. As of this past spring, what percentage of students are performing on grade level?
So typically we use the PARCC exam to do that. And so we have the 2019 results, English language arts, there was a 37.15% proficiency rate. And in math, it was 30.67%.
Okay, so we don't have anything on 2021 because of the PARCC.
We were in a state of pandemic, and so we did not offer the statewide assessment last year, as I think you know.
Okay, and is PARCC the only percentage, is the only way you determine whether students are performing on grade level?
At the state level, the state standardized assessment is the tool that we use to determine student proficiency, yes.
Okay. How many teachers left DC public schools last year?
So for school year 2021, we had a retention rate of our effective and highly effective teachers of 90%.
Okay, so how many teachers left the DC public school last year?
We would have to do the algebra. 90% of the teaching corps for 2021.
Okay, well, hopefully there's enough people in main office to do the algebra. How many kids changed schools in the middle of last school year?
So from for 2019-2020, there were 3.15% students entered through May, the system, and 4.6% exited.
Okay, I'm speaking of school year 2021. That's where your data is coming from?
This is, no, 1920.
Okay.
Because, and I believe it's in November that we'll have the data for last school year.
Okay. What's percentage of our classroom teachers, DCPS and charter, are certified in DC? How many are teaching outside of their field?
Charter educators, as you might know, council member, are not required to be certified under the law. So we don't track that. But for DCPS, 96% are certified.
And how many are teaching outside the field?
73% are in field. So 27% are out.
Okay. What percentage of DCPS and charter school graduates go on to graduate from college in 4 or 6 years?
So for school year 2020, so school year 1920, it was 33%. The data for last year, we saw a significant decline. For school year 2021, it was 22%, which mirrors quite a dramatic drop across the country because of the pandemic.
Okay, so 30% in school year 1920, school year 2021, it's 22%. Just want to make sure those changes are right. Okay.
If you want, we'll be happy to respond to these very specific questions.
I want to get them on the record because we don't get them on the record enough and it's not public. And we talked about communication today. And these are questions that not just came from me, but have come up before. So I want to get them on the record. I'm almost done and then we'll move on to the next section. How is attendance so far this year? How many students are chronically absent? Are they the same students who've been have absentee issues in the past?
So our attendance rates, and by the way, I'm happy to answer these questions. This does feel a little bit like a pop quiz. I would prefer to talk about the legislative.
Well, I sent them in advance, right? Because one of the issues that's so that you all had opportunity to, so it wouldn't feel like a pop quiz. But it's important information for monitoring. One of your criticism was monitoring. So I want to get to whether monitoring is happening. So
we are very used to responding to these kinds of specific data questions in writing. We do it all the time with council. We could easily have done it in this case. I prefer to talk about the legislative proposals that you have, but if you want to carry on, I'm very happy to do so. So on attendance, this is for the fourth quarter of last school year, 2021. Attendance for distance learning was 81%. Attendance for those who were in the hybrid mode was 86%. Attendance for in-person learning was 91%.
Okay.
Chronic absenteeism during that quarter for distance learning was 46%, for hybrid learning was 38%, and for in-person learning was 32%.
Okay. And do we know if these are the same kids year over year?
Same kids meaning we do know for each individual.
Same with attendance problems.
We do know for each individual student whether what their attendance records are year over year. Yes.
Okay. How many due process complaints were filed for lack of FAPE last year?
190.
Okay. And did DC students with IEPs and 504 plans receive all supports they're entitled to during the pandemic?
Sorry, you didn't ask the follow-up question on FAPE. So 48 due process complaints were resulted in hearing officer decisions. It's not just the number of complaints filed, obviously, it's the
right, absolutely.
And so your question about IEPs with 504 plans, do they receive all the supports they're entitled to during the pandemic? We did a lot of work on monitoring this issue. The Department of Education issued guidance that said that LEAs were to do their best effort in the pandemic. And so we would say that through our routine oversight, we believe that we did I would say that most students that needed to receive their accommodations, we were able to accommodate, and we continue to do those normal investigations.
Okay, I want to speak to the OSSE oversight of federal funds and how that works out, but I also want to speak to the accountability piece because I know you said OSSE works with. I want to note that every Friday we had a call this year. The council had a call and OSSE didn't show up until we begged to show up, and then they showed up to that one call and didn't show up. So I think some of the issue here is that whether the council is in position to have oversight when OSSE doesn't show up is another question. Also, whether OSSE listens to the auditor and what the auditor has asked of what longitudinal data should look like is another question. So when we talk about, what this robust oversight looks like accordingly, really when OSSE chooses to show up at the council is when we get to have questions in these type of rounds. So I want to address the robust conversation around the OSSE showing up to the council when Friday calls. We can count them up, how many of the Friday calls we've had where OSSE hasn't shown up to be addressed by the council. And the same goes for the auditor's report on longitudinal data. I want to get to some of the funding issues though with this. So Head Start Grant 2020, last year DCPS lost millions of dollars in Head Start grant funds because of safety lapses in the school system's operation of the programs. DC had to lay off dozens of employees and cut services to low-income families as a result. How did OSSE or the DME hold DCPS accountable for this mistake?
Councilmember, I just want to go back to your, I think, very unfair accounting of OSSE's engagement with council. And I think many of your colleagues would greatly disagree with you suggesting that OSSE doesn't show up for council. OSSE has been—
I didn't say for the council policy. I don't think they would disagree that they shouldn't show up for the calls on Fridays.
Councilmember, respectfully, the city administrator had a call on Friday to help answer some questions that you all had, which many of us did come to. But when you have any hearings or conversations that you want to have with OSSE, they are here for you. They have been at more than 15 hearings. They come to their performance oversight hearings.
That's fine. I'm saying that they haven't been at the calls that we set up as a council to be able to talk about the monitoring of COVID and the response to schools, which is, I believe, the overarching issue that we talked about today. But I do want to get to the question of accountability and the Head Start Fund. So how did accountability happen when DCPS lost millions of dollars in Head Start funds?
In what way do you mean accountability happening there? So we work with DCPS. We understood that they had not met certain elements of Head Start, in particular, because they had seen a change in some of the demographics of their Head Start classrooms. So as the U.S. Department of Education engaged with DCPS and worked with them to understand whether or not they were fully compliant with the terms of the Head Start grant, it turned out that they no longer were. They submitted an application. It was actually not approved. And so they didn't get the funding. So the accountability was that they no longer received funding for those programs.
Okay, but so my understanding is that has OSSE done anything to help make DCPS eligible again for these Head Start funds? And so accountability was the negative was to them not actually ensuring that we had the Head Start fund. So DCPS had to lay off dozens of employees, services were cut to low income families, and the person who took the hit was the employees in low income families. So I guess I'm trying to figure out it would be helpful if you believe that we have that OSSE there's an accountability here to understand what accountability looks like to you all. So in this instance, what accountability happened for DCPS and what has OSSE done to help make DCPS eligible again for these dollars?
DCPS has a plan in place to reapply for Head Start funding based on a new configuration of its pre-K classrooms, which it is implemented. It's in constant contact with the Department of Education. And so it's working hard to get funding back that it actually deserves in a new configuration. The way it was configured, it actually fell out of compliance with the grant, and it ran its classrooms in a way which it believed was in the best interest of its students, but the department did not believe was compliant. And so therefore it lost its funding and it's reapplying for its funding. And
right, but
what's going on.
Okay, so that's an instance where an independent OSSE would have a different accountability structure, or at least a plan made for DCPS to make them eligible again.
So you speculate, Councilmember.
Okay. In April, let's go on. The U.S. Department of Education granted OSSE's waiver request to skip federally required statewide assessments. In exchange, OSSE committed to, quote, collect and share information transparently with the public on local interim assessments. I can't find anything about this on OSSE's website. When and how is OSSE planning to share the results of last year's interim assessments with the public? And this gets back to our earlier question about how many kids are currently on grade level. If this review isn't done yet, how is OSSE capable of targeting assistance to schools that need it? Shouldn't this review already be done?
So first of all, thank you for the question. This is something I personally have spent a lot of time on and I'm very interested in, which is how can we understand what has happened with our students in the pandemic? And so that therefore we did work closely with OSSE to survey all LEAs and to insist that they did provide interim assessment data. OSSE has the data and has been working very hard and urgently to produce the report. I will share with you that LEAs use—
Well, when will it become public?
It's a good question. I think it should be public in the coming weeks. I don't know exactly when that's going to be. I want to share with you that LEAs use, I think it's more than 13 different interim assessments. And so it's actually not easy to do the comparison. So
okay.
we are working on that.
Okay, OSSE is responsible for monitoring how LEAs use federal funds provided in response to the pandemic. A substantial portion, over 1 million of the CARES Act spending reported in fiscal year 20 was categorized as other, in quote. How is OSSE tracking that funds were used properly? Applications for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds were due on September 30th. Did all eligible LEAs submit their applications on time? Has OSSE reviewed these applications, and what does this review process entail?
Thanks very much. I can share with you that it is a very detailed and comprehensive review process. I'm happy to provide the details of that separately.
How is OSSE tracking the use of federal funds in our LEA? They send you a plan, but do you verify that the money gets spent that way? What happens if they spend it on something else? How many people are responsible for monitoring compliance? We're talking about nearly 400 million in federal support, and I'm not sure that we're keeping good track of it down to the LEA and school level to make sure it's maximized to help students recover from the pandemic.
Well, as somebody who's been working almost daily on all of the reporting requirements of the federal stimulus funding, I can share with you, council member, that it is tracked in a very detailed and comprehensive way, both through the LEAs up through OSSE and into the city's budget office. We've stood up our own reporting systems, and we are working to ensure that the money is spent in exactly the way it's supposed to. We're very, very conscious that we need to be compliant, and we're working hard to ensure that we are.
And I appreciate your word on this. I would like for us to be able to, as a council, see that and for it to be transparent and available to the public.
Councilmember.
Yes.
You had 15 minutes. Still managed to go over it. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Khan. So looking at the bills in front of us, I'd like to get your take on a question I asked witnesses, and that is, does making the state superintendent of education independent of the mayor, does that equal an inter-mayoral control?
Does it equal an inter-mayoral control? No, I think technically it depends what you mean by mayoral control. So I don't quite understand. I heard you. So first of all, thanks for the question, Councilmember. I appreciate the discussion. And I would say, I don't quite understand the question because it depends how you define mayoral control. It would certainly change considerably the mayoral authority that we currently have in Washington, D.C. The mayor would still have authority over D.C. public schools.
Okay, I agree. I think we might be in the same place. And then, I guess the point I'm trying to flesh out is, I'm trying to move us from kind of defensive postures to conversations. And I am trying to understand, a lot of people say, when these bills were introduced, a lot of people said, we can't go back to the way things were. We can't end mayoral control. And, there's no set definition of mayoral control, but I don't see an independent state superintendent as a shift away from mayoral control. So that's my take. I'm hearing that your take is the same.
Well, again, what you're hearing from me, council member, is that I think the current system we have, while imperfect, has actually delivered very strong results for the city.
So no, I understand that you believe that, and that's not where I'm going. I'm trying to make sure we're having similar conversations. So, I don't want people to leave this hearing saying the council wants to abolish mayoral control if what we're talking about is an independent state superintendent of education. So I'm not asking about my definition or anybody else's definition of mayoral control. I'm just asking you if you believe that having an independent state superintendent means that we have moved away from mayoral control.
Well, let me put it this way, upon reflection, council member. I think that shifting the state superintendent away from the executive would greatly diminish mayoral authority in the city. It would diminish it.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess for the record, I don't believe that an independent state superintendent equates to a move away from mayoral control. So I'm, one of the other sort of talking points I've heard when the council introduced this legislation, the two pieces of legislation before us today, is that we don't want to go back to the days where schools weren't getting textbooks on time, which was interesting because I had met with teachers last week, not in preparation for this hearing, and teachers in Ward 7 said they were frustrated because they're still waiting for school books. And they said this is something that happens every year, and it's not just school books, it's additional curriculum and instructional materials that are significantly delayed every year. Now, and I want to be very clear, I'm not saying we need to end mayoral control. I'm trying to have a conversation so that we can start to talk in kind of the same terms. But is it your understanding that every school is receiving textbooks on time every year?
I have not heard anything to the contrary. If you believe that that is the case, I'd be very happy to look into the specific example that you're describing. But I have not heard that, and I certainly don't believe that it is the case, and certainly would not be widespread if there were instances of it.
Okay. But I did hear from a teacher in Ward 2 that she had never experienced this, but I heard from multiple teachers in Ward 7 that they experienced it, and then they sort of elaborated with a list of resources just from one school that they were looking for. I'm not even going to go down the list because I have to keep scrolling, but it is everything from smart boards to printers and keyboards, everything down the line. So, the sense I get is that we don't have this perfect system, right? But some of the defense of kind of where we are, people say, no, don't do anything different because there was a time when schools weren't getting textbooks on time. And it seems like, at least in some parts of the city, that is something that's happening now. You're saying you're not aware of it. And so we need to ask teachers to reach out to whom to get this issue looked into. Who should they reach out to?
Textbook issuance is done by LEAs.
If it's a DCPS school, who should they reach out to?
The principal.
Okay, I'm sure the principal is doing everything they can. I'm guessing this is probably not a principal issue. Do you think it might be a principal issue?
No, I'm simply saying the principal is responsible for ensuring that there are the proper materials in the building and working with central administration at DCPS to raise issues where they don't have what they need. But as I said, I'm surprised at this line of questioning, not because I don't believe that there are instances where teachers don't have what they need on the first day of school, but certainly the schools that I visit are replete with whiteboards and smart boards and books, resources, electronic devices, and so on and so forth. So it does seem like we have a lot of the materials in place.
And so this kind of gets to the crux of the issue, because what you hear and what the council hears is often very different. And we have trouble penetrating this. A lot of it is because of how centralized control of the schools are. So what we hear from the heads of agencies is always everything's going well. But when we talk to teachers, we hear a very different story. And there are no independent agencies in the middle that have access to all of the requisite information that could give us sort of an independent view. So here we are stuck. I'm hearing from multiple teachers saying they don't have school books and this is a common thing. And you're saying you never heard this. And so what I'm saying is we have to have a way to penetrate these issues because we come to this place a lot. What are your thoughts on how we might penetrate this?
Well, first of all, I appreciate the question and I appreciate the tension that you're bringing up. And I'd be glad to work with you on it. I have to say, Councilmember, to my mind, this is exactly one of the problems that I have with the legislation as it's proposed, because the idea that an independent OSSE would be tracking textbook deliveries into individual LEA classrooms would suggest that its data tracking function would have to be expanded 100-fold. And so again, the idea that there are specific challenges we've got within the system that we need to address together and collaboratively is very real. I mean, the fact that you're telling me there are potentially students in the city that don't have what they need to learn, I find really bothersome, and I want to help fix it. And I know that there is nothing about an independent OSSE that is actually going to influence teaching and learning in the ways that I think some people might imagine based on the conversation we're having. There's no evidence that that will happen. And certainly in this of textbook ordering, is there any reason to believe that it would?
Okay, fair point. But yeah, as I said in my opening statement, I'm not here to insist on any particular change, but I am here to insist that something has to change. So I'm trying to engage in a colloquy to understand, with your help, what it is needs to change in order to fix these issues. So I understand sort of your rebuttal. This won't be fixed by an independent state superintendent. But my question is, what then will fix it?
Well, I think that we've had a couple of proposals that we've heard from some of the witnesses today that I think are interesting we should pursue. I would certainly be happy to think about ways in which, if we're talking about strengthening the feedback loops from schools through council and through the executive, there are a number of forums that we could certainly look at and ways to do that. So I do think that there are lots of potential solutions that we should consider.
Should we expect some recommendations from you?
It depends on the specific problem, council member, that you want to address. So I've heard
the problem is that 75% of Black students are behind grade level and people don't seem to think this is an emergency. That's the problem I want to address. So I am actually more indifferent than most people might think about the governance structure. My concern is the outcomes of kids. That is the issue that I'm trying to solve. And there are a lot of factors that feed into it. So something has to be different. And I'm hearing, no, not this thing. And so I'm asking what then? What needs to be different in your opinion? If not these bills, what gets us to better, substantially better outcomes for students of color and students with special needs?
Well, council member, I can assure you that I think it's an emergency. I think it's an emergency, and we are acting with incredible urgency. I have shared with this council on numerous occasions through the reopening hearings and through the budget process, all of the ways in which we're trying to address exactly the issues that you are raising, which I believe deeply. We have a very large achievement gap or opportunity gap in the city, which we must address and are working urgently to address. That is the reason, even though we respectfully disagreed about this, we strongly supported reopening all of our schools. That's the reason that we're delivering high impact tutoring across the entire system. That's the reason technically DCPS is shifting entirely to a multi-tiered student intervention system across all of its schools that it rolled out this year. That's the reason we're focused on safe passage and making sure kids have the right to go to school safely. It's the reason we're doing all of those things for recovery and in our schools, because I agree with you, it is urgent.
Are those things going to close the achievement gap?
That is our best answer, including all of the other components of our current system, which includes the system of choice, which includes the transportation that we've stood up.
We're 15 years in. Based on what you've seen, do you think we are on track to close the achievement gap?
I think we are making progress. I think we are not making enough progress.
So what do we need to do differently?
What I've laid out for you is our best thinking specifically on this. We've got to ensure that we have the right supports for our schools. We have to make sure that we are not overburdening and overtaxing our teachers and principals. We have to be sure. Sorry, Councilmember.
We're 15 years into this. We've got to have a better answer. at this point. So you said earlier, and this concerned me, that we shouldn't relitigate decisions we've made in the past. I don't know how to interpret this in any way other than this means we should do this forever. And if not forever, at what point do we assess the outcomes and say we got to do some things substantially differently?
Well, Councilmember, in the first instance, I would share that I feel like what I was saying is not we shouldn't relitigate all decisions in the past. We shouldn't relitigate this governance structure right now. And specifically, it's for reasons that you yourself have raised. It is not my belief, having looked at this in lots of different ways, that an independent OSSE is going to directly influence teaching and learning and student outcomes in the city. It is my belief that with our current system and structure, the city has actually seen quite remarkable gains, unlike everywhere else in the country. And I know I am often accused, and the executive is accused, of painting an overly rosy picture. I hope that's not the case. I try to be very clear and honest in my assessment of what's working and what's not. At the same time, I think supporters and proponents of the bills you've described actually paint a picture of a system that is in some state of constant crisis where nothing good has ever happened. And that simply doesn't comport with reality. And I'm not saying that's true of you, Councilmember. I just simply mean some of the witnesses, the picture that they paint feels very, very one-sided. We have seen in a very fact-based, evidence-based way, lots of signs of improvement across our city's public education system, for which we should be proud as we do the hard work that you were describing.
And there have been some improvements, but we're stuck in a rhetorical cycle where folks are saying, you know, we can't go back to the bad old days, and schools used to not get books, and especially don't do this thing, you know. But at some point, we've got to move out of this cycle into a conversation that starts with the fact that we are not on track to close the achievement gap, and we have to do some things drastically different in order to close it. And I keep saying there's no specific thing I'm going to insist on, except that we figure it out. And so I'm open to you saying not these bills, but if not these bills, there has to be something specific around a plan to close the achievement gap. And I think in our discussion, we've come to an understanding we're not on track to close the achievement gap. And so we can't insist on this path. We cannot. We owe more than that to these young people. So I know the folks at OSSE and then the Deputy Mayor's Office and DCPS and the charter schools are doing a lot of work. There's no question about it. The question is whether or not we have a plan to close this achievement gap, and it doesn't seem that we do.
Well, I would say again, respectfully, Councilmember, and I appreciate the way in which you're engaging with me in this discussion and the questions that you're raising. I would say that we do believe we have a plan to close the achievement gap in the ways that I have shared. Certainly at the LEA levels, there are going to be a lot of educators, teachers, principals who are listening to this conversation with some frustration because they will think their work is somehow being undervalued and the strategies that they've put in place, which we could describe to you, are somehow not being heard. And I would simply say, and I know you don't mean to do that, and certainly I don't mean to do that, but I would say that is the primary work that most of us who live and breathe public education in this city actually engage in every day, trying to figure out how to do better by our students of color. And we do believe we have a plan. It's reflected in our budget. It's reflected in the recovery. It's reflected in lots of places.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't think teachers and principals are going to feel like I'm saying things different than what they believe. I'm hearing from them constantly that they need different supports and more supports and that they're not being listened to. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
There will be another 10-minute round.
Thank you.
So get your questions ready. One more 10-minute round. So let me see, I have 3 lines of questioning. The first is, how has OSSE's current structure led to educational improvements? Meaning, what about OSSE's current structure allowed for those improvements over the past decade that would not have been possible if OSSE were independent or under the State Board of Education? I'll note Scott Goldstein's testimony asserts that mathematical study on school governance could not tie the educational improvement to school governance. to the structure?
Thanks for that question. I think it's a little, I mean, honestly, I think it's a little bit of a red herring in the sense that what we're saying, what we saw in the Mathematica study is that there have been gains that have outpaced the country in DC under the system that we have.
But I remember that when Mr. Chaplin spoke, he said, but we can't say for sure that this was due to governance. And that's what we're talking about here is the structure, whether OSSE is independent, like let's say the Commission on Arts and Humanities, or whether OSSE continues to be under the subordinate agency.
Yes, I understand that. And I will say again, that if you've got a system with a certain governance structure that is delivering results, I do think we have to raise the question, why on earth we want to change it in the middle of a pandemic? Because we somehow think that the results will be better? We don't know.
There were 45 people who, maybe not, it wasn't all of them, 35 who gave reasons why they think we should change it. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was simply offering the response again, which is, I think that we have to have a stronger argument than we want to change the system because we think that it may do better when we already have a system that has actually done well. I think specifically in terms of OSSE, what it has done to contribute to the overall reform efforts, I think there are myriad examples of its growth in strength and function that have helped to deliver the results that we've seen as a city. Certainly, we can look to some of the structural aspects of OSSE in terms of what it does for our overall grant work, as I was talking about with Councilmember Lewis George. It's standing up of the and taking over of the lottery system, which we believe is an important part of our overall system. But importantly, it's growing and building out of its data system and its data team, its division on teaching and learning, which provides so much critical supports into LEAs and schools has been a vital part of that. The strategic plan that they focused on now, particularly around special needs, students with special needs, which I'm helping to support out of my office. There are countless ways in which the work of OSSE has, I think, helped to deliver the strong results we've seen as a city.
Well, the rub for me is where I started out in the last round, and that is that we are the only state in the country where the state education agency reports to the person that it oversees. And to me, this is a question about, a question of structure. So I like to think I work well with you, and I have not questioned your integrity, but if we're talking about the structure, we're talking about who, you're not going to be the deputy mayor of education forever. There'll be another deputy mayor at some point, just as there was one before you. And so early in the last round, I asked questions about data, and I can't remember specifically, but I know I have heard of instances where OSSE was pressured by the executive to not explore something. I know that that was a concern very much when we worked together on the RPP, that we wanted an independent research practice partnership, which has to rely on OSSE to get a lot of its data. I know that before you were deputy mayor, there was a controversy over OSSE putting some metrics up on its website about DC report cards, and there was a lot of political pushback. And I can't help but think that, again, this is not about you, that you would not do this, but that as a matter of structure, that OSSE could be pressured. You know, I went through this just a couple of years ago with the Commission on Arts and Humanities, and there was a lot of testimony and about pressure. And so it was actually not that complicated, made it independent. And I would like to think it's more thriving, although we did leave to the mayor to appoint the members of the commission, and I think that might have been a mistake. So if we were to go independent, it would have the advantage of then only OSSE is responsible for what it doesn't do with regard to data. OSSE would be free to pursue oversight. I don't know, I feel like I'm musing a little bit out loud, but I
I'm
know.
happy to respond to your musings.
Well, then respond.
So in the first instance, Chairman, I would share that I'm glad you've raised this issue about the so-called conflict of interest, which we heard about from some of the witnesses. And I wanted just to be very, very strong on this point. From everything that I've heard and seen, the conflict of interest is theoretical. It is absolutely theoretical. It does not exist in reality. Even Councilmember Che, in her remarks, talked about how it's important because of the appearance of a conflict of interest. And we can have a very healthy discussion about whether the appearance of a conflict of interest should in fact cause us to make a disruptive change or not. But the only point that I've ever heard where people talk about conflict in any meaningful way, or not meaningful way, but where they have some substance, seems to be the quote of some staffer in one newspaper article several years ago. And that to me doesn't rise to the level of us as public officials being able to assert that there is a conflict of interest. There is not. And it is theoretical only. And I think it's important that we bear that in mind. On the oversight functions that OSSE has, I mean, I think in this hearing, we've heard differing use of the term oversight. Some folks seem to want us to strengthen the oversight of OSSE. And some folks want us to strengthen OSSE's oversight of LEAs. And so I think we need to be very clear. In terms of the question or the musings that you've just offered, you seem to be reflecting on OSSE's oversight of LEAs. And there again, I would say that as it's envisaged, at least in the second of the two bills, this idea that there's going to be effectively an auditing function of OSSE that is now somehow going to compete with the charter school board, with your own oversight, with the auditor, with the inspector general, and so on, feels duplicative and burdensome. And you can imagine what this will mean for schools that are simply trying to spend their time educating kids. It's going to make their lives so much harder. And you did in fact hear that from a number of school leaders today.
If the council were to move on one of the bills being discussed at this hearing, how would you suggest the council handle some of the unique responsibilities that are currently under OSSE's purview, like the OSSE DOT? Should those go with the agency or be placed in other agencies, or should the agency be broken into two distinct parts like we did with DCRA?
See, this is the exact kind of question, Chairman, with all due respect, that leads me to believe that this kind of disruptive change is very ill-timed. Why on earth should we, in a pandemic, be discussing what should we do with the buses? Where should they live? And the idea of shifting them from some agency to another agency where you have to stand up the function, you've got to hire staff, you've got to ensure consistent delivery of services. Again, while we should all be focusing on the kind of recovery and healing that we need to do, is the reason why I don't think this is the right discussion for now. And again, it's not that I don't think there aren't problems in our system and there aren't challenges that we should collectively address in a collaborative way. I believe that there are, as I was discussing with Councilmember White, but this specific solution doesn't solve the problems that it purports to solve, and yet creates a number of new challenges for us.
I'm going to leave it at that and turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Lewis George, you're still here?
Yes.
It's 10 minutes.
Thank you. I want to follow up on finishing on my last round of questions to get back to OSSE monitoring. And I know since OSSE's not here, I'm sure you have OSSE's answer. LEAs are required to spend at least 20% of their total allocation to address learning loss through evidence-based interventions. How is OSSE monitoring compliance with this requirement?
Which funding source are you talking about specifically?
The ESSER.
ESSER funding.
Yes, ESSER funding. The LEAs are required to spend at least 20% of their total allocation to address learning loss through evidence-based intervention. So I would like to know how OSSE is monitoring compliance with this requirement.
Yeah, so OSSE monitors compliance with its grants in all of the normal ways you could imagine and I'm sure are familiar with. So OSSE initially gets a spend plan before it approves the release of the funds. There are a number of allowable uses for those funds that OSSE insists on seeing in those plans. And then it follows up by tracking with the LEAs how those funds are spent to ensure that the allowable uses are met.
Okay. So based on that, how many students in DCPS are getting high dosage tutoring?
So DCPS has a goal of between 10 and 30% of its students will receive high impact tutoring.
So how many students is OSSE able to track which students get high dosage tutoring?
So OSSE's role is to ensure, obviously, if we're still on this strand of ESSER funding, OSSE's role is to ensure that DCPS is using the money only for allowable uses, including the high impact tutoring. If DCPS says that it's spending that money, then OSSE follows up on the expenditures to ensure that that has happened.
So LEAs are required to report data on student outcomes tied to learning loss investments, and OSSE needs to verify these reports. How is OSSE collecting data on who participates in what interventions and what their outcomes are?
You're asking a lot of different questions, and I think respectfully, Councilmember, your question is conflating some of the duties against the grant compliance that you initially began with. So
well, the duties of OSSE, or are you, since you're all one, am I conflating, you're saying I'm conflating OSSE's duties?
no, I'm just having trouble following this line of questioning because you're starting with grant compliance and then you're ending with individual students. And so I think I've shared an answer which relates.
Well, that's longitudinal data. That's that data point. That's how that comes in. That's why it's important. Because there's a grant piece there. There's the longitudinal data piece here that goes back to our school to prison pipeline and how we're tracking students and whether that's happening from auditor's report. So I'm just trying to get what the point I'm trying to get to is whether that's happening, and you're saying yes, and I'm asking questions to get to the answer. So I guess how is OSSE collecting data on who participate in what interventions and what their outcomes are?
So again, I'm having a little trouble following that line of questioning, and I don't mean to be obtuse. I'm happy to talk about the auditor's report if you want to. I've got full rebuttals to many of the points that they made. I mean, specifically in terms of the ESSER funding, DCPS now tracks for each individual student with its MTSS system what the interventions are that those students are receiving. So we do know what students are receiving in terms of the teaching and learning supplements that are being paid for by ESSER, and DCPS will report that to OSSE. Is that consistent with the question you're asking now?
No, but I'm going to move on for the sake of time. When DCPS clearance process was so slow earlier this year, what steps did OSSE take to ensure students had access to additional high dosage tutoring? We know some out of school time programs couldn't do the work they planned to because of this slowdown. Why didn't OSSE step in to help fix this?
To help fix the background check slowdown?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think in that instance, we didn't see that as a role of OSSE to step in to do that. I know that I worked extensively with the chancellor and DCPS to figure out an alternative way of tracking the background checks. In particular, there was a challenge because DCPS has implemented, as you probably know, a very important and rigorous set of background checks and was insistent that all adults that were in the buildings were compliant with it. And so that was an operation. That was an operational.
Okay, that's fine. I got the answer. You all didn't feel like that was OSSE function. I want to get to the OSSE report card. The State Board of Education, the State Board approved OSSE's plan for the Every Student Succeeds Act in 2017. Since then, the composition of the board has changed, and many members have said they would now vote for a different plan and rating system less reliant on standardized test scores. Why has OSSE not brought a revised version of the star rating system back to a vote with the State Board of Education?
So in that instance, I know that once we stood the system up, we were committed to ensuring stability in the system so that it could prove its use over a period of time. We did, of course, follow the protocol that requires us to get the state board's approval of that. They did approve it. We have been very clear that we're certainly open to revisions. There are federal laws that govern certain aspects of the accountability system design that we have to follow. And we are engaging with them on some of the ideas that they've got. So this is an ongoing conversation. I don't think it's as simple as your question would seem to imply.
Okay. When will you bring revised version of the star rating back to the State Board of Education, if you will at all?
So in this instance, again, I think firstly, we've got to understand, and as you probably well know, council member, the state board is currently looking at this in an ongoing way. And I wouldn't say that there's uniformity of opinion on the state board about what changes they might be recommending or advising. So I think we have to engage in an understanding about what are those specific changes that they might be interested in seeing.
Well, it seems, well, I guess, I think Scott Goldstein said, talked about this during his testimony a little bit, but the school board was way ahead of the curve and has been way ahead of the curve in identifying a problem and a solution, from early literacy to dyslexia, to teacher and principal turnover, to outdoor learning and more. And so given that the School Board of Education has been quicker to identify solutions in these areas, and they hear from the public directly monthly in testimony, wouldn't giving the School Board of Education more power oversight allow ideas that would help students be implemented more quickly? Seems they're ahead of the curve. They identify a problem, they identify a solution. Wouldn't giving them more power help our students and get these things implemented more quickly?
Well, firstly, Councilmember, I would probably just like to respectfully disagree with the idea that the State Board of Education identifies solutions more quickly than anyone else in the public education system. So on the issue of teachers and teacher retention, this is an ongoing body of work that every single LEA in the city has been focused on for decades. On outdoor education, I agree with you. The State Board did a lot of terrific work on that. On the issues of reopening that came up, I can share with you, I received a letter from the State Board with their reopening suggestions 3 days before the schools were due to reopen. And so I don't think it's fair to say the State Board is somehow this engine of innovation that is ahead of the curve on all matters education. I do believe that there are terrific people on the board who I respect tremendously and enjoy working with, and they do have good ideas, but that is not, it's not the case to assume, I don't think. And again, in a prior—
I hear you, and I'm reclaiming my time a little bit here. And I don't think, I just like you can say that about the State Board. I say it's not fair for us to, say mayoral control is the reason in and of itself of some of DC's improvements. What's not to say it's because of increased per pupil spending, modern our schools, universal pre-K, or sustained focus on the Common Core. So I think, I guess we're the causal evidence of what has happened, and we can agree to disagree on whether the School Board of Education has been ahead of the curve on those things. Every year, the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education releases an annual report with recommendations for how we can improve our education system. Every year, their recommendations haven't gotten answered as well. We had a list of what was supposed to be met by, from DCPS, and we haven't met those goals. So I just don't, you can have your opinion on the State Board of Education on that piece, but we can respectfully disagree that that's the case. The strategic goals. In 2017, DCPS announced a set of 6 strategic goals they call their capital commitment goals. Based on data shared with the council a few months ago, DCPS failed to meet all 6 of these goals, including test score targets, graduation rate targets, and enrollment targets. A lot of these figures have gone down since the start of the pandemic, but they weren't on trajectory to meet them back in 2019. Why was DCPS failing to meet its goals even before the pandemic? What did an independent OSSE, what did OSSE, the non-independent OSSE, do about the failure to meet these goals?
So importantly, DCPS in that instance for the capital commitment set its own internal metrics and targets for itself as an agency. And it did improve actually on many of the metrics that you're describing. It had set quite ambitious targets and goals for itself. And you're right, in many instances, it didn't hit them in part because of the pandemic, but not all of them were on track. So I agree with you. OSSE is not responsible for ensuring the DCPS achieves the targets that it sets for itself in its strategic plan. That's just not how the system works. And by the way, that's not true anywhere in the country. If you're Philadelphia public school system and you have a strategic plan, you have a strategic plan and you identify metrics and goals for yourself.
Right.
Pennsylvania State Board of Education is not going to come in and chastise you if you don't hit your own internally developed metrics and goals.
Well, I think Pennsylvania is a totally different system, which we both, since we both worked in it.
Councilmember, you're a minute, almost 2 minutes over.
Oh, I thought it meant I had a minute left. I'm going opposite now. Okay. Sorry, Chairman, go.
Was there a question pending for the deputy mayor to answer?
No, Chairman.
All right, then that's going to conclude this hearing. Just a moment. This has been a hearing on two bills dealing with the Office of State Superintendent of Education, Bill 24-80 and Bill 24-101. I would like to thank all the witnesses who testified earlier and thank the Deputy Mayor for your testimony for the past roughly hour and a half. The record in this matter is open for 2 weeks. That is, the record will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021. Time is 5:01 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.